Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
It's finals day at the Phillip Island Pro QS 4000 and we are straight into the men's quarterfinals. Harley Walters taking on Xavier Huxtable. This is a great way to start the morning for finals day here. I'm True Starling, joined in the booth with James Wilson Brown, and we had a big day of surfing yesterday and about 14 heats today to wrap it all up.
Yeah, super exciting. Those conditions, as expected, have groomed up nicely. The winds eased off, the swells dropped a little bit, making it super high performance conditions today.
And as well, yesterday was tricky. We saw some big, real crunchy kind of sections, some really dredgy moments. We saw boards being broken, being buckled, lots going on. We had the jet ski having to grab a couple of people, but it's nice for finals day for it to have mellowed out a little bit. I actually saw a couple of really good right pits just down the beach a little bit, which is where I think these surfers are right now. So hopefully we'll see some tubes today.
Yeah, fingers crossed, and we definitely saw some carnage yesterday, but one thing we did see was both these surfers in the water attacking and absolutely lighting up big sections, so we'll look to see that. Looks like we've got a paddle here from Xavier to kick us off. And yeah, they're looking nice and hollow, and as you said, we might see a couple pits on that ride today. Xavier straight away, and whoa, that would have gone psycho to start his quarterfinal campaign.
Wow, that would have been huge. What a good way to start that, but unfortunately doesn't get that finish. But I tell you what, Xavier's definitely showing up and looking like he's in fine form like we saw from last year. The reigning champion of this event just tucks in beautifully, finds an exit, and then, wow, that would have really just tied the bow on that wave, but still a really good way to start this heat. And Xav, he's no stranger to Phillip Island, to the raw conditions that we get out here at Cape Woolamai. And then Harley Walters, he is from Yamba, that Angari region, surfs at Right Point. He's actually moved up to the Gold Coast now, and he's one of those goofy footers that he just attacks. He's like sees a section and hits it every time. He did really well in Nias with some pretty crazy conditions over there last year. Did good in Cruy as well. So Harley, he's looking to make it another couple of heats in this one for sure.
Yeah, definitely, and that experience on the right-handers showed through yesterday when he earned, I think, an 8.25 off one big backhand whack. So we'll look to see him. He's probably going to utilise that backhand attack in this heat.
For sure.
And we'll see how that compares with Xavier. Flying into that section there, just coming unstuck, the air coming under the board. Super exciting start. It'll be interesting to see where the score goes just for the tube alone.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a real interesting one, being that first heat of the day. It locks in at a 4.75 for Xav. And yeah, I think first heat of the day is a real tricky one because you're kind of the guinea pig. You're the test dummy for the morning. And some people love it, some people hate it. And I think for Xav and Harley right now, they were definitely asking the question, hey, are the men's going to be on this morning? Are they going to be on first up? Is it going to be the women's? What's the plan? And the plan was to run the men's first and to go, yeah, we're going to throw you out there nice and quickly. There's some great conditions. And, yeah, we're going to go for it. And I think it's awesome. We've got 25-minute quarterfinals and 25-minute semis all the way through the day. And then to be confirmed for the heat times for the finals as well, maybe 30 minutes. We'll see what the contest directors and organisers say. But, yeah, it's going to be a great day of surfing.
Yeah, for sure. And we can see that all that water moving around has settled down a little bit today. Not as many rips popping up, that side current moving surfers side to side, so they're going to be able to pick the lineup out a lot better, choose the waves that they want more than the waves that come to them.
Yep.
So it's going to be interesting to see how those heat tactics, which bank and which direction the surfers pick to suit their strengths.
Absolutely. And I think as well, having, as you said, those two-person heats is really interesting. Harley Walters, the Yamba local, nice first turn connection. He's going to turn straight away. You can see the spice coming off the back of those turns for Harley. He is feeling it right now, travelling with Harry O'Brien from Lennox Head. Those two are very close. And that sharp eye looking smooth under Harley's feet. I liked this wave, James. What do you like about it?
Yeah, absolutely. That clinical backhand attack that we spoke about, seamless, really no time transitioning top to bottom and really timing it well out of the top, stomping the finish. You can tell it felt good, that posture standing a little bit taller as he rode out of that one. That's going to be a really good number to start his quarterfinal.
Yeah, I agree. A 6.75 it locks in as. So it's quite interesting, to see the difference and the separation in scores from that tube that we saw of Zave to Harley going to 3 turns on the backside attack. And Harley's approach, I really liked it. I love that traditional surfing. I love seeing people get tubed, but I think that score of Zave's caps, he didn't quite get that clean exit that we were expecting or hoping for. But it's still a really good way for Zave to start and a good foundation to build off. The judges rewarding those turns and that rail connection with Harley Walters. I'm sure his whole family back at home are watching. Dakota Walters, his older brother, he was on the Challenger Series, had a little bit of an injury, but we all know that he's pretty good in the air. Harley himself as well is great in the air. We saw him doing some acid drops at the Stab High in Urban Surf in Sydney not too long ago when Joel Vaughan won that. And I know Harley, he made it to the final. I think he got 3rd or 4th in that final. It was pretty awesome to see Harles go pretty strong and just, really go for it that whole way through that event. It was an exciting one for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And if you're going all the way through a pool event, that really speaks to your raw skill and technical ability when you know exactly what type of wave's coming and you can prepare and you've got that arsenal of moves to go to, which it sounds like Harley clearly does. We'll see how that compares to Xavier, who seems just to be able to pick the right moments at the during his heats at the moment, picking the right times to attack, being really selective with his waves, which really showed through yesterday through his heats as he just, got the job done.
Yeah, he really did. And I think as well for Zave, growing up in Victoria, I'm sure he surfed countless of junior events here at Phillip Island, particularly at Cape Woolamai, because it seems like it's the most consistent. It's a swell magnet here. He would have surfed plenty of heats in this area, so he's got that extra bit of edge over, potentially the rest of the competitors here. And winning this event last year, a really great connection, a really great final between him and Tully Wiley as well. I'm sure they're hoping to go back to back and maybe try and meet in the final again this year. That would be a really great story. But for Zave, he's really leveling up. I feel like each time we see him in events, he just feels like that little bit more mature, I think, in his approach and how he attacks each heat and how he kind of plans it out. And I think we really saw that pay off in the Rip Curl Pro at Bells. I know we were talking about that yesterday, but to me, watching him surf and compete at that level, it really made me feel like he belonged there.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's gotten that wild card at Rip Curl a few times now. Once when he was much younger and he was just sort of, you could tell he was a little bit younger, but had the talent, was just flying air revs down the line at Winky as much as he could. And then coming back a couple years later now and training with Cale Bowen and Adam Robertson. And in the lead up to this season, Cale was saying, he looks trim, like he's been doing something else. So he's definitely hyped up that professional aspect to his preparation. And you can tell by the results today, you know, knocking on the door of a CT qualification. And that result last year between him and Tully here at the comp, they both needed to go really well, and then they're both making the final, both qualifying for the Challenger Series was a really special moment.
And as well, like, how cool for them, two best mates, like, they're pretty much joined at the hips, to see them together all the time, to share that final at such a high level for the last event of the season last year would have been so cool for them to experience that and go, oh, okay, this is a heat, and we want to win, but it's also one that we get to really enjoy together and push each other. It would have been such an awesome experience between the two of them.
Yeah, absolutely. The two sparring partners almost sharing accolades, almost taking it in turns as to who gets that the Rip Curl wildcard winning the trials event. And up and riding is Zave. Nice carve to start. Steepest section. Times it well off the bottom, up and again, and go for a little bonus hit at the end and riding out clean. So that's going to be a better number for Zave, you'd think.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a really nice kind of combo there for Zave Hux. Was a little bit of a weird wave at the start, but then you can see it just cleaned up here. Beautiful first turn. You could see him really open up here again. Down the line, hits it. Gets a better connection there. Bit of a whitewashy one, but he does really well to get us that second score in. Navigates the kind of changing conditions on that wave. You could see it be a little bit funky at the start, and then the whitewash on the face too. So that, you know, that comes into play as well in these conditions. One wrong move and you're getting caught up in the whitewash, or your nose is digging in and you're falling off. So Zave just showing that experience. We've got a pretty exciting next quarterfinal as well, which I don't think I've seen too many head-to-head combos between these two surfers, Thomas Carvalho and Alistair Reginato. Tommy is from the Gold Coast, surfs for Snapper Rocks, and Alistair from the Sunshine Coast for North Shore Board Riders. So they've been going head-to-head in those ABB battles. North Shore and Snapper both had a couple of wins in the ABB. So, it's cool to see maybe these individual surfers from those clubs going head-to-head, but also on that QS level as well. This is important events. Tommy hasn't really had the best year this year, but in the last two events he's made a couple of heats, and I think a quarterfinals in a QS 4000 could be maybe his best result to date. So I know that he's pushing for a semi-finals, and for Alistair being on the Challenger Series, chasing that CS, going and travelling around the world with the likes of Xavier Huxtable and Tully Wiley, for Al, he's definitely looking to get back onto that Challenger Series as well.
Yeah, for sure. Can't wait to see those guys battle it out. And we've just had Xavier's second wave come through a 5.5, important one in the context of the heat. 14 minutes remaining. Probably can't leave Harley too much time to be selective to pick an absolute bomb. Now he's got a 6.75. Will really put the pressure on him to get a score to go back into the lead. And
how's this separation here between the two of them as well? Harley's like, I'm just going to cruise over here. Zave is thinking maybe I need to try and get a couple under priority, which I like that tactic. He's having a good look here. Zave, up and riding on a steep one, gets that first turn, floats it down the line. Unfortunately, just a little too quick for Zave Huxtable. So Harley's like, okay, I only need a 3.5. That one's not going to factor in. If Harley sticks with that kind of backhand attack, I think that's going to take him, you know, we're obviously quite deeper in that pointy end of the event so far, but we could see him in the final if he keeps just going with that approach, with that energy and spark. But it's a very well-informed looking Zave that he's got, you know, to battle ahead of him right now. It's a pretty decent speed bump for Harley Walters, but 3.5 is not a big score, and it's definitely one that he's able to get quite easily.
Yeah, absolutely. And knowing you got the better of that opening exchange, better than both of Zave's first two waves, it's really going to lead him some confidence to pick off one of those big rights that we've been seeing coming through all morning.
Yeah.
That first one he was on, probably a medium-sized one. Still timed the free turns really well. Here goes Zave, staying busy on the inside. Nice hollowed out little left here, two-turn, blast the fins, and just throwing a bit too much at it, so going unstuck there.
Wow, that looked like it could have hurt for Zave. It's so tricky when those conditions kind of just like suck up so quickly underneath you. good first turn. I love how he gets his arm in the wall. That just shows the kind of connection to the ocean. But that turn there was tricky, and looks like it could have been a hectic one. This is the 4.75. So the very first wave for Zave. Gets a cover up. Unfortunately, doesn't find that finish. But if he had of, we're looking at the sixes. This is a 6.75 of Harley's.
Yeah, and this best number of the heat so far, and you can see why. Top to bottom transitioning, perfect timing out of the lip, whipping that board around and picking off a really good wave. Whereas Zave's 4.75 setting up the tube, little bit of a double hand drag to get into it, and then a little bit of a messy exit. But the bulk of the points would have come if he'd finished that end manoeuvre attack with heaps of speed at that oncoming section.
Yeah, points gone begging on that 4.75 of Zave's. Having another look at this last replay as well.
Yeah, staying busy, really quick transition between those in a tight space to fit it in, and then maybe just too tight a space or pushing too hard on that end turn there. So Zave will make his way out the back. Under priority, he's got his bit of freedom to move, and we know the lineup's a little bit cleaner today, so that spot to sit will be much easier to see today for our competitors.
Absolutely, and Harley, live action, good strong first turn. You could see he got a little hung up, and unfortunately that first turn, that little fraction of a section, or fraction of a moment, in that top part of the wave, put him out of timing a little bit there. So Harley needs to regroup. Waited a while for that wave. What went wrong here, do you think, James?
Yeah, I think like you said, just that tiny little bit hung up and then air dropping out, waiting for the fins to re-engage as he hits the bottom, and then just a little bit late, slow to that section, and maybe over-rotated or pushed that second turn trying to make up for it.
Yeah, it feels like he kind of knew after that first turn, okay, maybe I'm just going to save myself the paddle back out and get back out there. He's got 10 minutes. However, I feel like, I don't know, it's a really tricky one, but I feel like maybe Harley left a moment there for himself to really try and get up into the lead. That could have been the 3-5. Maybe it still is, who knows. It might not be though, but I think for Harley, he's put himself in a position where he's battling against an informed Xavier who has priority right now. That last one of Harley, a 2.9, so you'd have to think if he had just made it work and found the finish on that second wave, he would be in the lead, and then he'd be adding that pressure onto Zave. But with Zave holding priority in the last 10 minutes, it's a pretty scary position to be in. Yeah,
absolutely. So Harley kind of handing over the more commanding position of holding priority at the moment, especially now we're into the two surfer heats. But as you can see, massive playing field here today at Woolies. We've got multiple banks on offer for our surfers. And even though Zave's got Huxtable, they're still sitting apart. So maybe no harm, no foul for Harley here.
Absolutely, yeah, that separation and the distance between the surfers. Oh, they've just found each other. Zave's like, hang on a minute. He's going, I'm just going to play tactics right now.
Yeah, clever from Xavier here. We'll see how this left runs off. Oh, wow, what a turn if he rides out of that thing. But, yeah, throwing too much at it.
It's a little bit unlucky there for Xavier Huxtable. So unfortunately, another incomplete there for Zave. So priority is to Harley Walters now. And this is what I love about these two-person heats. It goes so back-to-back and it changes so quickly. With 8.5 minutes to go, Harley kind of has that little bit of an extra edge with only needing that 3.5. This last one of Zave's, it was a good-looking wave. I think it's a smart decision to take it. But the incomplete on that last turn might come back to bite him at the end of this one.
Yeah, definitely, and only the really one juicy section on offer there for the points, so they've tried to muscle it through with one big turn, going in complete, still holding the lead, but Harley will be feeling a lot better now. He's got priority and only chasing a 3.5 to turn the tide.
Absolutely, yeah. He's definitely in a good position right now, and I think Zave this is where he needs to just go, okay, I need to find a wave that's better than my 4.75, and I need to complete that. I feel like at this stage, incompletions have been a little bit of a letdown here. Harley's 6.75 and the 5.5 of Zave's are really only two waves where they got a full completion. So let's see what happens in the last 7.5 minutes. I mean, Haas is still in the Pro Juniors as well. We saw him in the Pro Junior, I think, quarterfinals or maybe even the semis not too long ago. So waiting to see what happens with Harley and how he can, approached the back half of this one. He's still, I think this year was his first full year on his QS as well, which is pretty awesome. So yeah, let's see what happens with Harley in the back 7 minutes. But Zave, he's got that experience, he's got that knowledge. No doubt he's got the people behind him here as well.
Yeah, that's it. Hometown, home state, and plenty of experience here out at Willamette competing. And as we've harped on a little bit already, but last year's defending champion at the moment. So we'll see why in a second. Maybe 6.5 minutes. It's a bit of crunch time. Harley in the driver's seat with priority, only chasing a small score though.
Yeah, not a big score. 3.5 for Harley. It's definitely an easy one to get for him. We've got a couple of really exciting quarterfinals. We spoke about the next one coming up as well with Tommy Carvalho and also Alistair Reginato. That third quarterfinal, Jarvis Earl and Tully Wiley. And then Marlon Harrison and Dane Henry in quarterfinal number 4. That is actually a huge quarterfinal, that fourth one. Marzi and Dane, they've been competing against each other for a really, really long time. Marlon, of course, originally from Victoria, from the Mornington Peninsula, so he's feeling comfortable here in the cold waters. Dane, World Junior Champion. That's a big one. The women's quarterfinals, Heat 1, Lucy Dara taking on the local legend Sophie Fletcher. Charlie Haitley and Sarah Wakita in quarterfinal number 2. Mirai Ikeda and Ziggy Aloha Mackenzie in quarterfinal 3. And Anon Matsuoka and Ruby True, the battle of the goofy footers for that last one. So it's a pretty exciting quarters. Pretty great heats. They all could be finals, to be honest. But it's this one that we're looking at. 5.5 to go. And Harley still holding on to that priority.
Yeah, still holding on. Maybe a little bit of a sleepier time out in the ocean here. You definitely think so, seeing as Zave, we haven't seen him attack a little inside one. Only needs to improve on a 4.75. Probably wanting something 6 in the 7 range to try and relax a little bit, knowing how big Harley can go with that backhand attack. And then, as you said, stacked heats for the rest of the day. So excited to see what's to come.
Oh, it's exciting. I think there's some really great surfing that we'll be seeing. Scores to lock in for Zave Huxtable. It looks like Harley still holding that priority, needing a 3.5. 4.5 minutes to go. 2.9 for that second wave of Harley. It's this last one of Zave. It's looking like it won't go into the top 2. It's a 3.75, so not what we are hoping for Zave. He needs to better a 4.75. So definitely giving it a nudge. Just over 4 minutes.
Plenty of drama here as we're just having a few little technical issues with the cameras, but not to worry. 4 minutes remaining. Zave went a little inside, I'm guessing. 3.75. Still under priority. He's going to hunt around, and we know Harley's going to be waiting for one of those sets. Most likely a right, you'd think, with the backhand. And couple big turns, he's going to get the score, and then some easy.
Yep.
So, yeah, Zave definitely not sitting pretty on the inside.
No, that's such a tricky one. And I think as well, you know, for Harley, he's deadly on the front side as well. He's got a big air game. We saw a lot of that, as I mentioned earlier, in the stab high. But let's see what happens. A 3.5 for Harley with first priority. 3.5 minutes to go. That's a really great position to be in, and a stressful one for Zave. Wondering where they are as well in relation to each other, if they're close or feels like they're a little bit separated. So Harley, he's just trying to find himself on the bank with 3 minutes to go. The ocean's kind of gone a little bit sleepy. So hopefully due for a couple of sets in the last 3 minutes. Yeah, for sure.
And it looks like Harley going to reposition now, and you think maybe Zave is aware of how deadly that forehand aerial game is, the way he defended with priority that last section. Had a pretty decent ramp on it that Harley really could have scored some points on. So maybe Zave recognising that, playing a bit of priority chess. But 2 minutes 45 now, starting to get closer to crunch time. And looks like Zave is sitting a little bit wider, or maybe on a different bank down the beach. And Harley, you can see his head darting around, wondering where the best position is to sit with priority 2.5 minutes ago.
And we saw, some big airs go down yesterday as well, particularly for me, that one of Kobe Clements. I don't even know what you would have called that, but that's the easiest 10 being written down for the judges, I think. I saw the Largo podcast put that up on Instagram, and I was like, yeah, I fully agree with that. You know, that would have been the easiest 10 ever. And unfortunately, it was just a perfect score gone begging.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was like millimetres off riding out of that thing. He stomped the landing, and then just that little side whitewash from the double off getting under the board, and that corkscrew double grab, super lofty thing that he did. And here we go, Harley. Here we go, crucial wave two.
Wow, Harley up and into that first section. It's a smaller wave, but he's really making it work. He's surfing with a lot of speed. Wow, that was a well-surfed wave with 90 seconds to go, 3.5. You'd have to think that's a score. Harley tags it 3 times. Obviously, the height of that wave capping it a little bit, but that's the 3.5 for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. The 3 backhand turns. Not as smooth and not as big as wave as the 6.75, but you think it's definitely better than the 3.5 for sure. And Harley knows it. You see the classic little finger snap celebration. And yeah, a little bit more sloped out this one, but this end section times that turn really well. Yep.
Love it. Yep. I love seeing that shine through for Harley. The claims are the passion, and you're seeing that all come through. Zave needs to answer back here. He's got a good left. Tags that first turn, lets the fins out. Unfortunately, he just gets a little bit caught up though. So 40 seconds to go, and it's this score of Harley Walters that could really change the tides for a back-to-back win here for Xavier Huxtable.
Yeah, for sure. And looking at Zave's body language, you think maybe he knows it. Maybe he was looking down the beach, seeing Harley tee off on his backhand there. So 25 seconds, yeah, probably not enough time to scratch out and get another one there. So it'll be up to this score. And yeah, there it is coming in now, 6.25, just under the first. Pretty clinical heat.
That was exceptional surfing. Great composure as well from Harley Walters. Zave needs a 7.5, and it's just feeling like it's not going to be that on that one. So Harley Walters getting the job done. 6.75 and a 6.25. There was no doubt about it on that third wave of his. So unfortunately, Xavier Huxtable bowing out of the event. That last wave not factoring in. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Quarterfinal number 2 coming right up.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Welcome back to finals day of the Phillip Island Pro. Quarterfinal heat number 2 in the water and underway. Thomas Carvalho from Snapper Rocks up against Alistair Reginato from the sunny coast. and waves have cleaned up, and it's a cracking morning. I'm joined here by Steve Robertson. Welcome, Steve.
Thank you. Yep, what a fantastic day. And the swells backed off from yesterday. There's no wind out there, and as we saw in the first heat, some great waves, and we're going to see some really high scores. Now, that first quarterfinal went to Harley Walters, much deserved, but I tell you what, if Xavier Huxtable had landed the move on his first wave, the result would have been different, because he got a barrel ride and he finished off with a massive move and just came unstuck at the last second. But it was a great opening quarterfinal, and Harley Walters surfed a really smart quarterfinal, posted I think it posted a 7.5 and a 6.25 to take the heat. Now, here we go. Reginardo from the Sunshine Coast. He'd be familiar with these types of conditions. But just a couple of throwaways for their opening rides.
Yeah, absolutely. No real damage done in that opening exchange. Just a 2.25 for Thomas Carvalho, and we see him riding out of something
That
there.
looked better. Yeah, we didn't see the start of it, but the finish looked good.
Yep, there we go. So a couple of numbers to come through. We'll see if we can get a replay from last of Red. But Alistair Reginardo grinding away on the Challenger Series at the moment. A really seasoned competitor.
He is, and a well-rounded surfer. And he's one of those other surfers that, you look at him and you see his consistency and his power approach, and you think he should be able to qualify. He could qualify. If things went his way, he would be a legitimate CT surfer for sure, because he's got that power approach, and he can take it to the air when he needs to. Here we go, a replay of Cavallo's wave, and just the one manoeuvre. It won't be a serious score, I don't think. Well, it's coming in reasonable. First of Blue was a 2.35. Second of Cavallo in the red, a 2.25. And he's going to get a reasonable score here. It'll come in probably just under 5, I would imagine.
Yeah, not a bad single hit there for as we wait for this score to roll through for Red. And yeah,
there it is, 5-point ride.
5 point, yeah, beautiful.
Reasonable start. But I'm just reflecting on Huxtable's quarterfinal number 1. He'll have nightmares about that final move, because he got a beautiful barrel ride and just didn't stick it.
Yeah, it was almost the perfect start to the quarterfinal. Just as you mentioned, you just need those little things to go your way, and then as Alistair Reginardo, really nice two-turn combo, but you need things to go perfectly when you're at this level, and how good everyone else is in the field. One little slip up, they're going to take advantage.
Yep, that's for sure. And like that wave of Reginardo, 2 powerful turns in the pocket. I think that'll be the best wave of the heat.
Yeah, for
sure.
So
far, that's
nice
a really good turn.
Yeah. Digs the rail in there, and then a bit of flare out the top for the second. So, as you said, really nice wave looking here for Blue, and we'll probably see a situation change. Only chasing a 4.91 to go to first. Yep,
confident on that. And as I said, Reginardo, I believe, every time I go to the Sunshine Coast, the open beaches are onshore and there's moderate swells. So this is what this is today, and he should be really familiar with these types of conditions.
Yeah, for sure, and picking a good wave out already definitely speaks to that experience in these kind of waves. And 18 minutes, 25 seconds remaining. We'll wait for that last wave of Blue to sit with the judges. And then, Tommy, is he out the back? There, that number's come in. So a 6-point ride, getting the better of that exchange and even his backup's just a tiny little bit better, but those numbers will be gone as we progress through the heat for sure.
Yep. They've both got a reasonable wave on the scoreboard, and now they're going to get to work on bettering it and just increasing that heat tally. So it's finals day. We've got 14 heats, so I imagine we'll go through to mid-afternoon, around 3 p.m. or thereabouts, and crown our champions for this year. And the rankings will be all clear, and we'll know who's qualified for next year's Challenger Series. So it's an important event here at Phillip Island. Finishes off the qualifying series, and the qualifying series is all about trying to qualify for the Challenger Series. So they get rankings across all these events, and a number of them, I'm not exactly sure how many across the men and women, qualify for next year's Challenger Series. And if you get into the Challenger Series, you've got a number of, I think, 5 international events you have to do. And if you do really well on that series, which is an international series, then you qualify for the championship tour, the big dance floor.
Yeah, that's it, and that's the place all these surfers are trying to go. And speaking of that qualifying picture, we know that this is a crucial event for some, especially some of those female Japanese surfers. Only 3 qualifying series positions up for grabs to go through to the challenges in that region. And I think 1 or 2 of them still in the draw, sitting just below that top 3 line.
Yep, it's an important event. As we see Regginato, he's going to back up that 6-point ride and finishes off there.
Yeah, and that's definitely another wave you're going to need here. 16 minutes remaining. Wouldn't mind seeing the replay on that one. A couple turns looking really nice. 1 or 2 catching rail a little bit. We'll see how that damages the score. That first turn, really nice, Robbo.
Yep, he cracked that one as well. And, yep, stays busy. Gets a little hung up there, but not too much damage, and finishes nicely. So, yeah, I'm sort of leaning towards thinking maybe that's going to improve his score. Well, it'll improve his scoreline for sure. Will it be better than a 6? Maybe.
Yeah, it's right around that mark. And though we know from the first quarterfinals, 2 average to good scores aren't really going to cut it at the moment with Xavier with a 5 and a 4.75. You're going to need 2 good plus scores at least to get through.
And here we go. Cavallo in the red from Snapper Rocks. Well, he's out of there. That's not going to be a keeper.
Yeah, just a quick little speed jam, and then not seeing an extra section on offer there, so he'll kick back out, try and head back out the lineup and pick a decent wave off the banks here. And these banks have cleaned up a bit, but you've still got to know which waves to go.
Yeah, wave choice is important on days like this for sure. He was going to beat his first score, which was a 6, and he posted another 6. So 2 identical scores, and Regginato out in front at the moment with a pair of 6-point rides. Cavallo in the red chasing a 7-point ride to try and take the quarterfinal. And he's up and riding at the moment. Needs to go big on the inside. Rides out of that one. And I don't think it's a 7.
Yeah, No, and you and I, Robert, we've been bang on the number predictions. We joked about getting on the panel yesterday, but knowing that one would be in and around the 6 for second of Alistair Reginato's, and it's come right on a 6. So Tommy Carvalho's there, chasing a 7 to change the situation. Your gut feeling is it's not quite there. Still a really nice wave, though.
Yeah. Well, nothing surer than we'll get egg on our face soon by making the wrong call, but we'll have a look at that. So, reasonable opening turn and a really good finish. I think I'm feeling the mid-5 range, but I could be wrong. Of course.
Yeah, that end turn was a similar version of his single turn 5 that he got to open the heat, but a bit more of a smaller wave, not quite as critical as sections, but comboed up with another turn before it. So we'll see where the judges go with that one. Looks like they're digesting this one a little bit.
Well, they've got a lot more tools to analyse than what we have here. We've just got the replay. They've got replays. They can slow it down. They can split the screens. So they've got a lot of assets to work it out. And there it is, a 5.1. So a little bit better than his first wave. Here we go, Reginato. But that wave not lining up for him, so he's out of there. So still now, Cavallo in the red, chasing a 6.9. So he's chipped away at it a little bit, but needs a decent score to get that lead off Reginato.
Yeah, tiny little increment reduced there for Tommy Carvalho out of Snapper Rocks, but smart surfing there from Alistair Reginato as well, kicking out up over the lip and paddling back out to get priority. Going to be super crucial in these final stages, having that priority and picking the right wave.
So obviously we've got an audience out there watching right now. Hang in, because quarterfinal 3 should be special. Jarvis Earl will come up against powerhouse Victorian Tully White. Two goofy foot surfers that have power and speed, and that's a heavyweight showdown that's about to come up.
Yeah.
Jarvis Earl, Tully Wiley, and the Victorians will be in Tully Wiley's corner for sure. And Jarvis Earl, he has no shortage of fans as well.
Yeah, that's it. And the young up-and-coming super talented surfers really are putting it to the established successful campaigners at this event. We've already seen Xavier Huxwell, last year's winner, taken out by Harley Walters. Tully Wiley, a finalist as well, finaled multiple times, I believe, here. So he's going to have his work cut out for him. Jarvis Earl, an amazing surfer. Yeah,
but I'm super impressed with Tully Wiley, the way he goes about it. He is a big unit of a male, and when you're that size, and you've got to learn what your strengths are and how to really utilise those strengths in smaller waves and beach break waves. He's done a lot of work on that, and even on the really small days, size can be a factor that works against you. He's worked out how to make it work for him. Well, there's our rankings, and they're the surfers. You can see the yellow line that are inside the qualification zone for next year's Challenger Series. Jarvis Earl, Alistair Reginato, just outside. So that's how important this event is for those surfers. So, yeah, it's an important heat coming up for Jarvis Earl, that's for sure. But like I said, I have been super impressed with Tully Wiley's progression over the last 12 months. And the power that he displays on his backhand and his forehand is exactly the type of surfing that takes you to the top. So, yep, I'm looking forward to the clash, that's for sure. Jarvis Earl, yep. His contest record would say he goes in as favourite. He's a World Pro Junior champion. He's younger. He's got a lot of experience. But, yeah, he won't want to take Tully Wiley lightly in this quarterfinal. And I know he won't. He'll be very aware that he's coming up against a superpower surfer.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tully Wiley with that powerful backhand, being a goofy too, and that we've seen some really good quality rights come through. We know that Harley Walters got it done, 2 backhand waves in quarterfinal number 1, so Tully will probably looking to follow suit there. But as you've said, the arsenal and expertise that Jarvis Earl has got.
He does. He's probably got, he's got a lot of tricks to turn to find the scores, that's for sure. He can take it to the air at will, and, who knows? We'll know soon, because we've only got 7 minutes remaining in this heat. Cavallo chasing that 6.9. I'm confident he won't get it on that last wave, just a 2.55. So the equation doesn't change for him. You can see that on the scoreboard up in the top left-hand corner. Basically tells you everything about the heat. The heat tally on the left is for Reginato a 12, for Cavallo a 10.10. Their best score comes next. For Reginato it's a 6. They need 2 scores in their scoreline. Their second score is also there, so Reginato has an identical second score of a 6. And in the far right column, the surfer who's not progressing, that tells him the score he needs to get to progress. So that's the computers at work with the judges, and the beach commentary spits those scores out to the surfers so they know exactly what's going on, what they've got to do. It's just about a, Year 8 maths semester curriculum in that box on the top left-hand corner.
Yeah, that's it. Otherwise, it's poker for beginners. A pair of 6s is always going to beat a pair of 5s.
That's it. There you go. Yep.
So Alistair Reginato currently holding the winning cards, and with priority as well. That's really going to help. He's going to be looking for a wave that's going to offer some decent scoring opportunity, needing to improve on a 6, or at the very least keep Tommy Carvalho off a wave that he can get that 6.9 on.
Yep. 5.5 minutes.
Yeah, sleepier part of the heat here. Interesting to see Tommy Carvalho under priority. He's gone and sat right where Alistair Reginato is. We know there's a bit of space here to spread out on the banks. We saw Xavier Huxtable do that in Heat 1, but then wasn't successful. So maybe Tommy Carvalho recognising that all the scoring potential is coming off this one bank, and he's staying busy having a look under the inside there.
Yep, well, he's under priority, so he can take off on the wave, look at it, work out if it's worth chasing down that 6.9. Meanwhile, Reginato, he's a super experienced surfer. He'll remain calm and cool out there, and choose his moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we saw, this is a very important quarterfinal here for Alistair, right underneath that bubble of Challenger Series requalification this year. We know he's on there this year, so anxious 4 minutes, 20 seconds for him.
It's an anxious moment for the rest of the event for a lot of these surfers. I just saw Xavier Huxtable walk past. Now, he's at risk of falling out of the Challenger Series, which would be not good for him. There's Cavallo, one manoeuvre, hasn't ridden out of that, so that's another throwaway.
Yeah, and it's a cutthroat qualification, requalification scenario for a lot of these surfers. We know Xavier, if he has a really good result at Newcastle, he could get onto the CT tour, but
he could.
A decent result is going to see him requalify for that Challenger at least.
Okay, yep. So he'll requalify through the Challenger Series for the Challenger Series. So, I didn't think of that one. But yeah, Xavier goes to Newcastle next week. It's the final event on the Challenger Series for this season, and that will determine who qualifies for the Championship Tour, which begins at Bells in about a month.
Yeah, Bells first stop on the tour this year, changing up the order a little bit. Be very excited to see that come back to Victoria.
Yes, opening event of the season's always a good thing. And, let's hope the waves turn on at Bells Beach. There's been no shortage of waves there over the past few months, so as we head into autumn, that's prime time. Just under 3 minutes here. Reginato holding that lead, 2 6-point rides, holding priority as well. It's going to be very hard for Cavallo to find that 6.9. If a good wave comes, Reginato will be all over it. Make sure that he's controlling that lineup.
Yeah, definitely. So a little over 2 minutes remaining. Tommy Carvalho still making his way out the back. You can see Alistair Regignado just hunting around at the back, looking for him, trying to get eyes on him so he can maybe start to shut this thing down, but definitely he'll be on the decent wave as it comes through.
I went and checked right point yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, any decent waves over that side?
Well, I got there too late because the tide was racing out, and on an outgoing tide it really sucks away the swell. It was okay, but I could imagine through the middle of the day yesterday it would have been fantastic. Same with Flynn's Reef. There's so many waves here on Phillip Island. It is a great place for a surf trip, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And those two locations you mentioned. Right point, funnily enough, a left-hand reef break.
Yeah, it's on the right point.
Yep. So, yeah, go figure how we name that one. And then just a minute's drive around the corner, you've got Flynn's Reef, which is a right-hand reef break, and a couple other sneaky reefs in around that if you're willing to go for a little walk. So plenty of waves along here, and if you want to come for a surf trip, like you were saying yesterday, Robbo, that Feb March time, such a good time to come
That's
down
the
and
time.
be down here.
Yeah, best place in Australia for surf, in my humble opinion.
Yeah, you'll want to book in at least 2 to 3 weeks of that trip, and you'll definitely be leaving with some sore shoulders.
Yes, you'll get a lot of surf, and it will be quality surf. So we're under a minute, and Reginado sitting with priority, controlling the lineup, making sure that if a good wave comes through, he's going to be on it. He'll allow Cavallo to take any of the scraps, but if there's a good wave with potential, Reginado will take it. He's just sitting there calmly. Under 30 seconds, and confident he's going to take out quarterfinal number 2. He'll come up against Harley Walters in semi-final 1 a bit later.
Yeah, and he's giving him a bit of space here, but must not be seeing any scoring opportunity for Tommy or the timing. I don't think the wave's going to get there for Tommy, unfortunately. 3 seconds remaining. And there you go. So that's a wrap. Quarterfinal number 2. Alistair Regignado getting the job done. Pocket sixes. And then, yeah, just a little victory lap here after the hooter for him. And he'll move on to the semi-finals where he'll face Harley Walters. Stay tuned, guys. We'll be right back. Phillip Island Pro quarterfinal number 3 will be a cracker.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Welcome back to Woolamai Beach at Phillip Island in Victoria, and we are into quarterfinal heat number 3, and this is a much anticipated clash. Jarvis Earl, a former world professional junior champion, has huge raps on him, and he's coming up against Victorian powerhouse surfer Tully Wiley, so I'm really looking forward to this clash.
Yeah, this one's going to be super exciting. Tully, he's a runner-up here, and he's definitely got the local knowledge, being a Victorian, but Jarve, he's such a well-rounded surfer, and this one's going to be super exciting.
Yep, I sort of feel if Tully gets the opportunity and gets the right waves, he's got the power to really throw down the challenge to Jarvis. I accept that Jarvis is the favourite for this quarterfinal, but yeah, I'm keen to see Tully get the opportunity to go big on that backhand or forehand, because he's got some awesome power, and he's doing a lot of work on his technique, and he's working hard at a professional level, and it's showing in his performances. So this is a big one. We'll see what happens. And just got a text to tell me that Xavier Huxtable, he's already qualified for next year's Challenger Series. So he's qualified through the Challenger Series. He's got a huge event next week in Newcastle, as we mentioned earlier. If he can take a win or get a second in that event, he may qualify for the CT. We'd love to see that happen as Victorians, but we will see.
Yeah, if Tully gets a pretty good end result in Newcastle next week, it'd be absolutely awesome to see him qualify for CT. I think he's definitely got that. He's at that level of surfing where he could do well on the CT, and be excited to see a Victorian on there. We haven't had one for a little while. India Robinson, of course, was our last Victorian on the tour.
And that's this season's qualifying series ratings, and while Xavier looks vulnerable on those ratings, they don't really count for Xavier because he's qualified through the Challenger Series, so it sort of opens up a position. Okay, we've got a surfer up and riding, quickly in and out. That looks like Jarvis Earl to me. Didn't see the opening manoeuvre, but there wasn't one, so it's just a 0.5 for that one. Leaves Tully Wiley with priority. So that's just a throwaway score for Jarvis Earl's opening ride. One thing I've noticed about Jarvis, though, he stays busy in the lineup. Yesterday, I think he caught double the amount of waves of any other surfer in the heat that he was in. And that's basically a confident approach. You know, I can serve me up any type of wave, I'll find a way to score on it, and that's generally what he does. So expect him to stay busy. Expect Tully to maybe be really selective, knowing that his strength is to find the power pockets and really unleash the powerful turns. Whereas Jarvis, he can make something out of anything. Just under 20 minutes.
Yeah, like you said, Robbo, we saw Jarvis, I think it was the round of 16 yesterday, get something like 7 or 8 waves. So yeah, he loves to stay busy and just try to find as many waves as he possibly can.
So I think it was more than 10 waves.
More than 10.
More than 10. And I think his other 3 competitors had a total of 10 waves between them.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, that seems to be Jarvis's strategy. Just get me on a wave, I'll find a way to get the score.
Seems to be working for him. And
it is up to date, but as you go higher up the ranks, I think you need to be maybe a little more strategic than that, but we'll see. Certainly when you get to Challenger and CT events, I don't think you can go out there and just catch anything. You've got to be super switched on and selective and know what waves are going to get you through the heat.
Looks like we might see Jarvis Earl pull the trigger on this one. Okay, so Jarv taking off. The young goofy footer getting a bit of speed here. And just coming unstuck there. So Jarv just getting the first wave nerves out of there. We saw him get an 05 just to start it off, and then just dropping an 09 on that. So
yeah, it's interesting. Tully Wiley holding priority now. He is not going to go until he's confident he's on the right wave.
Yeah, Tully's going to be waiting for those bigger sections. We know he loves them stand tall closeouts where he can just light up the backhand, and we saw that work for him yesterday.
And the final quarterfinal, which I was surprised to see on the heat sheets because I called this wrong yesterday. Marlon Harrison up against Dane Henry. When we were calling Marlon yesterday, on our screen, he wasn't getting through.
Oh.
Yes, and I remember the final wave, and I didn't think he got through, but he actually did. So the score came in late.
I do remember that one.
Yeah, so apologies
it was on
for
hold for a while there. The judges just
gave the score after the siren, and Marlon managed to get through. So he comes up against Dane Henry. Fair to say Dane Henry's probably been the standout surfer of the event. Has more 9-point rides and whatnot than any other surfer. So Marlon Harrison will take on Dane Henry in the final quarterfinal.
Yeah, and I believe we've got James with Alistair for a post-heat interview. How are you, James?
Yeah, thank you, Finney, here with Alistair, getting through that quarter-final. Pocket sixes, getting it done. How are the conditions out there, mate?
Yeah, it's actually super fun. It's way cleaner and more manageable than yesterday, and you can hear the commentary, which helps a lot. But yeah, there was a bit of a flurry at the start, and then I kind of had 2 sixes and just sort of waited, and nothing much better came, so I didn't get another good wave. But yeah, it's super fun out there.
Yeah, absolutely, and maybe leaving a little bit in the tank for us. Some pretty nice clinical forehand surfing there. We know you're sitting on the edge, maybe just up in the bubble now for Challenger Series qualification. How's that sitting with you at the moment?
Yeah, it's sick. I mean, I'm here to win the comp and get back on the Challenger. So just going to try and leave nothing up to chance and get into the final and win it and kind of secure my spot. So yeah, this is what we come and do it for. So yeah, just kind of reveling in it.
Yeah, absolutely, and fingers crossed for you. No doubt the crew watching at home will be anxiously watching on for sure. Any words for them?
Yeah, thanks for watching. It's probably like watching heats is way worse than surfing heats. So yeah, thanks for watching and cheering me on. But yeah, I'll do my best. Yeah,
thank you so much, Alistair. All the best for the semi-finals, and back to you, Finney and Robbo.
Thanks, James. Thanks, Alistair. He's been on a tear all event, and definitely excited to see him in the semis as we see Jarvis Earl lighting it up there on the backhand.
Well, we only saw the final manoeuvre, and it was strong. So not sure what came before that. And if it is a good wave, I'm surprised he got it because Tully Wiley held priority. But I think it's one big turn, so it's going to score. I'm feeling that it's going to be a 5+, maybe a 6, because it was one really strong, well-executed turn. And now I can see why maybe Tully didn't take that wave with priority, because he's probably wanting to chase a wave with multiple sections where he can unleash multiple of those turns. So here he goes. Tully's pulled the trigger on this smaller wave on the inside. So vertical into the lip, rides out of it and jumps off there. So 2 manoeuvres on a smaller wave, but it was getting down under 15 minutes, so Tully's probably thinking, well, I've got to get this heat started, and this is a reasonable wave, and he's going to get a reasonable score as well. And Jarvis Earl in the red, that one solid turn was rewarded with a 4.75, so just a moderate score for Jarvis. He's had 3 waves. That's his best score, a 4.75. Waiting for a score to come in on Tully. I'm thinking maybe he gets the better of Jarvis on that with two reasonably solid turns. But there's not going to be much in that. So let's see what the judges think.
Yeah, I think Tully had the better wave there. Jarvis was just a little bit smaller and maybe not as large and, in your face as Tully's one, but we'll see what the judges reckon.
Oh, it's close.
Just under 4.6.
Yeah, not surprised. It was really close. I think Jarvis's one turn was bigger than the 2 turns of Tully, so that's why he's got that narrow advantage, but there's nothing in this. A 4.6 for Tully, a 4.75 for Jarvis. 13 minutes, Jarvis holding priority, so, well, it's super close at the moment.
Yeah, tight heat and still plenty of time to go. saw Tully was free surfing this morning, and I spoke to him on the beach, and he said that the conditions were really fun and he was looking really forward to it and feeling really comfortable.
On the board. I've got enough time to really hunt down that excellent ride. So he's got a score there that's okay, and now he can chase the big scores. Jarvis, on the other hand, is probably thinking, I can catch another half a dozen waves in this heat and find two really good waves somehow. So all sorts of thought patterns will be going through their head out in the water. And we'll wait and see what happens. Just under 12 minutes remaining.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what these boys have in store for us. It's been fairly quiet in this heat, like we were saying. Jarv, he was getting 10, 11 waves in his round of 32 heat and the round of 16. So he's kind of just been on the brakes a little bit and maybe waiting for those nicer waves to come through. I know there's definitely a lot of closeouts there this morning, so hopefully it's going to open up for these surfers.
Yeah, we want to see them get the opportunity, because if they get the opportunity, they're going to go big. They have to.
Yeah, like we heard Alistair say in the post-heat interview, they're coming down here to win, they're not coming here to muck around or have fun. They want to win, which is awesome to hear. Commitment and the emotion, you know. You spend a lot of money on flights and accommodation, and if you're not full throttle the whole event and you're kind of just leaving things to chance, like Alistair said, then you shouldn't really be here.
No, that's it. As we see Jarvis Earl signalling to the beach commentator. He wants to know the situation, wants to know what his scores are, wants to know his low score, wants to know how much time's left in the heat, wants to know what Tully Wiley's got in his score line. So they're thinking all the time out there and strategising how to win the heat, especially at this level, quarterfinals. From here on in, the points and the prize money gets bigger and bigger. 10 minutes remaining.
One stay we read, two stay we do. Ready to
As soon as the 4 men's quarterfinals are finished, we'll go into the women's quarterfinals, and they'll be surfer on surfer as well. So, and that field is stacked with talent. We've got a number of really good Japanese surfers in amongst some young emerging Australian surfers that have impressed me heaps this week. So I know Surfing Australia has a high performance centre, and these young emerging surfers have high performance coaches, and the level of surfing that's coming through in both the male and females is amazing. And you'll see surfers like I think it's Lucy Dara, there's another surfer, Ziggy
McKenzie.
Yeah,
Lucy Dara and Ziggy McKenzie definitely been some highlights this event
they
as
are.
well.
They're great surfers. I can't believe how they charge the big moves, and
they're still so young as well. I think Lucy Dara and Ziggy are only 17 years old, maybe just turning 18, so they've got a lot of years left on the QS and the Challenger.
It's scary how good they are. But it's probably happening all over the world. That's the other thing. There's young surfers coming through the ranks super fast these days.
Yeah, well, you look at Taya Zabrowski, she's on the Challenger at 15 years old, which is mind-blowing.
And did she qualify?
She did qualify for the tour, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, for the CT.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. And she's out of France?
Yep, out of France. And then you go over to the States and there's people like Aaron Brooks that are 17, 18, and they're qualifying, they're on the tour and winning Fiji events with a wild card. It's pretty insane, the level of surfing. that's getting done by these grommets.
Yep. And if you're not charging it and training and doing all the things that are required for professional sport, you're not going to make it these days. So those quarterfinals for the women are coming up, and well worth watching the emerging talents coming through. They'll go up against a couple of really talented Japanese surfers, and I'm confident they'll put on a big show. So, quiet heat here. We're down to just on 7 minutes, and not many waves being ridden. Both surfers have one, you'd call it a reasonable score in their score line. It could get down to a shootout for that second score. Who gets the best of that could be the winner. So, clock ticking down slowly. They just want that opportunity.
It's been a very slow heat, and definitely excited to see a nice set roll on through so these boys can work their magic and show us what they're made of. So it's an exciting time down here on the island for finals day. Got down here nice and early. It was a bit quiet. I thought we might see a bit more cars in the car park as I arrived, and a bit more free surfing going on. But we saw the heavy hitters out there this morning. Tully was out there, Harley Walters was out there, Alistair was out there. So seems to be a current theme. If you're down here early, the boys that are really committed are doing really well.
Was it easy to get a wave in amongst that lot?
Oh, it's pretty tricky. Trying to surf a comp bank with all those guys, it can be pretty tricky for sure.
But it freshened you up.
Yeah, it's always good to get in the water, especially if you can get in there before work. And it's a nice way to start the day, I reckon.
Okay, we've got to take off out the back, and that is Jarvis Earl utilising priority, and it's a great looking wave. Good opening turn. He's going to go vertical here, snaps it nicely, rides out of it. So he's going to get another good score on the board. Here we go. This is super important for Tully. Vertical up, powerful into the lip. He's going to need more. Hits that hard, rides out of it. So wave for wave, both similar waves. Whew. So their first scores were really closely bunched. Their second scores, I just feel like Jarvis's wave is a little cleaner on the face, and maybe has allowed him to get the stronger turns. Replay is super important here. That's a nice opening turn from Tully, and he waits and finishes nicely. Oh, I don't know.
It's real tight.
It is tight. I initially thought Jarvis got the better of it. I think he got the better wave, but I'm not sure that he surfed it better than Tully. So I'm starting to lean Tully's way. Now, this could really put egg on my face here, but I'm going to go out and say I think Tully got the better of that exchange. I could be a bit biased as well, but
that opening turn, though, from Tully's was pretty gnarly. Like, that little hook under the lip from Jarv, and that finish is pretty tapped as well.
Yeah, no, I'm leaning Tully's way.
Yeah, we see that opening turn.
Yeah, stronger. And every bit as strong on the finish as well. So, I've put myself in a vulnerable position here, but I'm prepared to do it. Come on,
good,
Finn.
Mate. That's good, bro. I'm going to stand in your corner as well, mate.
Okay.
I've got your back.
Yeah, but we're Victorians, so it could be our bias. So we've got an excuse if we've got it wrong. But if we've got it right, we're going to be on the money, and I think we've got it right. Scores are starting to drop so close. This is going to be a nail-biter of a heat. So Jarvis Earl scored a 5.5. Tully Wiley's going to beat that score, I'm confident. A 5.75. He goes to the lead. We called it right. Tully's in front. 3 minutes remaining. Jarvis has priority. That's a problem. And here he goes. Dangerous. Now, that's a bigger turn. Oh,
I think that was just the
dear.
one turn, but
Yeah,
wow, that was pretty huge.
So,
That was insane.
yeah, I think he's going to go back to the lead. He only needs a 4.86, and it's one big turn, and he's nailed it. Vertical in the pocket, rides out of it. Yeah, I think he's going to go back into the lead. But at least we got that matchup right.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that one from Jar was huge, and we saw all day yesterday that the judges were loving those big one-turners.
They'll reward it. So I think he'll go back to the lead. But Tully, now you've got priority, Tully. You just need that opportunity, buddy.
Yeah, this is getting a bit nerve-wracking for Tully, I could imagine. 2 minutes remaining and needing a score. I'm guessing it's going to be around a mid-range score that he'll be needing once Jarve extends his lead.
Yeah.
If he does.
Yeah. I'm sort of confident he's going to on that one turn. Because he got a 4.75 for one turn earlier, and I think that was bigger, this one that's just gone. So, anyway, that's for the judges to work out. 1.5 minutes. We're waiting for that score. We're lucky in the booth here. Okay, scores are coming in. He's going to get it, but it's only going to be just. 5.25, he goes to the lead. Tully only needs a 5-point ride. Just give him the opportunity, Finn.
Yeah, I want to see some sets roll through. He's got priority. Just doesn't have a lot of time here. And needing that 5-point ride, you know, mid-range score, they don't come across like every wave. So far out, this one is starting to close in on Tully Wiley. And
okay,
sure
eyes on the lineup. Where is he? All right. Will he get this opportunity? 45 seconds remaining. Tully, having a look at this. Only needs a 5-point ride. This is a critical wave for Tully. The big man from Torquay, up and into the lip. That's a nice opener. Hits it hard, vertical, rides out of it. 30 seconds remaining. Oh, wow, what a heat.
Exciting there. Tully Wiley, he loved it.
He loved it. I liked it. I think he's going to get the score.
Yeah. I
Two
think
strong moves.
Got the 5 in it.
And vertical. Yep, went 12 o'clock on that. Yeah.
He just read this book like he just read this wave like an absolute book. And
he did.
That opening one just to set himself up for this section here.
Yeah.
Beautifully navigated, and look at him. He's fired up. He loves it.
Yeah, we're celebrating in the booth, and but that's because we're Victorians. So there it is. A 6. Best wave of the heat. Takes it out.
Yeah, so congratulations to Tully going through to the semi-finals. He'll be pretty chuffed, and we're going to be back after a short break. Thank you.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
And we're back for the last quarterfinal for the men's. We got Marlon Harrison out there with Dane Henry. We saw Marlon drop a 7.25 to open this heat. I'm Finn Murphy, back in the booth with True Starling. What's going on, True?
Not a lot, Finn. I'm excited to be back in the booth for this heat. It's going to be huge. Replays straight away. Dane on a good-looking wave. That was such a strong turn and locked into the 6 straight away for one big connection. That's huge. And Marzi has a great score as well.
Yeah, this is an exciting start to this quarterfinal. Here's Dane Henry going again, building up a bit of speed, taking this one to the air. Oh, just coming unstuck. I think he went for a grab mid-air as well. Wow. A lot of action to start us off.
Yeah.
This is getting me really excited. I absolutely love finals day. There's nothing better than crowning a couple champions. So this is really exciting.
There's so much going on already. I feel like this is a really, really great matchup as well between these two surfers. I mean, Marzi from the Mornington Peninsula originally moved up to Snapper many years ago. And this is the 7.25. Let's take a look at it. Gets a cover up. And then absolutely belts it to finish. So Mars locking in a great score nice and early. It's always good to hear that you're getting in the 7s straight away.
Yeah, you're locking that first one. And you're like 7.25. That's really good. I'm really comfortable with that. That's really exciting times for Marzi, getting the drain to start off the heat. I'm sure he'd be really confident after dropping that score. And Dane with a 6-point ride and a 1-point ride. So Dane's just been on all gas, no brakes this event, going for the biggest airs. We saw him snap his raft yesterday. And
how was that? That's so hectic.
Yeah, it was pretty hectic yesterday. Like it would have been 6 foot, I reckon, on some sets. It was
for sure.
Pretty crazy out there.
Now, Finn, I saw you go for a surf this morning. Give me a little insights into what it's like in the ocean.
Oh, it was actually not as full on as I kind of thought it was going to be. It was pretty cruisy. You know, you get the rip to paddle you out, and then once you get out the back with all the competitors, no one was talking to anyone. Everyone was standing on business. They're going finals day. Like, I'm coming here to play today.
Wow.
I thought it might be like a bit of a fun chat out the back, but everyone was pretty, pretty formal and, you know, just sticking to themselves. And it was really exciting, actually, to just check it out and talk to people and see how they were feeling going into it. I spoke to Zave and he was a bit excited, and Tully Wiley, he said he was really confident, and we saw that throughout the last heat. And Harley Walters, he was on fire in the free surf. He was getting some sick ones.
Yeah, it was pretty huge. I mean, watching the free surf this morning and a lot of those big connections and big turns going down, I was like, all right, we're in for a good day. We're in for some great surfing, and that first heat really just set the tone between Harley and Zave. And then now to finish the men's quarterfinals off with Marzi and Dane going head-to-head, that's huge. And I feel like Marzi, he went to the World Junior titles last year in La Union as well, and he had a pretty good run, and then we saw Dane come away with the win this year. They've been competing against each other a lot in the juniors and a lot throughout, you know, this event as well. So I'm excited to see how this matchup kind of plays out. Dane has obviously been, you know, the one to watch. He took out the Burleigh event and the Gold Coast Open. Marzi had a great run there as well, so it's a bit of an upset to see either of these surfers bow out.
100%. Marzi's also one that I like to tune in and watch. You know, he's such a well-rounded surfer, and Dane, he's always taken it to the air, which who doesn't love a big air, you know? And right on cue, looks like we're going to see him go for a backy. It's exciting. So Dane Henry just going for the backflip there. How many backflips have you done, True?
Yeah, as many as Dane.
Yeah, I reckon he'd probably done a couple more than
Yeah.
me, I reckon.
I'm up there though, for
Yeah.
sure.
Just get a couple more D-bar sessions in, and
Literally.
I reckon you'll get them unlocked for
Yeah.
sure.
I'll have to get some insights from Dane on how to actually make them. He's made too many. I mean, Dane has done so many airs this event, it's hard to keep track of which one has been better. I think in one heat he got 2 9s, just off the back of 2 airs, which was pretty insane.
It's nuts. I was talking to you about it yesterday. I remember a couple of years ago here for a Pro Junior, and Dane Henry did the biggest full rote to the flats at Smiths Beach, and I honestly have no idea how he rode out of it. It was to dead water, and the fact that he didn't sink and he rode out was just gobsmacked me.
Yeah, absolutely. It's pretty next level. I mean, he's just, he's so good at it, and he's so dialed in so early. So it's really cool to see. I mean, he's sitting at 5th right now for that Challenger Series qualification. We know that Dane got, he won the World Junior Championship, so he will get Challenger Series qualification or wildcard through that. So we'll see what happens. It's top 7 that qualify for the CS this year from the qualifying series. So let's see. This is the last event to really try and push for it.
Yeah, this is a big one for a lot of surfers. 4,000 points on the line, and there's a couple guys in the draw right now who need those points. And we've got Tully Wiley with James for a post-heat interview, so I'll hand it over to you, James.
We can't quite hear James. Well, that was a great interview. Could hear everything. I think we just had a little bit of an issue with the batteries on the mic there, but Tully always giving some great insights into his preheat routine and how he's feeling for this event. Qualifying or a Challenger Series campaign is really important for Tully to get back on there. So yeah, as we were saying, Finn, before we went to that interview with Tully, I think the qualification ranking system, it's top 7 for the men for the Oz Tour. It's top 5, I believe, for the women. I'm just going to double confirm that, but for the Oz region, so it's really important as well to get that qualification. Top 5 for the women in the Australia Oceania region, which is top 4 in a wild card, and then top 7 plus a wild card for the men. And then for Asia as well, they're also looking for those qualification spots. It's top 5 plus a wild card for the Asia Tour for the men, and top 3 and a wild card for the women. So big points on the line.
Yeah, it's a big deal, this event, last one of the season, so it's a big deal for a lot of these surfers. Last kind of chance for them to get those points and try get back onto the Challenger or make their debut on the Challenger.
Yeah, 100%. For Harley Walters, he's looking at a Challenger Series qualification, and that would be his debut appearance as well. Harley, he's into the semi-finals of this event. We saw him take out the champion of this event from last year in Xavier Huxtable. But at this moment, just trying to see where Harley's sitting on those rankings, and he's currently at 5th. So he's in that top 7 spot right now. Let's see if he can move up a couple of spots to solidify, but no one's locked in just yet.
Yeah, no one's, got enough points where they're safe and sound. There's still everyone's got to work for those 4,000 points and get into the final, and that's when you're safe. It's when you're holding that trophy at the presentation.
Yeah, absolutely. Marzi and Dane. It's been quiet in this heat, a 7.25. Dane, he's been busy, but not busy on too many good waves. He's had the 6, and he's just been trying to surf around on the inside. So let's see what happens for Dane Henry.
Yeah, it has been quiet. It's like it's a little bit slower in this heat than the last heat. We didn't see Jarvis Earl as busy as we thought he was going to be. I think he only ended up getting 4 to 5 waves. When his round of 16, he dropped, I think, 10 or 11 waves, and that seemed to be working for him. It's just finding heaps of waves, staying busy, doesn't want to get cold out there, and maybe that's just the strategy, is just keep your mind going and keep surfing, because the longer you sit out the back, you start thinking to yourself, and some alarm bells might start going off.
For sure. And as well, sitting still for so long, it's for some people it would be quite cool out there. Not for you, Finn. You're out there in boardies for a surf this morning, but sitting still when it's like that, you can get quite cold and stiff.
100%. Yeah, you can definitely feel it out there. It's definitely a bit chilly. So, yeah, especially for these lads that are coming down from northern New South Wales and Queensland and the Sunshine Coast, I'm sure these guys are going to be freezing.
Definitely. This next quarterfinal as well for the women's, the first one, it's going to be Lucy Dara and Sophie Fletcher. That's a really exciting quarterfinal between the two of those. Sophie, the local here, she grew up on the island. Lucy Dara is from the south coast of New South Wales, and she took out the 6,000, or 2 actually, in Nias and 1 in Tahara. Dane in and out there. So that's going to be a big and exciting quarterfinal between those two women.
Yeah, Lucy's been on an absolute tear these past couple months. Last year, winning a couple events, quarters at the Gold Coast Open just a couple of weeks ago, and it's really impressive to see how far she's come since she was surfing in the Grom Search to where she is now. We made mention of her, how young she is and how much time she's got. So it's going to be really exciting watching Lucy surf from the next heat all the way to the next 5 years of her surfing career, next 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be really cool to see what she can bring. I mean, I remember watching her in Australian junior titles down in Wollongong. She got second in that to Olive Hardy, and Lucy was ripping the whole event. She was my pick to win. And she's made it really count on this qualification series. She's really going, you know what, I want to qualify for the challenges. I know that I'm still young, but I've got, plenty of talent and experience as well. And that Dane Henry, speaking of talent, goes to the air. Wow. Projects out to the beach, but just unfortunately comes unstuck. Looks like he was a little bit too much on the heels.
Yeah, well, that's the thing about surfing, Drew. His age doesn't really discriminate out in competitive surfing. We've got people like Ty Zborowski's 15, I think, and then you go Callie Slater, who's 50. He's just had his 53rd birthday, and he's still surfing like a world champion. Literally, he rips still. So, yeah, Lucy Dara still so young, but far out, she can do some damage in a heat.
Yeah, she really can. That backhand attack is absolutely lethal. She made it to the finals of the Pro Junior, and I reckon she's hoping to make the finals of this event as well. She's definitely, in my opinion, one to watch.
Yeah, there's one of those servers to put in the black book and tune into their heats when they come up.
Sure.
As we see, this looks like Marlon Harrison looking for a backup score here. This is a nice wave. Opens it up with some nice rail work. Ooh, just a little bit late. Thought he might go for a turn on the end section, but he was just a little bit late on that one. So just that one carve to start off that wave. And Dane's paddling around looking for something. He's going big.
He is. This one of Marzi's, it was a interesting wave. This first turn, it was nice, but you could see that it kind of bottomed out on him really quickly, and it just set him just a fraction behind in the pace of the wave. So Mars, he got a 2, which, is good. It goes into his top 2, of course. It's his second wave, and it makes, that requirement increase a little for Dane, a 3.26. But this is a really lethal back end of this heat, I think, for both Marlon and Dane. They're both really great surfers. Dane's on a roll at the moment, and Marzi, he's, been surfing so well, getting consistent quarterfinals. So let's see if he can make a semis appearance in this.
Yeah, I'll be excited to see any of these surfers move on to the next round. But Dane spinning the block on this one. Looks like he's going to have a bit of a suss here. Taking off, getting some speed, sees his section and lights that one up. Riding out, no worries. So Dane Henry really starting to build a house in this heat.
Yeah, that was really smart. Dane had to make that turn. Almost looked like he was about to kind of push it away a little bit too early, but does well. Dane Henry, big connection there for Dane. Love how he just kicks the fins out. Belts it there. You can see how he gets that bit of a redirection too. So finds that finish, which is really what he was looking for in the back 7 minutes of this heat. And great competitive smart surfing there for Dane Henry.
Yeah, that's that. I mean, he's not really a veteran, but he's been surfing competitions since he was probably 13 years old, and that's really that competitive mindset coming into play there from Dane Henry.
Yeah, he's been training a lot as well with Adam Dufner, who is here at this event as well. And Duffy and Dane have been working together for a really long time. They got 2 ISA gold medals with each other. And then Dane also went to go on and win the World Junior titles. He won the Gold Coast Open not too long ago. So that team is a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Dane's just on an absolute hot streak at the moment.
Yeah, he really is. It's an exciting one to watch. He just locks in a 5.5, so increases his, actually goes up into the lead, makes it harder for Marzi, who is looking for a 4.25 at this stage. So Mars needs to lift just a little bit, but he's got priority, so that's working in his favour right now for the last 5 minutes. It's pretty stressful, I think, when you're hearing you only need a small score. Hey, you only need a 4.
Yeah, only.
I know. Here we go, Dane Henry. Big first turn connection. And identifies that second one beautifully. So gets 2 turns now. So Dane looking strong. Marlon on the answer back. First turn. Gets a second one in as well. So 2 pretty back-to-back similar waves. Both 2 turns. So we'll see who gets the better of that exchange. That's an important one as well.
Yeah, that's very important. Here's the replay of Dane Henry's, whipping this one around. So fast and just reads that wave beautifully. And Marzi, yeah, pretty similar waves, both getting through really nice turns. And I think Dane's was a little bit stronger than Marzi's was. So Marzi will better his score, and I'm not sure if he'll go into first. Dane Henry, I'd say he's going to extend his lead on that one.
Yeah, I think so too. I think looking back on both of those waves, it feels like Dane's first turn just had that little bit extra to it compared to Marlon's. They both had really great second turn connections, but this first one of Dane's a little bit cleaner. And then for that second one, absolutely belted. That was a great well-surfed wave. This one locks in at a 5 for Marlon, so still a beautiful score. Gets him up into the lead, and Dane needs a 6.26 now, but I just think Dane will get the jump on Marlon with that.
Yeah, Dane's just had a bit of extra flair, and there it is dropping as a 7-point ride. So Dane with a 7 and a 6-point ride. Marzi now needing a 5.75 with 3.5 minutes to go. Is starting to come to a bit of an awkward time here for Marlon Harrison.
Yeah, it's so crazy because Marzi's got a 5.75 in him. He can do that with his eyes closed.
100%. He's got a deep bag of tricks.
He just needs needs the wave at this stage, and he's got priority, so that's also an amazing thing, which with these two-person heats, priority actually is such an advantage, particularly when you're coming into the back 5 minutes. If you're needing a score or if you're in the lead, it really gives you that extra edge. And I think for Marlon, he's probably going, okay, cool, I've got that first priority. I can take whatever wave I want, and once I'm on it, it's up to me to do the work.
Yeah, there's 3 minutes. I think we're going to see another opportunity for Marlon Harrison. Hopefully, I'm sure he'll be hoping that there's going to be a pulse and a flurry of waves to start to make their way through.
Yeah, I really hope so. I'm ready for it.
Yeah, I'm keen. I'm strapped in.
Yep.
Excited. It's going to be a big finals day here tomorrow. It's a really nice day down here. It's a bit on the colder side, but it's not too windy. The surf's really clean, and there's plenty of waves floating around. So, I keep saying how excited I get on finals day, but it is exciting stuff.
I know. We're crowning champions today. It's huge. Let's see it. I mean, do you have a pick to win? Tell me.
That's hard. I'd love to see Tully Wiley win, obviously being a Victorian, but after Harley Walters' heat, I think he's looking pretty good. Yeah.
I agree. I reckon we'll see a Dane and Harley final.
Yeah, that's such a great pick. I think Dane and Harley, that would be an awesome final to watch as well.
I think that's what we'll see. I mean, Dane or Marlon will be meeting up with Tully Wiley in that second semi-final. At this stage, it is Dane. But if Marlon can get the 5.75 he's after, then he'll be taking on Tully. But yeah, I agree. I think it's a Harley Walters. That's a pick for me. And I actually am backing Lucy Darragh.
Yeah, Lucy Darragh's another good pick. I like the way Charlie Haley's been looking. She's been surfing really well. But yeah, Lucy Darragh is a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, agreed. They're two pretty strong picks. Two goofy footers in that as well. I'm not even a goofy, so I can't even be biased in that. 1 minute to go. Dane's still out in front. Marzi waiting patiently for a wave to roll through, but he's got about 50 seconds until that time is going to run out, and that's when he starts scrambling a little bit. 5.75 for Marlon Harrison to overtake the winning streak. To really beat that winning streak. Here we go.
This is a larger wave here for Marzi. He needs a big score. Huge first crack. Finds the second section.
Wow. That's it.
Yeah, that's going to put the judges in a pretty funky position there. I reckon there's something in that.
Yeah. 5.75. That's the score for sure. Marlon's been doing this all event, those buzzer beater moments. He's been looking in form, and I think that's it. Dane Henry up and riding before the hooter. He's going to need a score. Has to go big here. Takes to the air, and he rides out of it. Okay, this is a really crazy finish for both of these competitors. 5.75 for Marlon, in my opinion, gets it every day of the week. This is a bigger wave. This first section, cleaner. Look at that. Bang.
That first turn was huge.
Yeah. 5.75. He's got that.
Yeah, I definitely reckon he's dropping a 6 around that 6.25 mark, and here's that one for Dane Henry. Bit of a smaller punt. Definitely still sick. I don't know if that's going to come in under his 6 or how that air is going to play out.
This is stressful. This is a really important score for Marlon. This is an important score for Dane as well. Dane, we know that he's been on that winning streak. He's been the one to watch, but can Marlon create a bit of an upset here? An 8 locks in for Marlon Harrison. Dane Henry needs an 8.25 on that last wave, and just don't think it's going to be it.
Yeah, I think that's going to finish up Dane Henry's QS campaign for this event. So that's going to see us with Marlon Harrison going through to the semi-finals.
Wow, that's huge.
It's massive. It's great to see. So we're going to have a little bit of a break, and we'll be back shortly. Thank you.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
It's been an incredible day of surfing so far for finals day here at the Phillip Island Pro QS 4000. We just saw a pretty big upset, Marlon Harrison taking down the one to beat Dane Henry, but Marzi an 8.25 in the last pretty much 15 seconds of that heat was huge. We're into the women's. Lucy Dara taking on Sophie Fletcher. This is a big heat for the women. A 5 already locked in for Lucy. Sophie out there with that first priority, James Wilson Brown. This replay, it's a pretty good one.
Yeah, really nice strong start here for Lucy, and he's been posting big numbers all event long, so he's probably just getting the wheels turning, feet in the wax. But a 5's a great start. We know Lucy got through to the quarters with a 14 and then some heat total yesterday versus Sophie's road to the quarters. A little bit safer. I think she had a pair of 3s and still managed to get through, just doing what needed to be done. But Sophie's going to have to push a lot harder here at her home break to take down Lucy with the form she's in.
Agreed, yeah, she really needs to lift in this quarterfinal. We know Sophie's got that local knowledge, that local edge, but Lucy Dara, she's just been ripping this whole QS season. She's won 2 QS 6000, she's got a 3rd somewhere in there as well, so she's currently leading the Oz rankings at the moment for the Oz QS. So you can see there Lucy Dara at the top. Isla Huppert's just taking out the Gold Coast Open. She's sitting in 2nd. She didn't come to this event. We've also got Charlie Haitley and Ziggy Aloha Mackenzie sitting above that cut line. So Taylor Green, Willow Hardy unfortunately bowed out of the event. Safi Vetti as well. So it looks like it's not... Yeah, we'll see what is locked in for the women. By the end of this event, Charlie Haitley, she's coming up in that next quarterfinal along with Sarah Wakita. But this is where it's at in the Basque Coast Shire. We're at Cape Woolamai for finals day, and we've been here actually all event. We haven't moved locations, which has been really nice. It's been turning on for us.
Yeah, absolutely, and we've been able to see all the different conditions and types of waves that Woolamai can offer versus in previous years. We've bounced around. We know there's lots of great, amazing waves on either side of the coast of the island here, but this year we've really speaks to how many different conditions Cape Woolamai can handle here. We've been able to run all event long. As we catch up to Lucy Darrow, looks like that first turn might have had some sort of weight to it, but that wave not matching the surfing.
Yeah, that's so unlucky for Lucy. I mean, she's making it work right now. She's trying to find the connections. That was a big, strong first turn. Loved it. But yeah, that wave dying out pretty quickly. You can see Lucy, she's in and out. She's here with her mum Sally. They actually came to the Penguins on Sunday night and they loved it. They had the best time, and we actually were able to see one of them. It had a lot of personality, and it was staring into the glass underneath and was just looking at all of us, and I was like, can I take you home with me? You're pretty damn cute.
Yeah, super cute animals, and in that season now where they're fluffy, replacing their feathers, so just adding to that little mini charm that they've got. And the Phillip Island Nature Parks who run the Penguin Parade also do an amazing job looking after this headland here. We've got pristine sand dunes, really nice walking track up and around the pinnacles. And if you were there, you'd have a nice view of Sophie Fletcher, the local girl, flying down this ride here. And then nice little forehand carve here to go, but needs to hit this inside section pretty hard. And getting the completion there, that'll feel good. Lucy Dara up and running behind her, going incomplete.
That was a bigger looking wave for Lucy. Unfortunately, just a little late to that section, but good strong start for Sophie Fletcher. Really liked this opening carve, gets on the rail, and then you can see she's like, okay, wait, I need to go deep off the bottom here. Tags it for Soph. She's got a score to lock in. I'm sure her dad, I saw him down here a little bit earlier as well. So 18 minutes on the clock, waiting on this last one of Sophie's to lock in. She needs an 8-5, but that can be separated into 2 scores. Locks in at a 4. Now chasing that 4.51, but it's Lucy Darragh who's that little bit further ahead right now.
Yeah, first is Sophie's falling right in between Lucy's first 2 waves. And you can probably see just a little bit of difference, the quality of speed of surfing that Lucy's bringing versus Sophie. So, Sophie, if she's going to want to match those bigger numbers, she's going to need to be on those bigger set waves that we've seen rolling through. Some big sections on offer. And if you do just what Marlon Harrison did at the end of that last quarterfinal, 2 big hits on a big section, there's a big number coming your way.
Absolutely, yeah. An 8.25 for Mars in that last pretty much 15 seconds of that heat. It's been incredible, like how much he's been doing that, and those buzzer beater finishes as well. It's been pretty hectic for Mars, but what an amazing finish. Semi-finals, he's into it.
Yeah, stoked for him, and such a good guy, smiling all around the event side. And Lucy Darragh here with priority, holding on to the high-scoring wave of a 5, just under 17 minutes remaining. She'll be looking to probably keep Sophie off one of those set waves to prevent Sophie any chance of getting one of those bigger numbers.
Absolutely. Almost 10 minutes down in this heat. And we've got a couple of really exciting quarterfinals. Charlie Haitley, Sarah Wakita coming up next. Quarterfinal number 3 is going to be really exciting as well for the women. There's been some great surfing from all of them. Mirai Ikeda taking on Ziggy Aloha McKenzie, and Anon Matsuoka taking on Ruby True for that last quarterfinal of the women's. The men's are locked in though. Let's take a look at these matchups. Harley Walters and Alistair Reginato. Tully Wiley and Marlon Harrison. That's huge.
Yeah, absolutely. So excited to see those battles go down. And then, it wasn't clear cut who was the favourite head and shoulders in any of the men's quarterfinals. They multiple lead changes through each of the quarters, which was just made for a really exciting morning's viewing of surfing. And we know the viewing's going to keep getting better and better. That tide's pushing in. This bank's going to clean up and the waves are going to start to pump.
Yep, absolutely. I'm ready for it. Let's see it. Let's see some pumping waves during the semis and the finals. My pick to win is Harley. I actually think Finn's as well. Do you have a person that you think is going to win this event?
I think Tully's just looking really focused, and runner-up last year. Maybe he's got something to prove. And we know his good mate, sparring partner Zave's bowed out, so maybe wanting to defend a bit of Victorian honour there. So we'll look to see Tully be fired up to come into that semi-final.
Let's see it. Big semis for the men. The women's about to be locked in about 3 heats time, or after this 15 minutes. So Lucy currently in the lead with a 5 and a 3.5. Sophie Fletcher open up with a 4. She needs a 4.51. So bit of a slow start to this heat. Not a lot of waves being ridden. Hopefully it starts to liven up in the next 15 minutes or so. Of course, for the women, it's the top 4 plus a wild card that qualify for the Challenger Series.
Yeah, and we know Lucy sitting at the top of that one, those rankings here with the last event, and already making a quarterfinals here. So you'd safe to say she's qualifying through, you'd think, depending on how things pan out. But one thing to watch qualification-wise is amongst these Japanese surfers. We know Anon Matsuoka currently sitting above that top 3 line. But Sarah Wakita and the other Japanese
Mirai
surfer,
Ikeda.
thank you, both within a chance of pushing up into that top 3 to qualify.
This is big heats for the Japanese women left in the draw. Big results mean a qualification opportunity for them for the Challenger Series. No one's really been locked in yet. I think the Asian men are locked, however. Just going to confirm that, but that's my understanding, is that they're locked, so we'll see. Waiting on a bunch of things. The Asian men are locked for the Challenger Series, so it will be Bronson Mady, Kei Kobayashi, Dylan Wilcoxon, Katut Agus and Riyadu Ito qualifying for the Challenger Series for the 2026 season, which is really exciting.
Yeah, what a list of names there. Can't wait to see those guys put their medal to the test on the Challenger Series in the next season. And we'll wait to see who qualifies on the women's side. It's probably going to come down to this event, the key last event of the season. And 13 minutes remaining, we saw Sophie go away with losing priority there. Not much scoring opportunity, just a 0.5 locked in. So Lucy Darragh in a really controlling position here.
Yeah, this is huge. Priority to Lucy Darragh, just under 13 minutes to go. Unfortunately, been a little slow, a little sleepy. I mean, there's still some really good waves rolling through, but just finding those good ones and finding the ones that offer you, you know, the opportunity to get into the excellent range is really where you need to sharpen the senses. So 12 and a half to go. Let's see what these women can do. Lucy, she's just been on an absolute tear, this whole season. Sophie, she's been a little bit quiet, travelling the world with her boyfriend Philippe. She's been doing an incredible job at the Sophie Fletcher Designs. It's just popping off in all of Australia. And let's see what she can do. She hasn't put the Rashi on for a QS in a little while, and I know that she really enjoys doing that at home.
Yeah, such a talented surfer and such a talented artist as well. Even walking through the car park here, you see some of her trademark whale shark stickers on a few vans, which is amazing to see. Instagram, Sophie Fletcher Designs, go and check it out. But right now, she's not chasing business, she's chasing a 4.51 to go up into first place. Yeah,
she is. She needs to do something here, needs to find herself on a pretty decent wave and do a little bit more than what she did on that first one. And that's if Lucy doesn't better the 3.5 that she's got. So it's going to be a tricky back end of this heat. We've got about 14 heats to run all day today. We're about 4 heats down, 5 once we finish this next one. It's finals day. I mean, it's huge. We're going to be giving out trophies and, deciding Challenger Series surfers today as well, which is huge, being the last event of the season.
Yeah, a lot on the line and up and riding right now. Sophie Fletcher drawing off the bottom. A little bit hung up the top there on that backhand click, so that won't be the number that she needs. She'll have to head back out there. But good that she's staying busy. We're going to need to see her on one of those bigger waves, and she's going to have to ride out of 1 or maybe 2 of those turns to really put the pressure onto Lucy.
Absolutely, yeah. She's definitely making the job a little bit tricky for herself right now, I think, for Soph. And with a fierce Lucy Darragh, she needs to lift in this last little bit of this heat. Lucy's one of those surfers where she can take off and do one big turn and get sevens. You know, I saw her do that in Taiwan, and that's why she ended up getting the win over Safi Vetti in that final for that QS 6000. And also in Nias, she just had no fear. It was crazy. She was ready to go at Lagundri Bay, and it was it was an exciting final to watch from Lucy. But Sophie, she's been competing. I went to South Africa a fair few years ago on the QS with her, which was super fun. Lucy up and riding on her backhand, in and out of that one, using that priority. It was a smaller, kind of fatter looking wave. But Sophie, she's been a QS warrior for a long time. And she's making this her favourite event and the one that she puts the Rashi back on for.
Yeah, that's awesome. So good to have her back out in the lineup, and kind of a perfect situation for her right now with Lucy Darragh almost wasting priority there. So priority goes to Sophie, and Sophie will know what she needs, but it looks like Lucy's getting busy on the inside, and that's some one quality turn there, and you can see how she's dropping sevens on single turn rides. Yeah,
big surfing from Lucy. That first turn, really nice. It's this one here. We see her go vertical into that section. Unfortunately, doesn't get that finish, but got a fair bit of damage done out the back anyway with 9 minutes to go. I'm wondering if that's going to go into her top 2.
Yeah, that second turn, a lot of quality there. And Sophie Fletcher, no stranger to competing on the QS, so we'll have all that competition experience and strategy behind her. We'll need to utilise it if she's to get over the number 1 rankings leader on the QS at the moment.
Absolutely, yeah. You really it's tricky coming up against these people that are in that top tier of the QS, particularly on those rankings. even Charlie Haitley, she's in that, conversation as well, taking on Sarah Wakita, who's also in that zone on the Asia rankings as well for the women. So it's tricky. You see the hype around those people. Maybe it adds extra nerves, or maybe it just takes the pressure off and you go, I got nothing to lose here. But 4.5 locks in for Lucy Dara with 8 minutes.
Yeah, 8 minutes remaining. So now Sophie needing the best wave of the heat to get up, and she's going to have to do it on one of those bigger quality set waves. So plenty of time to wait for the right wave to come through. Just have to make sure she's positioned herself well here on the bank. And that local knowledge surely will come into play here.
Yeah, you'd have to think so for sure. With 7.5 to go, that awareness of what wave is the best one to go for Sophie, you'd have to think it's going to start to factor in this last part of this heat. Lucy Dara, though, she's staying busy. A big looking wave. Lucy taking off, goes to pull in on her backhand. Wow, goes over, but really loving that approach. The pig dog there from Lucy Dara. She is definitely just pushing the boundaries of female surfing at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. They're staying busy under priority. Nervous scenes for Sophie Fletcher fans watching on. If she had come out of that would have really put the pressure onto Sophie needing a massive number. The 5.5 at the moment, definitely doable.
For sure. Absolutely. Definitely in reach for Sophie. But I tell you what, that was an awesome wave, that last one for Lucy Dara. She went for it, and I love seeing it. We don't see too many women pig dog at the moment, so bring it on. I'm ready for it.
Yeah, great to see, and still a bit of size hanging around. We know the swells dropped off a little bit from yesterday, but some really quality waves coming through the lineup, and that tide pushing in, high tide coming in around 2:30. So we're going to peak right in time for finals. It's well set up for an amazing day.
Really? So we're expecting good conditions around then?
Yes, absolutely.
Bring it on. I'm not too clued in with the tides around here and what's good, what's not, so I love to hear that.
Yeah, that mid to incoming tide, probably the pick of it at Woolies here.
Yes.
Might get a little bit sleepy as we get the full high tide, but that's coming in around 2:30, so plenty of time to see some really, really good action.
Bring it on. Let's see it. Can't wait for a great finals day. I mean, it's already been a great event. Yesterday was really challenging. Conditions were tough, but the women and the men really shine. Look at that.
Yeah, another look here. The technical pig dog getting in under the lip. Great to see these waves having some hollow sections. We saw Marlon Harrison pull into one and then finish it off nicely for the men's quarterfinal number 4.
Oh.
And I think we saw Xavier Huxtable on one in the morning as well. So they're out there. Plenty of waves on offer here at Cape Woolamai. Multiple banks for these surfers to choose from.
Yeah, absolutely. It's awesome as well, like the amount of distance they can get. They can really start to be like, oh, you know what? I've got second priority. I'm just going to head over that way, or move away from everyone else. So I love that. I love the opportunities that this place gives all the athletes and competitors.
Yeah, definitely. And watching on, there's some sneaky banks to run away from the competitors under priority, but those big scores and the best waves have been coming from this right bank that Sophie's sitting on at the moment. So she knows what she needs to do. Mm-hmm. She's in the right position. She just needs the wave to come through.
Yeah, let's see it. 4.5 minutes. At least one more opportunity would come surely for Sophie Fletcher to really showcase the surfing that we're used to seeing from her. Lucy Dara, she's just been on a tear at the moment. So let's see who's going to be the first female semi-finalist locked in.
Yeah, first quarter in underway. Currently Lucy Dara in the lead. 5 and a 4.5. And her competitor Sophie has already locked in a 4. Holding on to priority. Chasing that 5.5 if she wants to progress through to the semis. And coming up next, quarterfinal number 2, Charlie Haitley up against the Japanese surfer Sarah Wakita. Should be super exciting. We heard Steve Robertson mention how stylish Sarah Wakita's surfing is, and now that the waves have groomed up a little bit, should be really conducive to that.
Yeah, absolutely. She's spent a lot of time in Hawaii as well. She's used to those bigger sections, those bigger waves, and those more powerful moments. So I'm looking forward to seeing Sarah Wakita just absolutely go hell for leather out there. Let's see. I mean, the women, they're looking really strong already, so can't wait to see both Charlie and Sarah, their different approaches. Live action, big connection there for Lucy Darragh. 3 minutes to go, and she is just building her house right now. One big turn that's, in my opinion, going to go into the top 2 for sure, you'd have to think, James.
Yeah, absolutely. Super smart surfing from Lucy here. As we saw in that panned out view, she's sitting about 20 to 30 metres down from where Sophie is at the moment. And you can see why. Just one big section like that, she can unleash the backhand. And needing to improve on a 4.5. Are you seeing that number getting there? Is it getting tougher for Sophie here?
I think it will be for sure. And there we go. A 7 locks in for Lucy Darragh. So Sophie now chasing an 8.0. This is huge. It's a very big number. 2.5 minutes to go. I mean, Soph definitely has the ability to find one of those waves and absolutely belt it. But like we keep saying, time is the enemy. We saw a buzzer beater from Marlon Harrison in that last heat. Will Sophie get the opportunity in this one?
Yeah, well, fingers crossed. We at least get to see one roll through. You can see her maybe paddling around doing a bit of repositioning. Lucy making her way out the back. We'll have heard from the beach announcers that 7's been locked in, so that might relax her a bit too to stay busy and really even ramp up the pressure and replace that 5.
For sure. That she's got time to do it too, which I think for Lucy, I know that she said in the socials yesterday that this is kind of just a bit of practice for Lucy. She got a wild card into the Newcastle Challenger Series, which is going to be the last one for that season. And she's just practicing, getting herself ready for that, and then potentially moving into the Challenger Series as well for that next one. She's leading the rankings at the moment. Nothing is locked in yet, but if it was to be, that's where she'd be sitting at number 1 spot. So let's see what happens for Lucy. I love watching her surf. Her forehand is just as lethal as her backhand as well.
Yeah, unreal. And the way she's surfing in this heat at the moment, she's well on her way to solidifying that position in the Challenger Series. But nothing locked in, as you said, but we'll see how that pans out. And if she was to get on, how good to have a little practice run as a wild card at the Newcastle event in the lead up.
Yeah, huge. It's so exciting. A little more time in the Rashi is always good for sure. Always good to practice and prepare and, trial out maybe a different heat strategy or something else that you're wanting to play around with. So for Lucy, it's obviously working, whatever she's doing at the moment, with 30 seconds to go. Doesn't look like there's many waves or opportunities rolling through for Sophie. 25 seconds. Will she get the chance? She's got priority, so she's in the hot seat. She gets the opportunity.
Yeah, you got a feeling she's got to pull the trigger if a set rolls through, but 15 seconds remaining, looking out the back. Don't think it's going to get there for the local surfer.
You can see 5 seconds to go and doesn't look like Soph will get the opportunity. So it's Lucy Darragh moving on through to the semi-final, The first female locked in for the semis of the Phillip Island Pro. Don't go anywhere. A big quarterfinal number 2, Charlie Haitley taking on Sarah Wakita. We'll be right back.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Quarterfinal number 2 underway, and no shortage of the action. The girls in the water getting straight into it. Sarah Wakita kicking us off with a little wave to start, and we saw Charlie Haitley have an attempt as well. Welcome back to Finny to the booth. Finny, how are you seeing it out there?
Oh, looks pretty sick, man. It doesn't look it's not as slow as it looks on the broadcast, I reckon. Like, it looks a bit slower. It's still very, very clean. I know it's getting a bit easterly on the other side of the prom, so we might see that creep in later today, but at the moment it's clean. The waves look super fun, and we just saw Sarah get a 6-point ride to open up her quarterfinal.
Yeah, plenty of opportunity out there, and here we are. We're going to see Sarah Wakita's replay. So patient off the bottom, nice forehand little dig in there, and then yeah, great finish there, hanging on, toes in the wax, gripping in. And then versus Charlie Haitley's here, just a little bit late to that hit. Unfortunate. It was a nice looking turn to start.
Yeah, that was a pretty exciting one there from Charlie. She had a road out of that one, but just coming a bit unstuck, catching a bit of an edge on the trip down. And like you said, James, she was a bit late to that section, but there's going to be plenty of opportunity for these girls to do their thing out in this quarterfinal. True, we were talking about the girls' side of things earlier on this morning, and who's been a standout for you, James, throughout the event?
Definitely Lucy Dara. You know, there's no surprise as to her being at the top of the QS rankings at the moment, posting big heat scores. Even in that sleepier last quarterfinal that's just been, she managed to drop a 7 on a small inside one. And coming up next, Mariah Keita, she dropped a 9-point ride in her round of 16 heat. So yeah, really exciting surfing to come. Yeah,
Lucy Dara, that's a big name we've been hearing all event. She's been absolutely ripping, and I'm excited for these next couple of ones and moving into the semi-finals. I think it's going to be awesome. No matter who ends up in the draw there, it's going to be great surfing.
Yeah, absolutely, and super important quarterfinals here for the Japanese surfers. Both Sarah Wakita and Mariah sitting 6 and 7 on the rankings at the moment, I believe, in that Women's Asia region, and only 3 positions up for grabs to qualify through to the Challenger Series. So they'll be fired up. Sarah's going to be feeling good. She's already got a 6 on the board. 20 minutes, 40 seconds remaining here. Charlie Haitley with priority. What kind of wave is she going to be looking for? Don't even worry about it, Finn. She's up and riding. Take it away, mate.
Yeah, here she goes. So on the backhand, opens up with a nice carve. 6 close to that power source now, coming in over to the shoulder, and that wave just fizzling out on the inside. So not heaps of opportunity on that wave. We saw her get the bit of a cutty to start it off. Here's that replay. It was nice and bowly at the start of this wave, and then yeah, it kind of just lost its power on the inside there.
Yeah, so wave selection going to be super important. Definitely some of those waves going to hit a few holes and channels out in the middle between the banks here, so going to have to make sure you position yourself really well. We saw on the zoomed out camera lens before that there really is a wide playing field here and plenty of opportunity for our surfers to go and get their scores.
Yeah, there's definitely opportunity for them this morning. And here's our leaderboard for the Asian side of things with the QS. And we can see that Mariah, she's in the next heat. She's definitely chasing a couple points. And Sarah's just under the bar as well. So these are some crucial rounds for these surfers from Japan.
Yeah, absolutely. So they'll be looking to climb up into that top 3 position. So eyes on the Japanese surfers. Expect a lot of emotion out of here on the surfing. We've seen a few big claims already. And yeah, 19 minutes remaining. Charlie staying busy. Under priority now, though. Sarah Wakita with a 6 and priority, so in a really strong position to set up the back half of this quarterfinal.
Yeah, starting off with a 6-point ride. It's a pretty nice way to start off your heat, and you know, she's still got room for a backup score with just under 20 minutes remaining, so she's absolutely cruising right now, you know, just laying down the foundations, and we'll see her start to put up the framework and build a house in this heat.
Yeah, and Charlie paddling out, sitting right near her. Interesting choice, being under priority. Maybe she's going to try pressure Sarah into going a bit of a lemon, and we'll see how that situation pans out. Looks like there's plenty of waves still rolling through, so we'll wait for those to really hit the bank the surfers are sitting on. Should be some fireworks coming up here.
Yeah, it's exciting what we're going to see coming into the next 18 minutes of this heat.
And yeah, beautiful region out here. We're sitting at Cape Woolamai second car park. We know there's plenty of banks down towards the first car park. Further down the end of the peninsula, or the headland, we should say, you've got Magic Lands, and then a few other breaks heading up even past first car park, Aussie Tracks, and then a couple further on with some swear words in the name, so we won't announce those out over the mic, but no shortage of waves, both for this event and the island overall.
Yeah, that's the bonus of being on an island, I guess, James, is literally no matter where you go, you're going to find a pretty good wave. Did you go for a surf yesterday afternoon, James?
I did not. I know you went and searched around, and I had a look at Smith's Beach, which can provide some really good waves with those bigger onshore conditions and a bit of swell, but with half the field and all the competitors out there, there wasn't much left for poor old Jimmy to scrap amongst.
I can imagine. I saw a couple of the competitors that had been knocked out earlier in the event. I saw about maybe a swag of them, probably 10 to 12 of them all paddling out Smith's Beach, and I was like, yeah, I'm going to give that a miss, I reckon. But went around, had a look, and ended up actually surfing Cat Bay. I've never ever surfed there before, and I was just really looking forward to getting in the water. Got 2 waves, came in, and I was happy.
Yeah, very nice. And that Cat Bay region over the other side of the island, it's really good spot. We know longboarding's blown up in the local region at the moment. Just the other weekend we had the Victorian Longboard titles, and yeah, the quality of longboarders that we were seeing at that event was really great to see.
Yeah, there was nothing but longboarders out at Cat Bay last night. Felt like I was in enemy territory almost, surfing on something that wasn't bigger than 6 foot. But
yeah.
no, it's a pretty cool community that they have down there at Cat Bay. You know, everyone was really, really friendly and conversing with each other, and the sun was out. It's just a beautiful day to be getting amongst it.
Yeah, and that speaks to what a beautiful place this is here at Phillip Island, and all the beautiful people that call this place home. Such a great place to come down for a surf, and you know, if you're friendly and showing that respect in the lineup, you're going to be greeted with smiles and sharing amazing waves with the locals here. So great place to come down, and a great region to visit here down in Bass Coast. Plenty of amazing waves just off the island as well if you know where to hunt. Speaking of hunting, bit of that going on at the moment, or the surfers staying patient on the same bank. So Sarah Keita with that 6, and with priority should be looking to mirror that or go even better to back that one up, Finn.
Yeah, Charlie kind of looks like she's on the prowl for something here. We haven't seen a lot going on in this heat. There's definitely been the opportunity, I think, like watching these waves come through now. That looks not too bad. But these girls really being picky in this one.
Yeah, for sure. With 14 minutes remaining, Charlie just with the 175 and a 1 needs to start getting busy here to get herself into this quarterfinal. And waves approaching, it looks like. Sarah Keita not showing much interest in there. So sleepier section, sleepier part of this quarterfinal. The girls staying patient, and that pressure probably starting to ramp up for him, especially for Sarah, knowing she really needs that result to keep moving up that qualifying rankings in the Asia women's side.
Yeah, she knows that she needs it, and we heard Alistair Reginato talking to you about it, is that a lot of these surfers don't come here to mess around, they come here to take it home, and it's awesome to see that commitment from the competitors and that real competitive drive and their competitive nature. And I reckon a lot of these Japanese surfers have come over and gone, we're here to win, we're here to take it out.
Yeah, absolutely. And that group of Japanese surfers travelling together through the qualifying series, battling it out, and here we go, Charlie Haitley having a paddling here, which is great to see. A little inside right. Great first turn there. Plenty of power here on the backhand. Does a bit of work to get out in front of it again, and then slamming the door shut. Okay, that's going to be her first good number of the heat.
Yeah, that's a nice first wave there, as we see Sarah also taking off, opening up with a nice rail work there, and slides it over. Can she hold on to that finish? That one's going to be incomplete, but Charlie's wave was a really nice one. Surfed it beautifully, and I think we're definitely going to see some nice scores drop on Charlie's. An awesome first turn. Her backhand surfing is really staple. She's so strong. Has a lot of Caroline marks throughout this wave.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's going to be the number she needs. And Sarah was on her way to really putting herself in an amazing position for the second half of this quarterfinal. That nice opening first turn, then pushes just the fins a little bit too hard on that end section. Maybe the wave not pushing back enough to keep her upright there.
Yeah, well, like you said, James, it's going to be tricky today. These waves getting stuck in those gutters, and they just lose their power and push. And I think that was a big factor in that one.
Yeah, absolutely. So just the 3 there for Sarah off that opening first turn, more or less, and not a bad little backup score in the context of this heat so far, but we are waiting for Charlie's wave to come through. You imagine it'll be in and around, maybe just under that 6-point ride for Sarah, and there it is, a 5.25. So yeah, super close here. 11 minutes 15 seconds remaining, and Charlie Haitley in second position, chasing a 3.76.
Yeah, so just under that first one of blue. It was a bit of a small wave, but, you know, I thought that the quality was there. So she's just chasing that 3.76. Definitely a bit of time to do that. And, you know, Charlie's such a strong surfer that wouldn't be surprised if she goes, well, I'm not going to get a 3.76. I'm going to go out and get a 6.76.
Yeah, very specific numbers there. If you must be a talented surfer if you know you can chase that 6.76 to a T, but the way Charlie's surfing, you wouldn't put it past her. She waited a long time and for a good set wave out the back underneath priority, and probably thought the time starting to crunch a little bit there, so got the work done. The surfing's there, just a smaller inside wave. That same surfing on a bigger set wave is going to push a really decent number at us.
Yeah, 100%. We saw that from her yesterday when it was a bit bigger. She was surfing some really big, clanky sections, and we'll be excited to see that today again. You know, it's not as big as it was yesterday, but, you know, there's still 3 to 4 foot waves coming through, and it's just a lot of quality. You can see this wave coming through right now, how clean it is out there. It's a full glass off.
Yeah, that wind really backing off compared to yesterday's made the conditions a lot more cleaner and groomed today, which is great to see pushing into finals day. And great timing and setup from the contest director to get the surfers out in these waves for finals. And surfers still making their way out the back, so a bit of a roll through here as we see that one rolling through in the corner of the screen. So some great waves still rolling through the lineup. So 9 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. The paddle out not as hard as it was yesterday with those rips spawning out and the side current dragging surfers left, right and centre. Speaking of Xavier Huxtable after his round of 16 win yesterday, and he was saying, yeah, the rips are spawning left, right and centre. You almost got to wait for the wave to come to you.
Definitely. It's definitely tricky out there this morning. When I went for a quick paddle around, you think you're in the spot, and then next thing you know, you're halfway down the beach. So you got to be right on your toes. Make sure you've got a couple landmarks on the beach to sit in between.
Yeah, and these surfers sitting on the right bank a little bit down from the judges' tent, so a massive white landmark for them to use to negotiate and position themselves, but it's still not going to be easy. Shifting sands and plenty of waves drifting in and around here at Cape Woolamai. So 8 minutes, 15 seconds remaining, and Charlie's actually beaten Sarah out on the paddle out here, so priority goes to her. And that's going to be super important here. 8 minutes remaining. She's going to have to get herself on one of those set waves.
Yeah, she's definitely going to have to wait for some quality to roll on through, James.
Camera 2 go to red and 1 go to blue. Yes.
And looks like we can kind of see a bit of a set making its way on through here. So that second wave from where I'm sitting looks like a pretty good wave, but not sure. Can't see really the wide ankle.
Yeah, there we go. So Charlie deeper on the bank here, in position for one of those set waves to roll through. And looks like she's just going to drop anchor and wait for one of those. Okay, so here's a zoomed out view. You can see that little bit of a gutter on the inside there where those waves are softening out, and nice. And you can see how clean it is in comparison to yesterday, and a few little lines out the back. We should have some action coming for us shortly. 7 minutes remaining.
Yeah, plenty of time for Charlie. I don't think she'll be too stressed. The 3.76 isn't a massive number for her. And Sarah, she's looking to extend on a 3-point ride. Definitely a very achievable thing to do with 7 minutes remaining.
Yeah, you see Charlie doing a bit of repositioning there, looking back to the beach, making sure she's in the position for when that set comes through to drop that 3.76. You see her asking for the situation there, so the beach announcer will give that to her, and I don't know if she's going to be relaxed or not. She knows she's in second, chasing that 3.76. 6 minutes remaining, starting to get towards crunch time in the second of the women's quarterfinals. And up next, Mariah Ikeda up against Ziggy Aloha Mackenzie. Mariah, another one of those Japanese surfers in a critical point of her season, looking to jump up the rankings to qualify onto the Challenger Series. It's great to see that drama and all those stories play out here at Phillip Island.
Yeah, Mariah, she's an excellent surfer, but Ziggy Mackenzie, she's absolutely ripping at the moment. You know, still such a young surfer. We saw her at the Padang Cup last year in July, I believe it was, and where some of the bombs that she's taking off, she's definitely not scared of a couple of bigger waves rolling through. So I'm excited for that next one with Ziggy and Mariah.
Yeah, absolutely, and approaching that 5 minute mark, the surfers will be looking up to the beach. As you see, the Cardinal Adrian Serrati will be flying that yellow flag to let them know. And currently it's Sarah in the lead with a 6, needing to improve on a 3, hoping she gets the opportunity to do that. But currently it's not a big score asked of Charlie with priority, so could go any way here.
Yeah, this one's starting to get a bit awkward now with 4.5 minutes remaining. Gets to that last 5 minutes, see the yellow flag, and you know, if you're chasing a score and you don't see any waves on the horizon, some panicking can start to happen. It's definitely happened, and people have started to melt down, which is never what you like to see. But here's Charlie. Looks like she's seen something here. Can definitely see some waves starting to roll on through. She's spinning around. Doesn't like the look of that first one. And here we go. Sarah's taking off, and that wave just not giving her much opportunity at all. We'll see if Charlie decided to take off on one of these set waves. Maybe not. So she's going to hold on to priority.
Yeah, starting to get a bit angsty maybe, having a look at that one, but making the right call in the end, not to waste priority on that one closing out. So Sarah Wakita under priority, she's free to hunt around and have a look at those, get to her feet, see if maybe she can get one big belt in on a closeout section, because that's a really good way to improve your 3, judging by the scores and waves we've seen roll through already today. So Sarah will paddle back out to the lineup, and looks like Charlie's seen something, or she's repositioning. 3 minutes remaining. Yeah, getting super exciting here. Slower heat. Currently just the 6 and the 5.25, but still anyone's game.
Definitely anyone's heat at this stage. Exciting times. And you know what else is exciting, Jimmy? Is that the footy's starting to make its way back, mate. How good's that?
Yeah, we are down here in Victoria, the home of AFL football. Some of those interstaters watching on might be thinking, nah, the real footy's rugby, mate. But you're in Victoria
I don't
now,
think so.
And we are that excited for the AFL. And my team, the Essendon Bombers, doing yet another rebuilding season. I think it's 20 or 25 of those in a row. So
yeah, they're going to have another shocker this year, I think.
Yeah, no, we're absolutely stoked looking for that. Or if not, we'll show glimpses of making finals and then get tired again. But what about your team, Finney? You're a Tigers man, aren't you?
Tiger, mate. I'm Geelong Cats, mate. So we'll probably go to all the way this year. We've got some really young players starting to join the team and get comfortable on and around the ground. So I'm excited for the footy season this year, and that's so good about Victoria is I can come down to the island tomorrow night, go watch. I think it's Sydney versus Collingwood are playing in Melbourne tomorrow. I can't quite remember.
Yeah, no, it is exciting and just getting started, but coming to the close out in the water at the moment. Women's quarterfinal number 2. About 1.5 minutes remaining. Sarah Keita having a look at that one, pulling off. So priority, Charlie Hatley's really got to pull the trigger soon. She'll be looking at one of these next sets to roll through.
Yeah, I wonder if she's looking out for a left or one of those bigger rights. I know the lefts, their quality isn't as good as those right-handers. But, being a good few footer myself, I'm always looking out for a left. And I know Charlie, she'd be pretty keen to find one. She's mainly surfed snapper rocks and burley heads. And she loves surfing the rights, but, it's pretty hard not to go left.
Yeah, that's it. And that bigger set, a little bit out of position, but she's scratching in now. And this might be the opportunity she needs here. 50 seconds remaining. And up and riding, a little bit late to it. Got to get around it there and just can't match the speed of that wave. That one running off pretty quickly.
Yeah, kind of looked like she was on the wrong side of a good time on that one. So a little bit late. She's got 35 seconds. I think that might be all she wrote there for Charlie. Priority, of course, is now with blue.
Yeah, maybe not enough time for Charlie to get out the back, although it looks like the inside one could still give her an opportunity. Not a big score needed, so Sarah Rakita's got to be really careful here. 10 seconds remaining, yeah, and she knows what she's doing. She's moved right across on her to put the clamps on with priority. Quick check of the watch as we count down, and Sarah's going to progress through to the semi-final. So that wraps up women's quarterfinal number 2. Next one in the water, Mariah Cater up against Ziggy Aloha Mackenzie. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for quarterfinal number 3.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Alrighty, we're back for quarterfinal number 3 of the Open Women's down here for the 2026 Phillip Island Pro. Out in the water, we have Mariah Akita in the red up against Ziggy Aloha Mackenzie. Finn Murphy here, joined with Steve Robbo. How are you, Steve?
I'm good. It's been a fantastic day here. You can't see how clean the faces are out there, but there's absolutely no wind, and we've got great conditions, and we've got a surfer up and away already. Who's that, Finn?
Yeah, that's Ziggy Mackenzie, just locking in a 4.5 to open up her account, so that's the replay. Getting the feet in the wax, getting the nerves out of there, and here's our Japanese surfer, Mirai, getting a really, really nice wave to start us off. So 3 really nice turns.
Whoa. Vertical in the pocket is surfing. It's good. And there it is, 7.5 for that one. And she's got the jump on Ziggy on a 4.5, but Ziggy's been super impressive through this event. I don't know much about Ziggy. Do you, Finn? I don't know where she's from. Or
So Ziggy, originally from Queensland, and I know she spent a big chunk of her life living in Indonesia. She's still fairly young, 17, 18. She absolutely charges,
she does,
surfing big 6 foot padang, surfs massive snapper rocks, and she's been coming through the ranks like nobody's business, just taking out some really big heavy hitters, taking out heaps of wins in the Grom Search kind of rankings, and I know state rounds and pro juniors, she's just been absolutely flaring.
Well, she's certainly been impressive up to date, but she's got some work on her hands now because the Japanese surfer, opening with a 7.5, that's a great start for her, has a 3-point spread on that opening exchange. So from Queensland, Sunshine Coast, Gold Coast, Straddie, not sure.
Not 100% sure whereabouts in Queensland.
Yep, but spends a lot of time in Indonesia, and
Yep.
young, emerging, like so many of these Australian surfers. And I see Sarah Wakita managed to win her quarterfinal. Important result for her. She's trying to make that qualifying cut as well. And Mariah Akita, I haven't seen a lot of her either, but that first wave was really impressive.
Yeah, starting off with a 7.5, should be feeling fairly comfortable now. You know, a lot of confidence-based surfers, if they start off with a bit of a shocker, then they can really start to get into the head, but I reckon she'd be feeling great after locking in a 7.5 in the first 2 minutes of a quarter-final.
Yep, you'll take that every day of the week. And the next quarter-final, again, Japan-Australia matchup, and I know Anon Matsuoko, she's an awesome goofy foot surfer from Japan, also vying for qualification. Up against Ruby True, who some of Ruby's waves on the big days were the most impressive I've seen during this event. I believe she's is she an Olympian skateboarder?
Yeah, she sure is. So
yeah.
She's pretty handy when it comes to slapping it up against the coping in the surf and in the on the skate park in the concrete.
And I don't know whether she's pursuing both careers or whether she's decided, well, when I fall in the water, it's a lot better than falling on concrete. But, it seems to me like she's really pursuing a professional surfing career, and don't blame her after seeing some of her waves on the big day. She was charging, and, just one of these other young, emerging Australian surfers.
Yeah, the level of women's surfing in Australia right now is pretty unbelievable. I mean, we have those young girls like Charlie Haitley and Lucy Darragh that are just doing amazing things, and Ziggy Mackenzie in this heat that is just absolutely ripping. And, you know, we're pretty lucky in Victoria. The girls down here absolutely rip, especially from Western Peninsula surfers like Ava Holland, Sarah Hickson, who were on the draw early on. They absolutely rip. I know Ziggy McKenzie and Ava Holland shared a final together for the Parko Junior Pro up in Queensland, and that was a really, really fun one to watch.
So just the one wave for both surfers at the moment. A little bit of a slow start. 18 minutes remaining, plenty of time.
Yeah, a bit of time, and like I was saying to James Wilson-Brown just before, Robbie, you've been doing a little bit of beach comms this morning as well, and it looks a lot smaller on the a lot slower on the broadcast, don't you reckon?
It does. It looks smaller on the broadcast as well because there's still some solid sets rolling through the lineup. They don't necessarily catch the biggest of the waves coming through because they're closing out across the bank. It's probably the secondary level set waves that they're getting. But I'm looking at the broadcast screen now, and it in real life on the boardwalk, the waves look better than what they do on the screen at the moment. And there's absolutely no wind, and the wave faces are really clean. Whereas on the broadcast, it just looks a little messed up, but it's not. It's super clean out there, and when the sets hit, they can really score big.
Yeah, so it's pretty exciting to surf Cape Woolamai when it's this good with only 2 people out. And like you said, Robbo, not a breath of wind at all. Be a pretty good day to be going fishing, I reckon.
I'm surprised. I thought there'd have to be wind today. It was windy yesterday, and I wasn't expecting conditions this clean or today. So it's a great day to finish the final, and we'll crown champions. Here's a nice wave.
Wow,
Ziggy. I didn't see the start of it.
It was a nice start, kind of a bit of a gouge setting her up for that end section. But wow, love the commitment there from Ziggy McKenzie, just going full throttle. And that kind of could have ended pretty badly depending on how she landed.
Beautiful opening turn, and wanted to nail that one and didn't. So if she had nailed that final turn, it would have been a really good score, because the opening move was good. Just a 3-point ride. That's on that opening turn. And here's our Japanese surfer. Oh. So, yep, she's focused on critical moves in the pocket.
Yeah, so getting a nice backup score there for Mariah Keita. Here's that replay, and it just goes bang. Loves that big section. So I'm interested to see what this score will come out as. I kind of liked Ziggy McKenzie's first turn a lot, but that was a lot more critical there from Red.
Yeah, and that's how they're scoring it. So it's a good backup for the Japanese surfer, a 5-point ride, whereas Ziggy with a 4.5 and a 3 needs an 8 to get to first, but has plenty of time, just under 15 minutes, so she can get out there and post 2 good scores and rein in that 12.5 heat total of the surfer in red.
Yeah, Ziggy McKenzie needs an 8, and she's definitely capable of doing that. Some of these heats that I've seen her surf throughout the event and previous events down here on the island has been pretty impressive. So a lot of these younger surfers have spent a bit of time on the island in the past couple of years. We've had Australian titles here, we've had Grom searches here, we've had Pro Juniors here, so a lot of these surfers, they're kind of familiar with Cape Woolamai and these waves.
It's the best place to run a competition because you've just got so many options. You'll always find waves. Yeah. And there's the Asian rankings for the women, and we can see Sarah Wakita knocking on the door. She's into the semis. And Mariah Akita in 7th spot, also knocking on the door of those top 3 positions. And here's the Australian ones. So, Ziggy is inside that line. And I'd say Ziggy's probably pretty safe because I don't think... Is Taylor, Willow, Safi, Kiara, Yali and DeSantos still in the event? I don't think so.
All those
ladies
have been knocked out, unfortunately.
So those top 4 should be safe, and I would imagine Isla Huppets will double qualify, so that'll open up some positions there. So, yeah, these are good results for Ziggy. So Ziggy in 2nd place at the moment. There's just under 13 minutes. Now, this is what would be going through Ziggy's head. She'd know her wave scores, 4.5 and a 3. So she'd be thinking, right, I need an 8 to get to first. I can do it on one wave. I can get the excellent wave. If I don't get the excellent wave, my other strategy is to get rid of both those scoring rides that she's holding at the moment, the 4.5 and the 3, and chase down the Japanese surfer's 12.5 total. So they'd be the 2 strategies working through Ziggy's mind at the moment. And it'll depend on the wave she gets. If she gets a wave that really stands up, she'll chase it down on one scoring ride, and she'd have to get an excellent ride. The other strategy, maybe it's the more likely strategy, is I got to get 2 new scoring rides. I've got to beat the 4.5 and get rid of this 3 that's sitting there at the moment. I've got 12 minutes to do it in. That is enough time, but as that clock ticks down, that will change as well. Whereas the leader, Akita, will be very much focused on getting rid of that 5-point ride. That's her low score, and trying to just nail this quarterfinal away. And 11 and a half minutes remaining.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see if Mariah tries to drive herself away from Ziggy McKenzie. And here we go, huge crack, just coming unstuck there, unable to ride out. But yeah, I'm interested to see if she's going to hang it out and try and hold on to her lead, or if she's going to go, I'm going to keep working on progressing.
Well, with 11 minutes remaining, I reckon she's going to try and get rid of that 5, get a bigger score. She doesn't have priority. She can basically seal the heat with a really good score, but she's not going to get it on that one. She did not ride out of that turn. It was critical. She did a lot of the hard work, but she fell at the end. That will not score at all. Just a 1-point ride for Red's last ride. You don't get any points for trying hard.
Yeah, that's right. But hey, like you said, she doesn't have priority. There's still 10 minutes to go. She may as well keep on trying to get rid of that 5. There's plenty of time, It's not like she has anything to lose.
No, that's for sure. Well, she does. She can lose the lead, or she can nail this quarterfinal.
Breaking this well.
And I've just had a nice text from a good friend telling me that Ziggy lives at Jaramba on the Gold Coast.
Well, there you go. Not a bad spot to call home, I think.
Probably one of the most consistent beach breaks in the world. Very few days there's not waves out there. Sometimes there's too many waves.
Yeah,
often there's too many people.
Oh, definitely too many people out at D-Bar, but probably contestable 358 days of the year, I'd say.
Yes.
And to be honest, Cape Woolmai wouldn't be too far off. There's always a wave around here, whether it's here and Zach's Magic Lands, but keep saying it, we're on an island. There's always somewhere to surf here, and especially in the Bass Coast Shire, down Kilcunda and Sandy Point ways.
Well, a lot of people don't realise that. Yes, the island's got all these waves. You go off the island and head a little further east, northeast, east. I'm not sure what the directions are. Probably east, northeast. And there's a stack of waves there as well. Within 30 minutes off the island, there's a stack of waves. One particular wave, which we don't have to talk about too much, is also absolutely world class.
Definitely, and for such great quality of waves, you can get pretty funneled with no one but yourself out.
Yeah. We ran a WSL World Junior Final
Was that
down that stretch.
Mick and Parko in that final?
Mick and Parko on a great day, and I think Mick won. I'm not sure. They were so close. I can't remember. Well, I can remember it, but I can't remember who won. That was an epic event. We ran the first half a dozen days here at Woolamai in amazing surf. Got a little smaller, so we went over that way and found some incredible waves there as well.
That would have been pretty insane, having really good Cape Woolamai and then going surfing down that way. And
yes, at the
having
river
an
mouth.
event. Yeah.
And it was incredible. So, 7.5 minutes now. As the clock ticks down, it becomes more a focus for Ziggy. Well, maybe I've really got to focus on this 8-point ride. She's still got time, though, to get 2 waves, but she'll be starting to consider those options as well. 7 minutes remaining. And quite a number of these surfers will be packing their bags and making their way to Newcastle next week for the final event on the Challenger Series for this season. We look forward to that. There'll be a full broadcast of that event. And, Newcastle always delivers. Good to see Dane Henry from Newcastle. I was speaking to him the other day, just trying to get some background on him, being on the commentary team. And I think he said he's from Cabarita now, but he said, I'm not from Cabarita. I'm a Newcastle born and bred.
Yeah, right. I did not know that.
Yes.
Dane was from Newcastle. Newcastle is such a great stretch of ocean there. I love going to Merewether, Newcastle, Lake Macquarie and those kind of spots.
Well, it's time for Newcastle to deliver some more surfers on the CT. They've always had an amazing history of surfers coming out of there, but I haven't seen too many in the last few years.
Yeah.
So it is time for them to deliver and honour their past. Surfers like, of course, Mark Richards, but there's more than that. We've got Simon Law, Matt Hoy.
Yeah, he's still ripping there. I think
Luke Egan.
Morgan Siblick. Morgan Siblick.
Okay,
He's
yeah.
from
Rightio. So there you go. Morgan's as well. Yep.
Ryan Callahan.
I forgot Ryan. How could I forget Ryan?
Luke Egan. He's so good to watch him surfing. He's one of the best goofy footers to ever do it in my eyes.
Yep. A little known fact about Luke Egan is I think he was one of the few surfers who had a either close to level or even a better record against Kelly Slater.
It's not bad.
Any other surfer.
I'd take that.
Yeah, he wasn't.
Well,
he was never scared to take on Slater.
I think Xavier Huxley definitely against Jack Robinson, but I think it's not too bad against Kelly Slater as well these days.
Yeah, well, this was Luke Egan v Kelly Slater in his prime.
Yeah.
Now we're down to nearly 4 minutes, so Ziggy in second place. The strategy will now be really starting to focus in on, I got to get an excellent wave.
Yeah, I think that it's really starting to sink into Ziggy's mind right now. Or in 4 minutes, probably looking down at the watch going, there's not much time at all, and I really need something big here. but there's definitely waves. We've seen waves coming through. We saw Mariah's got 2 just small waves. She's trying to go for something big, but just keeps getting unstuck.
That's 7.5 at the very start of the heat. That's gold. That's proving absolute gold for her now. Three minutes remaining. Clock ticking down. For Ziggy, that clock's going too quickly.
And I think for Mariah Akita, probably couldn't go quick enough.
That's right.
Just get it over and done with, she's probably thinking.
I'm in the box seat. I'm ready to go to the semi-finals. Hopefully, maybe.
But knowing what Ziggy McKenzie can do, I'm definitely excited to see her. Looks like she's going to take off on this wave. Maybe not. She liked the look of it. She had quite the look. I'm not sure if she'll lose priority, but we'll leave that to the judges. Looks like she's going to hold on to it at this stage.
And I would say that move indicates that she's really looking at it going, right, I need a good wave to get that excellent score. There's no point me taking anything but a good wave. As we approach the 2-minute mark.
Yeah, wave selection's going to be the name of the game for Ziggy McKenzie here. There's definitely a lot of lemons out there, but if you can find a needle in the haystack or a diamond in the rough, here we go. Could this be the one for Ziggy McKenzie? Takes off, nice first turn, gets back out into this face here, bounces it off the coping. Whoa.
Okay, that's going to be her best wave. It might not be an 8, 1 minute and 40 seconds. But yeah, some good, powerful moves. That's a great first turn. Races around this section and nails the last turn as well. She
did well with what she had there. I think that end section definitely didn't shape up as well as she would have liked. Kind of crumbled there. It was a bit soupy on the inside.
It's going to be her best wave. I'm confident of that. And there it is, 6-point ride. So time could be her enemy now. She only needs a 6.51 now, but she's only got just over a minute to do it. It's doable, but she's going to need the ocean to come to her and deliver her a decent wave. She's going to have to stay away from the Japanese surfer who's holding priority. And, yeah, well, I wish she had got that 6 just a little earlier than that. But let's see. It can be done. We've seen it happen. And we're down to 35 seconds.
Well, she's back out in the lineup here without priority with 30 seconds remaining. Wow, look at these girls.
Yes, well,
they've seen something here and they both know they need to take this.
Yeah, well, the surfer in red holding priority is not going to make life easy for Ziggy. As you can see there, she's right on top of her. 10 seconds.
And looks like the buzzer's going to sound there, so Ziggy unfortunately not able to find one. We're going to see Mariah Akita move on to the next round, and we'll be back after this short break.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
It's the last heat of the quarterfinals for the women here at the Phillip Island Pro. It is finals day, and on Matsuoka is taking on Ruby True. It's a battle of the goofy footers, and these two women have been looking really strong the last couple of days during this event. I'm True Starling, joined in the booth with Steve Robertson. Robbo, it's been a really huge event. I feel like we've had some big days, some big moments, but the surfing's been exciting.
It has, and what a day to finish on. No wind at all, and really good waves, and huge scores, and there's been some incredible heats, so it's only going to get better as we head to the finals this afternoon. And like you said, this is the match of the goofy footers. I've been super impressed with Ruby True on some of those big days. She charges, and interested to see, because I know how good Anon is as well. So this should be a high quality quarterfinal. Can you tell me a little bit about Ruby True, where she's from? I know she's a skateboarder.
Yeah, she is. So she's a dual athlete, went to the Olympics for skateboarding. We'll get back to it though. We'll stick with the live action. Anon, big connection there for the Japanese goofy footer. She's looking strong. She's vying for a spot on that Challenger Series. Top 3 women for the Asia Series. Qualifier plus a wild card. But yeah, Ruby, she is from the Northern Beaches of Sydney, from a place called North Narrabeen. Part of that team. This is a good turn though from Anon. Yeah,
nice, smooth connection there. And like you said, Anon's chasing one of these qualifying positions. All Japanese this year. I'm confident that's going to change next year.
Yeah, agreed.
There's a bunch of female surfers coming out of China that are going to be chasing the qualifying series next year for certain, and we just ran that event in China a few months ago. I couldn't believe how many emerging Chinese surfers are coming through.
Oh, it was amazing. And to have, so many Chinese competitors make it to finals day as well, and also take out that Pro Junior. Was incredible. The talent was just oozing from all the men and the women there. This is Ruby True. Speaking of talent, big drop there for Ruby. Just gets a little hung up at the start, so she has to eject. Anon locks in a 7.25 for that one turn, and the judges really rewarding that commitment. Ruby needs to make up the numbers. She's got a 6.76 is what she's looking for to move up into the lead. But as I was saying before, Ruby, she's from North Narrabeen, a part of that team in the ABB. Went to the Paris 2024 Olympics. She didn't get a medal there, but she had a really impressive performance. She's still quite young. I think she got to the semi-finals in the Pro Junior of this event as well.
Yep.
And as you said, yeah, she's got a great backhand attack. She absolutely charges. She's here with her dad, James, as well. So, yeah, she's a definitely up and coming talent.
So I'm interested, at her age, can she pursue both careers, or does she have to prioritise one? Skateboarding, surfing?
I think that she wants to do both. My understanding. I think that she definitely took some time off surfing to really put in the time of training for skateboarding to get to the Olympics.
Yep.
But now I think she's really trying to find the balance between the two.
Yep.
She's an incredible, I think she might even be an X Games medalist as well. I mean, she's just so good at everything she puts her mind to. She's so athletic, and she's got a lot of backing, and I think that everyone around her know that she can pursue both.
Wow.
She's definitely doing well at the moment, and, chopping and changing her time between surfing and skating. She brings the skateboard wherever she goes pretty much, so travelling with 2 oversized luggage.
Yeah, well, from what I saw, absolute potential to go a long way in surfing the other day. She charges. And I'd encourage you to pursue the surfing one. It's better to fall in water than on concrete.
Absolutely, yeah. It hurts a lot less, doesn't it? She's pretty fearless though, Ruby. She'll take off on some pretty big bowls in the skate park, and also some pretty big waves, which we saw showcased yesterday. So I'm looking forward to it. she was like, "Oh, are you going to run the women's quarters out there this afternoon?" This was yesterday. And I was like, "Oh, I'm not too sure. What do you think?" And she goes, "It is fun." And she goes, "But it's a lot of work."
There were some serious swells coming through yesterday, and I distinctly remember seeing one of her waves. I think she scored an 8.5 and an 8 in one of her heats, and it was just based around power, big moves on big waves. So I was super impressed.
Yeah, she's definitely one to watch. Anon as well. She came to the go-karting. We had a little bit of a go-kart session yesterday.
I heard about that, yes.
Phillip Island go-karts, which was awesome. It was so fun. And Anon was like, the first lap I was a little bit scared, but then after that I was sweet. And it was really fun. And it was really cool to see Anon just going for it. And she had the biggest smile on her face at the end of it.
That's one of the best go and pay for go-kart tracks in Australia.
Yeah.
It's been there forever, and if you're ever down at Phillip Island and you want to have some fun, hit the go-kart track. It is super fun. Were you in the go-kart?
I was.
Oh, right.
I had so much fun. I was like, this could be pretty deadly. Like, I could stay here forever.
Yeah.
I might not leave my go-kart.
Yep.
It was good. Well, there was a couple of really funny moments. So it was exciting. It was a great afternoon. A lot of people. There was about 14 people that went.
Wow.
And it was a big group of us, and everyone came out having the best time, which is
there you
awesome.
go.
It was so good. A little bit quiet though. That 7.25 of Anon's is the best score of the heat so far, and not much after that, Robbo.
This is identical to the last heat at this stage. The Japanese surfer in the first minute posted a 7.5, I think, and then there was a slow part right through the middle of the heat. So hopefully they get their opportunities. Here we go.
Anon, just a quick in and out there. That wave pretty fat and slow, so I like the approach. I like the idea, trying to get some waves under the belt, trying to get herself going, but that one unfortunately didn't cooperate.
No potential, so out of there.
Let's see, 16 minutes. We got 25-minute quarters, 25-minute semis as well.
What about the finals?
30 minutes.
30
I was
minutes.
actually just looking at this.
Yeah.
So we've got 30-minute finals. So that's going to be huge. We'll be seeing the men's final hit the lineup first, but we've got semi-finals to get through as well. Harley Walters taking on Alistair Reginato, and then it'll be Tully Wiley and Marlon Harrison for that second semi, which is huge. Big heats. Big heats coming up. And James Wilson Brown, he was saying that with this tide, he's thinking that the conditions are going to get a little bit better.
Yeah, well, you never know at Willamai. Swell can increase, it can decrease. There's big tidal movements, but one thing's for sure, there's always waves.
Yeah, that's the beauty of this place. I feel like it's always so consistent.
So many waves.
I heard you say the other day there's about 20 different spots.
Yep.
On the island?
At least 20 different surf breaks. Most of them are really good waves. There's some world-class waves, including Willamai beach breaks. They're world-class on their day for sure. And there's a world-class reef not far from here as well, around the Smiths Beach area. There's a number of good fun point breaks, and then around the other side of the island there's some really good protected areas where you can get super clean point breaks and reef breaks. So there's at least 20 waves on the island.
Wow.
And just off the island there's a lot of waves as well as you head to the east within half an hour of here, and some of those breaks are absolutely world class.
Awesome. I can't wait to go and have a little adventure around. While we've got a little bit of a break in the action though, not many waves rolling through, we'll head to a little ad break and we'll be right back. And we are back. A super quick break, a little bit of a reset. Hopefully the Ocean caught on that as well for finals day here at the Phillip Island Pro. 13 minutes to go in this last quarterfinal for the women. Anon Matsuoka out in front with a 7.25 and a 0.75. Ruby True holds priority. Hasn't really got a good score yet, but it's bound to happen at some point. She's having a good strong paddle at this one. A decent looking wall ahead of her. Deep off the bottom. One good crack for Ruby, but again, just those incompletions are really getting to her in this quarterfinal. So she needs to really regroup and find a good wave that she can get a couple of good turns on.
Yeah, she did all the hard work there. Went vertical, just couldn't ride out of it. So it's going to be another throwaway score. She's got a 0.3, a 0.5 and a 1. So she'll want to see those out of her score line. Still has plenty of time, just over 12 minutes.
Plenty to go. Anon, she's just cruising out there. That 7.25 is a real edge in this heat. The only proper score that we've seen so far, which is unusual. It's been a little bit slow. We saw it slow in that last heat, but you can actually see around the event or around where the women are sitting right now that there's heaps of waves rolling through on different peaks and different spots. But they've identified this one as the spot with the best waves. It might not be the most consistent, but it's definitely got the one that has the best option and quality. So we'll see what rolls through in the next 11 and a half minutes. Anon having a little paddle around.
Yep, having a good look at this one. Will she go? No, up and over it.
If Anon makes this heat, she'll be taking on Mirai Ikeda in the second semi-final for the women's. That first one has been decided as well with Lucy Dara and I believe Sarah Wakita, which is very exciting. Charlie Haitley went down to Sarah Wakita in that second quarterfinal for the women, but it was a great one to watch. Mirai getting a 7.5 in that last one as well. She's looking strong. Ziggy, unfortunately bowing out, but she had a really great comeback. Ziggy took out the QS in Cloud 9, the QS 6000.
Wow.
Which was huge, a really, really exciting moment for Ziggs.
And she's qualified for the Challenger next year, I believe.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if it's 100% locked in.
Right.
But
yeah, we looked at the rankings on the screen earlier. It looked to me like she's definitely qualified.
Wow.
But that's unofficial, obviously.
Yeah. It's exciting. You always forget this last event. There's lots that comes into play with points and everything else like that, you know, this qualification series.
There they are.
Yeah, it's looking like it's not 100% been called on official, but that's where we're looking right now. Ziggy is about 2,000 points ahead of Taylor Green, so those top 4 women sitting above that yellow line looking pretty safe for a Challenger Series appearance. Waiting for that official call though, which is pretty crazy, you know, finals day, and there's still so many different scenarios that could happen.
I think the men's rankings are really tight. Guys like Alistair Reginato and whatnot could elevate themselves to qualify. So yeah. As we look at that, you can see Alistair, Jarvis.
Wow.
A couple of those ones above the yellow line are double qualified as well. So all these different equations coming into play.
Wow. And look how close that is between Alistair and Ben Lorenzen. It's about 610 points.
Yeah.
Between those two. That's huge. You don't really know what's going to happen. Dane Henry, we saw, got knocked out by Marlon Harrison just before in that quarterfinal. Harley Walters is coming up in the next one, along with Alistair Reginato. So these are live rankings at the moment, too. So those two going head to head. This is pretty close between all those top 10, basically, men on the QS. So nothing is 100% solidified. This event will close it out with just over 8 minutes to go. 7.25, still the best score of this heat. Nothing else really locked in. Just over 8 minutes. And Ruby looking for a 6.96. It's a little sleepy out there, Robbo.
It is. I don't know what's happened. It'll come alive. And but yeah, this has been a tough heat. Just the one decent score on the board at the moment. Here we go.
Anon. Big connection there for Anon Matsuoka. Unfortunately, just over committing a little bit.
Okay, so that hands priority over to Ruby. So, yes, Ruby's got to get to work. 7.5 minutes remaining.
It's always tricky when it's like this and you see one good score and everything else is sitting below the twos. It's a little bit, you're like, okay, what's the Ocean doing right now?
Yeah.
Where are they sitting in comparison to the waves? Are they on the spot? Has it shifted? Of course, we don't get the full, look in of
Scope, no.
Yeah. All right, Ruby having a paddle here. She's up and riding on her backhand, needs a 7.35 at this stage, but anything will really help that campaign. Good connection there for Ruby True. Gets the finish.
That is good. A good choice of wave for Ruby. Nice, strong turn there. That was the earlier wave, I think, of Anon.
I think that was actually live.
Live?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, that's going to be another good score for Anon as well.
Full replication of that turn.
It was. So, significant scores to come in for both surfers. At least Ruby's on the board now and in the game. Finished that one nicely, so she's going to get a decent score there. But Anon is going to improve her score line in a big way. That was a great turn.
Wow, that had a lot of spice and energy to it for Anon. I'm interested to see where that kind of comes in. That was a really, really good turn. Ruby's was a strong connection as well, maybe on a smaller section, but she'll still get up there into, a decent score to lock her in.
Yep.
So 6 minutes to go. 5.25 locks in for Ruby. And scores a 5.5 come through for Anon Matsuoka. So Ruby, she's got herself on the board, a 5.25. She now is looking for a 7.5. So one big backhand snap. We know she can do that.
We know, yeah, that's a walk in the park for Ruby if she gets the right wave. So it's game on finally, which is good news. 5.5 minutes remaining. Anon in the box seat, out in front. And the surfer in red up. She's not going to ride out of that one, so that won't change the situation. So Ruby now holding priority, plenty of time, chasing down a 7.5. And as we've seen right throughout the week, a 7.5 for Ruby is no problem. She just needs to find the wave.
Wow. It's going to be a tight 5 minutes, both of these women. It feels like they've had 7-minute heats in these 25-minute quarters.
Yeah.
We will have 25-minute semi-finals as well. 30-minute finals, that's been called on. So a couple more hours worth of surfing. And we're about 3 or just under 3 hours, and then we're done. It's crazy.
It's been a big event.
Yeah, it's been huge.
Huge. 7 days of surfing and, non-stop.
Yeah, back-to-back surfing, competing. Yesterday was a big day. The first few days were huge. Pretty much 7 till 7 days, it felt like.
And then we cherry-picked our way through the small swell, which was good. Because, Victoria was basically flat for 2 days there, but because we're at Woolamai, it picks up every bit of swell. It's got a variety of banks, and on the right tides, there was some really good, there was some high-performance small wave surfing, which was really good to watch as well.
Yeah, absolutely. The Pro Juniors were putting on a show. We saw Willow Hardy and Ocean Lancaster take out the Pro Juniors of this event. Harley Walters was in that division as well, but he's found himself in the quarterfinals of the QS 4000. He's taking on Alistair Reginato coming up next, which is Going to be a huge semi-final between those two surfers, Tully Wiley and Marlon Harrison, for semi-final number 2. So we're really getting down to the pointier end of the draw. Ruby True up and riding, needs a 7.5, has to go big straight away. She does. If she can get a good finish. Oh, unfortunately, that whitewashy section on that wave.
So close.
Wow.
The opening turn was brilliant and just couldn't get the quite get the connection. Watch this turn. That is A class and just couldn't finish it off.
Wow. She was really setting herself up for that score then, I felt. So just under 3 minutes and a score to come through for Ruby True. That first turn, I agree with you, Robbo, it was really smooth. It had packed a lot of punch. Unfortunately, it won't be the 7.5 I don't think that she's looking for.
I feel if she'd nailed that last turn, she would have got the score.
Agreed. Yeah.
Yeah, she would have, because
Wow.
just off the one turn, she's posted a 6.35. So that's narrowed the margin again. She now only requires a 6.41 and just over 2 minutes remaining. So she's got time. If she'd nailed that last turn, she was getting the score for sure.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Agreed. She would have been definitely challenging for that lead. 7.5 was what she was looking for. Now with 2 minutes to go, she's chasing a 6.41. There's the frustration. You can see her slapping the water. She knows if she hadn't made that turn, she's moving up into the lead and getting herself a spot in the semi-finals. And now she has to battle with Anon, who's got that first priority, but she's not. It doesn't look like she's anywhere near her right now, so
Yeah.
she might have a little bit of a free pass in the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, there's time. 1 minute and 30 now. That's a long time in surfing, so she can do it, and we know she can get that score easily. Just needs the opportunity.
Anon, she's paddling over to her. She's like, yep,
Yep.
I hear what you need.
Yep, I'm going to make life hard for you.
Absolutely. The competitive mindset of Anon Matsuoka is second to none. She's been an incredible competitor this whole year, making finals day pretty consistently as well. So let's see if she can keep Ruby True off one of these waves. Anon has a big paddle, scratches into it. She needs to better a 5.5 to make this one count. One big belt there for Anon Matsuoka. Just the one turn with 45 seconds pretty much to go. She's staying with it. She's taking it all the way through.
Well, it's her last throw of the dice now, so I don't think she'll improve her scoreline, so I still feel like Ruby's chasing a 6.41, but we'll see. And she's got 30 seconds to do it. She's got priority. She's out there by herself. It's up to the ocean to deliver a wave to her.
Yeah.
But I'm glad we saw that turn of Ruby, because that's the
Agreed.
quality of what she is. It's amazing.
Absolutely. Yeah, points on the board for Ruby. 6.35 for one turn. She would have got the score if she had a rode out. Anon riding out, 5 seconds to go. Does Ruby get an opportunity in time? Feeling like maybe she didn't, unfortunately, for Ruby True. So it is Anon meeting Mirai Aikeda in semi-final number 2 of the Phillip Island Pro. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the men's semis right after this.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Lots of big surfing here at finals day. We're into the semis for the men's here at the Phillip Island Pro QS 4000. Harley Walters and Alistair Reginato, and we heard some big cheers and some big moments down on the beach. Alistair starting off really, really strong in this semi-final. We just saw Anon Matsuoka take out the last quarterfinals for the women, taking on Ruby True. I'm True Starling, joined in the booth with James Wilson-Brown, and this is the start of Alistair's.
Yeah, amazing.
Wow.
Great to see the other side of Alistair's surfing. Absolutely massive punt to kick off his semi-finals campaign. And then Harley Walters, the one little backhand hit, then kicking out. So great number to roll through for Alistair to start this one off. And early signs that's going to really put the pressure onto Harley.
Wow, 8.75 straight away for Alistair Reginato. Okay, so Alistair and Caleb had a final with each other in the Tahara Pro QS 6000 in Japan last year. Al got second, Caleb Tankred won, but this is that first wave of Harley just catching a little bit of rail there. And I'm feeling the same energy from Alistair in this first semi-final. I'm feeling like he's really ready to light it up.
Yeah, absolutely. Been in form throughout this event and just been building, and then it feels like he's peaking right at the right time. And that 8.75 start, what a way to kick off your semi-final. Huge, lofty punt. And great to see. We were chatting to him earlier in the post-heat interview, and we thought maybe he was going to go a bit more clinical, asking if he's going to push further. You know, he's wanting to really jump up those QS qualification rankings, and you can see how much it means to him there, putting it all on the line early days.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that as well. You know, the risk first reward is definitely one to kind of calculate, but Alistair 8.75, he's ready to rock and roll, and I actually like that. I like how he's done that early, applied that pressure to Harley Walters early on, because Harley's been starting off in a very similar way. So I'm interested to see how he answers back, but let's just take another look at this. 8.75. Wow, gets it. So lofty. How's it kind of slow-mo as he comes back down? Great air rev there for Alistair, and a little bit of a claim, and fair enough. That was a pretty dynamic turn there for Alistair Reginato.
Yeah, really good timing and really big projection out from the lip after he clicked that. And as you said, in the slow-mo, that beautiful arc of the tail almost drawing a line with the water out of the lip as he follows it around, and perfect stomped landing, deserving of that 8.75. Early stages here, 20 minutes remaining. The Basco Shire presenting the Phillip Island Pro here, and waves are really starting to pump and some opportunities coming down. That last women's quarterfinal, great exchanges towards the end there, and Anon Matsuoka getting the nod.
Yeah, that was awesome. That quarterfinal between those two women, they actually didn't get too many waves in the start of it. It was pretty much the last 5 minutes where they really opened up, and they really were able to kind of, get some better surfing done. There was a lot of downtime in that heat. Hopefully not too much in this one. 19.5 to go. 8.75 is the best one for Alistair. We're just over 5 minutes down in this semi-final. We'll get a chance to chat to Anon Matsuoka. And that was a really important result, and, a pretty important heat for Anon in regards to the rankings for her to progress through. They only take top 3 for the women in the Asia region. So, plus a wild card, which just is not a lot looking at the talent of the women's that they have right now. Anon Matsuoka is currently sitting in second. Minami Nonaka in third. And we've got Sarah Wakita, who's still in this event, sitting in fifth. And Mirai Ikeda also still in this event. She's in 7th. So lots of different scenarios that could happen towards the back end of this event. And, with 4,000 points on the line is pretty big, and there's pretty big changes that could happen.
Yeah, absolutely. All of those surfers right in and amongst, and it looks like one of them's going to have to knock out the other, unfortunately.
Yeah.
You hate to see that. You'd love to see everyone in the region qualify, and here goes Alistair just going to work again. So one big air to start off here, and then he's just gone straight into a massive power turn, and looking like no inside section on offer there. So we'll see where that one sits with the judges. But really nice looking turn there too.
Yeah, absolutely. That was huge. I mean, Alistair is looking so strong. He is, yeah, I don't even know where to put that. I mean, this is just the surfing we're used to seeing from him, but to see him just, absolutely lay it down on that section in such an important heat is huge from Alistair Reginato. That turn was so strong. The push on that back foot, that was huge. A 6.25 locks in for Alistair Reginato. So that sees Harley Walters in a combination situation right now, and that's pretty quickly done. I mean, just under 10 or not even 10 minutes into this heat, and Alistair's got 15 points.
Yeah, that's it. And that tide pushing in, really giving the opportunity more and more frequently now for these surfers. So 17 minutes remaining, and Harley with priority needs to make sure this next wave is a keeper.
Yeah, he really does. 17 to go. Harley, he's got time and the ability, like we've been seeing, for him to get some great scores and some great numbers. So let's see what he can do. I mean, he's got priority. He's got a great air game. Here he is, up and riding. Harley Walters in and out. Didn't like the look of that one. He's being a little bit pickier in this semi-final. 15 points is still what he's looking for. So 16 and a half minutes to go. 8.75 and a 6.25 of Alistair Reginato. He's put Harley Walters in combo. And we have a very excited Anon Matsuoka. She's down there with Finn Murphy.
Wow, well done. The conditions are obviously a lot different to what it's been the past couple of days. How is it out there?
It was so fun. Today condition, the best condition in this event, I think. And I like the backside, so I did, and I'm so happy tonight.
And is this your first time on Phillip Island, or are you returning?
It's first time here, so it's so beautiful place, amazing, yeah.
Yeah, it's a great spot. Have you been surfing anywhere else other than Cape Woolwai?
Yeah, I don't know the point name, but the other side, outside the island, I went and nobody out there. It was so fun, left and right, and I was so excited, yeah.
And what's kind of the strategy going into the next round?
Today I wake up and then, I just having fun every moment. So next seat, I just having fun, and then hopefully I didn't make that huge set last hit, so hopefully made that more good wave, and then just having fun.
Well, it's exciting times. Congratulations, and we look forward to seeing you in the next heat. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much, Finn and Anon. She's had lots of fun around the island here. She loves Tim Tams. I found this out yesterday. She's a big Tim Tam girl, and I was like, all right, maybe a little packet of Tim Tams if she wins the event. We'll see. But she had a great go at go-karting yesterday. She had lots of fun there. So Anon, the last female to lock herself a spot in the semi-finals. She'll come up very soon. It's really quick turnarounds for these semi-finalists to kind of get themselves ready for the finals.
Yeah, go and digest that win, and you heard, what's working and what she needs to improve on is riding out of those big set waves. So we'll look to see her attack in the semi-finals. So halfway through to the final, probably deserving maybe half a packet of Tim Tam so far, and then she'll be looking to progress through the whole packet.
Absolutely. She's getting ready for it. I think a Tim Tam every now and then is pretty good, and I know that, the Japanese competitors, they've got such a great kind of heat reflection. They're really good at identifying where they went wrong, what they did well, and I feel like that does set them aside from a lot of the other competitors because they utilize that a lot. And Anon, I remember her in Newcastle at the start of 2025, she was one of the first competitors down in the lineup every single morning. And it was freezing. And she'd have a welly on, fluffy socks on. She'd have her shoes and a big puffer jacket. And she's like, all right, I'm the first one down here, waiting for it to get light. And I'll be the first one out there in the water. So she's, very dedicated.
Yeah, putting in the hard work, and that hard work often leads to good results or good opportunities coming your way, and currently sitting second in the rankings. As you said, just having fun at the moment, waking up in the morning, having fun. I wonder how her fellow countrywomen are feeling, knowing that they're really needing that result to get up over that qualification line if they're waking up with a different sort of mindset. For sure, it's a stressful one. It's moments where, you really need to lift. Not a whole lot has gone on in this heat the past, pretty much we're halfway down. Alistair Reginato with an 8.75 and a 6.25. We'll be right back. Hopefully more surfing to come.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
And we are back. We are in the first semi-finals of the men's here at the Phillip Island Pro QS 4000, the last QS of the season. Alistair Reginato has put Harley Walters in a combination situation. We haven't seen that shift or change. Harley still looking for 15 points and above to get into that advancing position into the finals here at the Phillip Island Pro. But Alistair straight away on two waves, an 8.75 and a 6.25. Huge surfing. Really committed. Very strong. We're excited to see what happens in the next 11 minutes of this one. I'm True Starling once again in the booth with James Wilson-Brown. And it's been a big couple of days of surfing, but finals time, it's on. Harley in and out. He's been scratching around. I think we know what he's after. He's trying to find those big air sections, but he just hasn't been able to connect. Live action, more surfing. Alistair up and riding. He's been smooth and connected. Good first turn to start. Needs to go big for the second one, which he will. Looking to better that 6.25, and two very different approaches. Harley up and riding once again. Live action. The boys going back to back. Big strong first turn for Harles and absolutely nails the second one. Gets that little tweak in the tail as well. I love that turn. He's got it on lock. So potentially a paddle battle. We'll see. These replays, James, there's a lot.
Yeah, absolutely, and love this transition here. Whipping back up, straight up the face, nice and vertical, plenty of speed, and hitting the injection out. But Alistair's looking in form, looking really firm and solid on his feet here. Just stomping that end turn right over the middle of the board. And one of those little one-hand mini fist claims that we're seeing creeping in across the board. We'll wait to see how those scores come through, but Harley's definitely got a wave to keep him in it so far.
Absolutely, that's going to break the combination, you'd have to think, for Harley. It was a big, strong second turn on a pretty huge section. They're kind of just cruising right now on the big paddle back out, but let's see it fire up. Priority is a big moment in these semi-finals as well. If you have priority and a bomb comes through and you're on it, that really sets you aside. So pretty a lot of heat tactics comes into it with these man-on-mans, and a decent score for both Harley and Alistair to lock in.
Yeah, absolutely. And while we were on break, we saw Harley hunting around a little bit, and he found a ramp to go to the air on the back out and went pretty big, but just coming undone halfway through that rotation. So you know what's in the back of Harley's mind and what he's capable of. So now chasing an 8.01, that last wave coming in at a 7. So, yeah, you have to think he might be pulling something out along those lines with 8.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, absolutely. It's 7.0 for Harley. He needs that 8.01, and yeah, it's going to happen at some point for him to lock in another excellent score. It's bound to happen in the next 8 and a bit minutes. Alistair, looks like that last one maybe didn't go into the top 2, so he didn't extend. He's got that 8.01. The 8.75 and a 6.25, so he's very far out in front right now. But Harley, we saw big airs from him at the stab high. Some pretty crazy acid drops, which was just mind-blowing to me. So we know that that's in Harley's arsenal. He just needs to bring it out in this semi-final, and we're starting to slowly see it come through. Like you said in the break, we saw him go to the air, but he just didn't quite find that connection to his board to ride out.
Yeah, and that's it. So Alistair with priority, going to have his pick of the lineup, and if he sees one with a dangerous-looking ramp come through, for sure he's going to try and keep Harley off that to help protect his solid lead that he's built for himself really in the early opening stages of this semi-final. An 8.75 and a 6.25. Lightning start for him. Sleepier second half. Yeah, eyes on Harley as he probably will look to take to the sky.
Absolutely. Let's see. I love when we see a couple of air battles between our competitors. So let's see what Alistair and Harley can do. Harley's saying, help me out. I need to know what's going on. He's got that 7, needing an 8.01. He's had actually a couple of heats this year, I think, from memory, where he's been needing big scores, and he's got them in those buzzer beater moments. And Harley's got that real confidence coming into this event for the last one of the season. He knows how important it is. He's currently sitting in 4th, I believe, or 5th on the rankings at the moment. Alistair is in 8th. So this is a really important heat for Alistair to progress through and get into that final.
Yeah, and that last event of the season, those stories starting to play out, and Alistair, one we're keeping our eyes on right at the cusp of the bubble of qualifying for the Challenger Series again. And yeah, great heat total, looking strong so far. But Harley has been a bit of a giant killer already in this event, taking out defending champ Xavier Huxtable earlier in the quarters today.
Mm-hmm.
And then, yeah, needed a score, and he got that score he needed right in the crucial time.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. A couple of pretty awesome buzzer beater finishes, and I personally love it. I love those buzzer beater moments. It creates for the drama and the story, and you see it happen, and you're like, whoa, okay. You know, this whole heat, we've been wanting Alistair to get through. He has been getting through, and Harley's dropped an A5. You know, you just don't know what's going to happen, and I get excited on that. Harley having a good look at this one. He's up and into it.
Up and into it, racing down the line on the backhand. He's hunting that section and not seeing it, but under priority, he's probably going to have a look at a fewer waves like that and see if he can get that little ramp to go. 8.01. Priority with Alistair, so you know he's going to take that set wave that's going to give you those few big turn sections. But the way Alistair's been surfing already, you got the feeling that he's going to replace that 6.25, and Harley's going to need a solid number.
Yeah, absolutely. You're feeling like any time Alistair gets to his feet, he's going to improve. Wow, that was the 8.75 of Alistair Reginato. Very first wave. 6.25 here as well. This is so strong.
Yeah, the one big air into the one big turn. All done in really the opening stages of this semi-final. So the confidence to boot for Alistair, and then Harley, this is his backhand transition here for a 7. That end turn, really, really sick.
That was so solid. He has those turns on lock. He can pull them out whenever he wants to, and 9 times out of 10 he's making them. So no surprises there. 7.0 for that one of Harley. But he's got a fair way to go. 8.01 is what he's needing. 4 minutes. And Harl's looking for a decent number. You can see Marlon Harrison paddling out there in the blue. He'll be taking on Tully Wiley. That's another big heat. Another big moment for those surfers. 2 Victorians pretty much. Marlon a Victorian for most of his life. Moved up to the Gold Coast, surfs the Snapper Rocks now. And I think he may have been in the team for the Usher Cup at Snapper not too long ago from memory. Let's see what happens. Oh.
And there we go. So Harley going, but Alistair up and running behind him with priority. A little bit of a sticky situation there for Harley. We'll see how that one comes out with the panel. But yeah, to touch on Tully and Marlon, both of those surfers getting through in the final stages of their quarterfinals. And what do you think of that replay there between the boys?
Wow, that was an interesting one there between Harley and Alistair. I'm unsure why Harley went that. First of all, the wave looked pretty straight. Alistair maybe could have, I don't know. That was a weird one. I feel like we're going to see an interference potentially at some point. But yeah, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, well, priority, you've got unconditional right of way, so Alistair definitely making sure he went that one regardless and throwing his hands up, asking the question of the judges at least. So, yeah, generally speaking, you would just want to stay wide and clear of any wave someone with priorities looking at if you're under priority, especially in a two-man heat.
Yeah, for sure.
Here we go, Harley staying busy.
Oh.
Super lofty there, but just kind of stuck midway in the rotation there.
You can see that frustration coming out in Harley as well. That was a bit of an error to have gone that last wave over Alistair. Let's take another look at it here.
Here it is again. So he takes a look. Yeah, he sees Alistair going.
I think he maybe thought he might have been too deep.
Yep. And there really wasn't much scoring opportunity for him there anyway, so we'll see how that one comes in with the priority judge.
Wow.
Nothing up on the screen just yet, but 1 minute, 20 seconds remaining. It might not matter. Harley Walters still chasing an 8.01.
Yeah, it's one of those sticky situations. Alistair did have that priority over Harley, so yeah, we'll see. 1 minute to go, judges deliberating on that situation there. Alistair, though, 8.75 and a 6.25. He definitely asked the question, and he had to. And with 55 seconds to go, he's done everything that he can and everything he needs to. Let's see what is going on. Alistair up and riding on the inside. Ooh, lets the fins loose, but comes unstuck. That was a pretty good first turn. Something a little bit different that we're seeing from him. And then 35 seconds. Harley Walters up and riding. What's he got for us? We know that he's looking for that air section. He's really racing for it. Spent a lot of time on this wave, just kind of trying to find those sections. Ditches the fins, gets the rotation. It's not going to be the 8.01, but still good surfing from Harley Walters with 10 seconds to go.
Yeah, hats off for him there. He was chasing that ramp. Maybe could have got a few turns done on the forehand there. But, there you go, conceding. Great to see the sportsmanship, shaking Alistair's hand. And Harley no doubt knows how important a result that is for Alistair.
Absolutely. Well, big congratulations to Alistair Reginato. Moving on through to the finals at the Phillip Island Pro. Don't go anywhere. Tully Wiley and Marlon Harrison go head-to-head. We'll be right back.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Semi-final 2 in the water, and battling it out here we have Tully Wiley up against Marlon Harrison. Two Victorians. Marlon, a pseudo-Victorian now, grew up here early on, and this should be an amazing battle. James Wilson-Brown here, joined by Finn Murphy. Finny, what are we looking to see here between the boys?
I reckon we're going to see some pretty insane power surfing. Marzi and Tully are definitely got some power behind them. Marlon Harrison, no stranger to taking it to the air, where Tully, on the other hand, loves the big bad sections and just loves to go full tilt up into those closeouts. So I think this is going to be a really exciting semi-final. Tully obviously no stranger to this event, runner-up last year alongside his good mate Xavier Huxtable. And Marzi Harrison, he's definitely been coming down since this QS was started back in 2017, back when it was a QS 1000.
Yeah, and progressing now through the QS 4000. And both of these surfers, not an easy road through to the semi-final. Both of them having to take out world champions of various pathways on their way. So Marlon Harrison somehow getting through the monster Dane Henry, who looks so in form all event. And then Tully Wiley getting the nod over Jarvis Earl.
Yeah, these boys have had to sludge it out. They've had some pretty stacked heats. I know Tully Wiley's round of 32 had Willis Droomer alongside him, as well as Rico Haybiddle and I believe it was Ben Spence as well. So that's a pretty stacked heat in its own. And then, yeah, Tully coming up against Jarv. These conditions kind of favoured Jarv more, I think. But, you know, Tully, he's been cool, calm and collected and been able to get his way through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, and as we see on the screen here, those live qualifying series rankings, Alistair Reginardo getting through this semi just there. So he's just moved up into that qualification line. So hopefully we get to hear from him shortly, but he'll be absolutely buzzing with that result.
Yeah, I mean, Reggie's such a powerful surfer and such a good bloke as well. You always love seeing him going down to the beach. He's always respectful of the locals when he comes down and surfs these waves, and it's amazing to see him do so well throughout this event.
Yeah, such a ripping guy and ripping in the water as well. 20 minutes, 20 seconds remaining here. A bit of a slower start here to this one. We saw Alistair come out the blocks absolutely firing in that previous semi-final, taking to the sky an 8.75. We knew it had it in his surfing, but he was just getting the job done with that clinical precision turns, especially on his forehand. And then we saw him absolutely blow the tail out with a power turn to back up that big air. So great surfing, and congrats to Alistair for that result. We'll look to see him in the final shortly. But right now, Tully Wiley and Marlon Harrison, no waves ridden as of yet.
Yeah, the boys probably going to be a bit picky now. This is semi-finals time. This, just that last stretch, probably. This, I reckon the semi-finals is almost more nerve-wracking than the final, because the final is like, yep, we're here, we can do this, let's go. But just trying to make it there is something, a big feat in its own. And, you know, congratulations to Alistair Reginardo. That was a pretty insane heat there from him. And Tully and Marzi still just waiting patiently for a nice set to roll on through.
So 19 minutes remaining, and we are going to throw over. True Starling has the man of the moment, Alistair Reginardo.
Thank you guys so much. Alistair, that was a pretty exciting semi-final between you and Harley. Lots going on, lots of drama.
Yeah, that was hectic. I was stoked to get off to a bit of a good start, and then, Harley's so good at surfing. Like, you know, he gets any section, he can get a 10. So I never felt safe until he dropped in on me, and then that felt kind of nice to just breathe a little bit. But yeah, that was a sick semi-final.
Harley is solidified for the Challenger Series, and with that result, so are you as well. So that's huge. You're into the finals of this event, and yeah, you're the last spot to have been confirmed for the next Challenger Series year.
that's awesome. That's what I came here for. So, yeah, I'm chuffed. So keen to get back on the Challenger and, yeah, take out heaps of crew. So, yeah, I'm frothing and, yeah, hopefully can now take out the event. I came here to win. So, one more heat and hopefully I can do it.
I'm even thinking back to that day in Tahara, the QS 6000 over there in Japan between you and Caleb as well. That was a great day, a great final between the two of you. Are you feeling like you're in that same energy, that same kind of environment?
Yeah, similar sort of mindset. Waves are like almost complete opposite. It's like 4 foot and pretty junky and super, super clean. So, yeah, a bit more stoked to be surfing now than I was there. But, yeah, that one stung a bit, got me like on the hooter. So, stoked he's not here to beat me again. But, yeah, definitely want to go one better.
I know you have lots of friends and family at home. Is there anything you'd like to say?
Yeah, big thanks to mum and dad and all my family and everyone on the sunny coast and Goldie watching. Yeah, let's go one more.
Let's see it, Al. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thank you, True, and congrats once again to Alistair. Clutch performance, final event of the QS season, and securing that final spot for the Challenger Series will be great to see him run that circuit one more time again, and he's also got one more heat to run. Now we were waiting to see who's going to join him in the men's final. Tully Wiley and Marlon Harrison. Still no waves ridden yet. Definitely scoring potential rolling through, so we most likely won't see a restart here, but 16 minutes 40 seconds to go, you're basically going to be surfing a 15-minute heat here.
Yeah, so that's pretty much that time's really cutting down quite quickly, and these guys haven't had much opportunity yet to just make their mark. But this is going to be exciting once we see these boys. I think I'm getting the vibe that this heat's going to come right down to the last 10 minutes as we see Marlon Harrison opening up his account, taking first blood in this one. Sick first turn. Can't get another one. That wave just breaking down in front of him. But there's Marzi Harrison just getting something.
Yeah, first score underway, and here we go. The replay here. Couple pumps waiting for that thing to stand up, and yeah, times that really well. Heaps of speed out of the lip. So that'll be our first score for the semi-final. Priority order established now, and Tully Wiley will be waiting for a set wave to roll through and hear the number that he needs from the beach commentary.
Yeah, Tully, I spoke to him this morning. He was down here really early, pretty much at the crack of dawn, just getting a feel for the place and getting the vibe. And I asked him, obviously he's got a broken finger. I was like, mate, how's it been going? Is it annoying you? Is it shocking to paddle with? And he goes, oh, at the start it was really bad. Didn't even know if I was going to surf. And then he's just been taping it up. He said he's been feeling great, really confident, and we can see that throughout the surfing he's been doing in this event, that he looks confident and he looks like he's come here to play.
Yeah, that's it. He's a tough, strong man, Tully Wiley. He's not going to let a little break in the finger stop him from getting all the way through to the end at an event that he does so well at time and time again. Finaled last year against Xavier Huxtable. And no harm really done here in that opening exchange. So 14 minutes, 40 seconds left on the clock. First for Marlon, a 3.25. Yeah, but Tully will be looking to go, 6s, 7s at least here to have a good chance here. And here he goes, using priority. Nice looking pace wave, drawing off the bottom. Big backhand crack up in the lip.
Well, huge start there from Tully. That wave looked pretty sick as soon as he took off, and that one delivering a massive section for him to absolutely light up. This is what Tully does. This is literally what he's built for, is doing these massive backhand attacks on these huge sections. Judges have been loving it all event. Definitely going to move into first place on that one, and it was pretty exciting to watch.
Yeah, that's it. So just the one turners on offer at the moment for the competitors. So Marlon's forehand contrasting against Tully's backhand, and Tully just able to get a bit more vertical, a lot more critical, and the score coming through showing that. So a 6.5 for Tully, exactly what we said he needed, and he's gone straight into first place. So that priority seesaw battle beginning. Marlon now will be chasing a little bit of quick mass here, a 3.26 I would say, to go up into first.
Yeah, so still a tight heat. I mean, the threes aren't huge numbers for these boys to be chasing, especially with the bag of tricks that these lads have. Marzi in particular, you know, we've seen some big sections for these guys to throw some airs. And Marlon, especially coming through the junior rankings, was always throwing the airs, massive air revs and all that kind of jazz. He's focused a lot on his power surfing in recent times, and that's just really refined his whole bag of tricks. He's very versatile.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can see him waiting out the back for priority. He needed a big number at the end of that last quarter final and just absolutely belted a big set wave twice for, I think, an 8-point ride or something along those lines. So he's been one of the informed surfers of the event so far. That spark and that excitement from the heats Marlon has been up against. Just the consistent performance from Tully, just showing his experience here at Phillip Island.
Yeah, showing looks like he's going to take off under priority. This is Tully again. So opening it up. Nice crack off the lip. Can he get a bonus? Oh, pretty late, but does well to make that thing work. Super, super late to that, but just rides out with no problems there. So Tully getting a nice backup score. And he did well to find this one under priority. Thought Marlon Harrison might take off, but he let it go. And there's Tully getting the two-piece combo.
Yeah, and we know he's such a big, strong athlete, but super nimble as well. Getting that little bonus hit in there as well. Pretty impressive how quickly you transition there.
Yeah, you know, a lot of people watching at home that might not be able to get down to these events and meet some of the crew, people don't actually realise how big of a guy Tully is. You stand next to him, and for me, I'm 5'11", and he towers over me. But some of the sections that he can find himself in, he's really impressive how well he can surf, and like you said, super nimble.
Yeah, for sure. And another score to come through. Marlon letting him have that one, and Tully really making the most under priority, a 5.25. So Marlon now chasing an 8.5 single wave score to go to the lead. You imagine he's going to need 2 new waves if he's going to want to win this semi-final. That 3.25 is going to be thrown out the window. But not much time left on the clock. 10 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Starting to get into crunch time. Second of the men's semi-finals.
Yeah, 10.5 minutes remaining. We saw the first 10 minutes of this heat, no waves ridden. And yeah, I was getting that vibe that we're going to see a lot of action in the last 5 minutes. And I'm still reckon that's going to be the case because Marlon, he needs that big score in 8.5. He can do it in 2 waves if he really wants to. There's enough time for that. He's only got the 3.25, so I reckon if he starts putting down the gas, he could definitely find himself 2 really nice waves. Maybe put up 2 5s and get in a bit of a better spot.
Yeah, just under 10 minutes remaining. Tully waving his arms around, eager to hear that score from the beach commentary. He'll find out he's in the lead, and he'll be feeling really good that Marlon's chasing an 8.5 single wave score, especially with the amount of time left here. 9 minutes 30 seconds now, and Tully under priority. He's going to sit on the bank. We know when these sets have been rolling through, there's been multiple opportunities, so Marlon's going to have to make sure he picks the right one here.
Yeah, it's going to be a game of wave selection for the last 9 minutes, I think, for Marlon Harrison. And Tully Wiley just sitting right next to him.
Yeah, putting the pressure on, breathing down his neck. We know wave selection and your heat strategy is so important at this location here. Big wide playing field up, plenty of banks for these surfers to choose from. And they're opting for this right out the front of the judges' tent. And Tully loving the rights at the moment. Heaps of scores. He's getting heaps of scores off the right hands, and with that backhand attack, we expected to see in the lead at the moment. But yeah, plenty of time remaining, but getting less and less time for Marlon to get 2 waves.
Yeah. So I'm interested to hear what the strategies these boys were going for. I know Tully Wiley, he's been working with his coach, Cale Bell-Warren, for a number of years, probably since he was a grommet. Cale, obviously a Victorian local, used to be on the QE for quite some time, so he's no stranger to competitive surfing, and the relationship that the Victorian surfers like Tully and Zave have with Cale is pretty special, and I think that coach v competitor relationship you have is probably very important, especially when you're travelling together. I know Dane and his coach have been travelling the world for a while now together and racking up a couple nice medallions together. So
yeah, for sure. And no doubt there'll be a lot more silverware in that cabinet by the time Dane Henry's career is done. But yeah, back to Cale Bell-Warren, such a good man to have in your corner at this event. He's semi-finaled here in his past when he was more in his prime. Not that he's not now, but doing an amazing job as a coach. And here goes Marlon now, tucking up under the lip. One big pump. Is he coming out?
Wow. Oh my goodness. Oh, thought maybe we might have seen him tumbling over or stumbling, but what an absolute nug. If he had to come out of that thing, that would have been a shock to the system, I think.
That would have been insane. Let's see how close he got on the replay here. We saw him just lurch under this lip, jumping through, and he's probably still travelling in this thing, and then
we see him
try to sneak out of the doggy door, and he's almost out, and then it just is the white water clipping him there. So, yeah, Tully Wiley with priority now and the lead. Marlon probably still needing an 8.5. Things are going to be really tough for Marlon from here on out.
Yeah, well, it's not the first little cabin he's got this event. We saw him earlier this morning find a nice little tube, and that worked out well for him. But, yeah, far out. He was so close to coming out of that one half. I definitely would have expected some pretty good scores, and I reckon I would have been losing it in the car here.
Yeah, absolutely. We are commentating from a car, and we got that excited seeing him pack that thing. We almost slammed on the accelerator just as Marlon was doing as he was travelling through that pit. But yeah, Tully's going to be super grateful to hear that he hasn't come out and only locked in a 2-point ride for that attempt. That would have been nerve-wracking scenes for Tully watching that thing from the back.
Yeah, but like you said, it's a bit of a tricky spot here for Marlon Harrison now. There's 5.5 minutes. He's under priority. I reckon Tully Wiley's going to be sitting pretty fat on the outside of him.
Yeah, with priority, Tully. And showed a little bit of interest in that one there, but 5 minutes remaining. I wonder if he's going to start playing some very early defence here, and he's pacing around. Looks like he's looking around to see where Marlon is.
Yeah.
Good to get eyes on Marlon, see where Marlon is at the moment. There we go. So he's making his way back out into the lineup. And he'll know he's chasing a big number here with the final stages of the men's semi-final number 2. They'll be, whoever takes this one out will be meeting Alistair Reginato in the final. Here's this replay, Finney.
Yeah, look at this thing. You could fit a truck through that, and just, oh man, I thought he was going to make it out for sure, but he was so close. It was absolute nug.
Absolute nug, and needed that clean exit to really get a decent score there, but the waves are rolling through, and we have a little over 4 minutes remaining, and you can see Tully, look at this, putting the pressure on, paddling straight over to him. Welcome out the back, mate. I'm going to be clamping you down for these final stages here. So Tully, when he opts to go here with priority, he's going to be looking to replace that 5.25. And if he can get something up in that 7.58 range, Marlon's going to be needing 2 new waves.
Yeah, this is, I reckon this is going to be the longest 3.5 minutes for Tully. Oh, here we go. Some motion in the ocean. What are we going to see here from these lads? Marzi obviously needs a big score, an 8.5.
Yeah, he needs Tully to go or sneak one under priority. He's going to be trying to sell Tully on anything or, feigning disinterest. So that one closing out. And Tully, no stranger to these situations. He'll be very aware of what he needs to do to progress through to the final.
Yeah, it'll be pretty exciting if at this stage we're going to see a Tully versus Alistair final. I'm pretty certain that those guys are pretty good mates and they've done a bit of travelling together. So I'm sure they'll enjoy having a final out here together. It's extremely rare that we get to see Cape Woolwima with only 2 people out. So these boys are pretty lucky to share a semi-final together in Cape Woolwima, especially when Marlon Harrison's getting pretty tubed like that.
Yeah, that's it. And Tully obviously spending time with Alistair on the Challenger Series this year, and we know Alistair's just re-qualified, securing that last place to go at it again and have another crack. And you heard the fire in his voice in that post-heat interview. He's ready to take out a few people. He's got one more person to take out in this event here at the Phillip Island Pro presented by the Bass Coast Shire, and we're waiting to see who that next surfer is that Alistair's going to have in his sights. And we've got some action here, the boys paddling.
Yeah, Marzi and Tully in a bit of a race over this wave here. Looks like Marzi's going. He's pretty deep. Oh, so he's a bit too late, bit too deep on that one. So Marzi, he's got 1.5 minutes remaining, still sitting under priority. I think Tully Wiley would probably be pretty glad he didn't even have a look at that wave.
Yeah, absolutely. Marlon doing what he needs to do, showing interest in the waves coming through to try and get Tully to pull the trigger. Tully having none of it. And he's just going to hang on to that priority out the back. So really strong position here now for the surfer in red. 1 minute remaining. And Marlon still chasing an 8.5.
It's definitely not over though. Marlon Harrison is such a strong surfer. If he gets the right one, he could easily drop an 8.5. And we've seen stranger things have happened.
Yeah, that's it. And Tully's sticking to him like glue now. 45 seconds remaining.
.30 This could be all over here.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky. Marlon not being able to paddle out and escape Tully with priority, so you think Tully's going to shut this thing down and he's going to make his a second finals appearance back-to-back years. So super consistent performances here for Tully Wiley.
Yeah, Tully just getting that local knowledge here. We've got some, I think they're going to be too late. There's only 5 seconds remaining here. And there goes the buzzer. So Tully Wiley meeting Alistair Reginato in the final. An amazing campaign from Marlon Harrison nonetheless. He was on fire all event. Did super well to make it into this semi-final. And we're going to be back with the women's semis very soon.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
And we're back here for the semi-finals of the women's. This is very exciting times. We just saw a cracking heat from Tully Wiley and Marlon Harrison. So Tully Wiley's meeting Alistair Reginato in the final for the Phillip Island Pro. Finn Murphy here, back with True Starling. True, what did you think of that last one?
It was a big one. There was lots going on. I feel like that was such a crazy semi-final, wow, of the men's. Tully and Marlon, they both, were in a real position to maybe jump up into that, qualification spot, but it's all been locked away. Alistair just got that last spot for the men's in the qualifying series, so all of those 7 spots have been solidified here. And Mars and Tully, I think for them that was just a little bit of a bonus to get into the finals, because they unfortunately weren't going to make it up into that qualification even if they won. But yeah, I love both of those competitors surfing. I love their approach, and I think for Tully, he's such a strong goofy footer. Marlon, he's got a really good approach and he's a really strong competitor, so it was a great semi between the two of them.
Yeah, and we've got quite the semi on our hands at the moment. We've got Sarah Okita in the blue out there with Lucy Darragh. We've made mention of Lucy Darragh a number of times throughout this event. She's just been on fire. So this is getting really, really exciting.
It sure is, and this is also a really, really important heat for Sarah Wakita as well. So I don't know if she knows. I reckon she would deep down, but if she makes this heat, she's on the Challenger Series.
Awesome.
So it's a make or break moment.
This is huge then. Absolutely huge. Because she's sitting at, I think, number 7
or something.
Or maybe, yeah. She's real close. There we go. Fourth.
These are live rankings too, so this is just being constantly updated. She's sitting at 4th. She's up and riding.
Yeah, here she goes. So a bit of a burger, that one. Just getting the nerves out of the way.
It's a bit stressful, I think, when you're coming into these big heats and you're already wanting to make the final, but knowing that if you do, then you're qualified and locked in for the Challenger Series. Beautiful opening carve. She's still got a little bit of work done, but just a one turn for Sarah Wakita. And she's looking strong. She's a really informed competitor, regardless of the conditions. Lucy Darragh, though.
Wow. Awesome start there from Lucy. So Lucy Darragh finding a bit of a nug there. The judge has been rewarding those single turns. But like you said, Sarah got a nice little carve on her first wave, but Lucy Darragh just opening it up there.
That was a really strong turn. Her backhand attack has just been so reliable this whole event so far. Lucy from the south coast of New South Wales, she's no stranger to these bigger conditions. She will charge big waves and have those huge moments. So for Lucy, there's no surprises there that she started off strong. Travelling here with her mum Sally, they've had a great time in Phillip Island so far. Locks in at a 5.25, so a great start for Lucy.
Yeah, mid-range scores also always good to get into as your first one. Then she's going to get a backup score and really starting to build a house, as Will Watson would say.
It's a great way to do it, for sure.
Get the form work done, start putting up some frames, start roughing in some cable, and next thing you know, you're on your way to a final.
Spoken like a true tradie there, Finn. Yeah, let's see it. I mean, even this semi-final between these two women is huge. Like Sarah, she's still quite young, but she's such an experienced competitor, and Lucy, the same, 16 years old, and she's just got so much time ahead of her, and we keep talking about that. Age isn't really a factor or even a point at this stage, particularly in female surfing and women's surfing. T. Zabrowski qualifying for the CT was such a pivotal moment, I think, particularly last year for competitive surfing.
Yeah, she's so young, and I was talking to you about this yesterday, True. I remember a couple of years ago back at the Grom Search at Bells Beach, and I think she was runner-up for that. And I wasn't too familiar who she was before that event, but after watching her surf against Erin Brooks, you're like, wow, the future of women's surfing is pretty insane.
Yeah, it's definitely bright. It's a big moment for women's surfing, and the young grums and the young guns, they're definitely shining at the moment. So even it feels like there's a new wave on the men's side as well, with the likes of Dane Henry, Will Watson, Ocean Lancaster. So much going on. So yeah, it's definitely exciting to see it.
Yeah, there's heaps of young guns coming through. We've got Tully Wiley with James up here for a post-heat interview. Take it away, James.
Yeah, we're here with Tully Wiley, who has gone back-to-back finals appearances here at the Phillip Island Pro. How good does that feel, Tully?
Yeah, it's good. It's always a daunting task making a final in the previous years. Actually, the previous 2 years now. So, yeah, it's always hard and I feel like there's a bit of expectation and stuff. But, yeah, just did the right things out there and, yeah, I didn't do anything like out of my skin. Just kind of had a bit of a slow heat and just did what I had to do. And, yeah, just pretty stoked to get some rhythm going. I've had a bit of a rough like last season, just a lot of ups and downs, so it's so good to make a final and yeah, hopefully get a win.
Yeah, great to see you back here, and you've obviously got the formula dialed. Any changes to the plan for the final, or are we just going to stick with what we're rolling with?
Nah, just rinse and repeat. It feels pretty cool, like it's just Kale, Bella, Talia and Zay over here, and yeah, it just feels like a local comp, so there's no pressure. I'm just excited to get back out there and hopefully get a couple more good waves and see what happens.
Yeah, great to see you back buzzing around the finals just as these flies are around us. So we'll see you when the finals go. Get prepared and can't wait to see what you've got in store for us.
Thanks, Hi. Thank you.
Cheers, thanks. Back to you.
Thanks heaps, James. Well done, Tully. It's awesome to hear that he's got a nice crew down here with him. It's kind of the advantage of only living a couple of hours away is you can get a lot of your mates down. He said he's got Kale, his coach there, Belle Wilson, Talaire, and of course Xavier. As we see Sarah finding a really nice one. Well, that might be incomplete on that last turn there. And looks like Lucy Darrah's going to take off on this. Maybe not, just a quick one there. So little exchange from our surfers out in the water. Of course, Lucy Darrah and Sarah Wakita. Here's that replay true.
Yeah, this was a tricky wave to surf for Sarah. I feel like she tagged that section a fraction too late maybe and came down with the whitewash. You could see it just buckle her off a little bit. So Sarah, she really needs to find a good open phase wave and just focus on one turn at a time. I think it's so easy out here to get really ahead of yourself and be, 2 turns ahead of where you're actually at on the wave. So for Sarah right now, her focus should just be one turn, and then the next one, I think, surf the section, not the wave. But it's so much easier said than done, especially when you're adding in the factor of, if you don't make this heat, you don't qualify for the Challenger Series. And that's a scary moment.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line for Sarah right now. And you and me spoke about this yesterday about, do you go for one big turn or do you play it safe on the first turn? And then what we've seen's been happening, a lot of people have been missing that second section.
Yeah, I think even today it's the same. I think focusing on one big turn just seems to be the play. Even thinking of Alistair Reginato in 8.75, one huge air rev, gets a 6.25, just one big turn as well. So it seems like that is the strategy and that is the formula at the moment. So let's see if the women can bring that in. I mean, a 5.25 for Lucy, that was one turn as well. So it really does seem like that's, the focus at the moment.
That's the way to go.
Absolutely. So much, you can say that and then you go out there and you're like, oh, but look, I've got 2 sections here,
Insanely easy for us to say that in the car park, and then we could paddle out there and just have a full stinker. So it's so easy for people to say all these things on the couch, and it's just a different game when you're actually out there in the water. The pressure's on, the jersey's on.
Absolutely, especially when you're in those high pressure moments, those high pressure environments like this. It's a lot, for Lucy right now. This is all practice. For Sarah, it's an important result, and Lucy opting for a left here.
Yeah, nice little left, gets a nice forehand snap, and looks like she's going to paddle out the back and probably get priority again. So she's get rid of that 0.5. just like we were talking about this morning, just trying to stay warm, stay busy.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Some of them, I think Sarah Wakita is in a short leg wetsuit, which I'm like, you are so brave. She's coming up in her trackies, and I'm like, girl, just wear a steamer. I would be in a steamer for sure, but yeah, it seems to be working for her. Sometimes people just prefer to feel a little bit more free, and we're already 13 minutes to go in this heat. You know, we've got 12 minutes down, and there hasn't really been a whole lot locked in, just the 5.25 for Lucy, and it's tricky when it's slow because it's when the head noise starts to get a little bit louder.
Yep, definitely. You start thinking about what you've done wrong or what you haven't done, where you go, I could have done this, and then, yeah, alarm bells start to ring and you start paddling around going, I need a wave. Next thing you know, you look at your watch, there's 7 minutes remaining, you don't have priority, and you know, you can definitely have a meltdown out in the water.
It's so tough sometimes to keep yourself out of those situations where it is a little bit scary. You know, it is a little bit hectic to be thinking about those moments and thinking, oh, you know, if this doesn't work out, this is going to happen. Or, you know, it's quiet out here right now, the noise in the head gets loud, and you got to have those tools to keep it quiet or to just settle it a little bit and calm it or use it to your advantage. And that's why we see the likes of Lucy and Sarah in these semi-finals, because they are so good at that. We've had some pretty crazy experiences this whole event and some crazy conditions and waves. So yeah, let's see what happens, but important result here for Sarah.
Yeah, literally everything's on the line. She has, as harsh as it is, she has a lot to lose in this heat.
Yeah, so much to lose, and not a lot for Lucy. You know, she's in that first spot. She's pretty much solidified, I would think, and she doesn't really need this result. So for Sarah, she needs to bring her A game, and she's got a lot more weight on her shoulders in this one, for sure. Cape Woolamai has been producing this whole event, and today is looking strong.
Yeah, and here's Lucy Darragh finding another one. This is a really just coming a bit unstuck on that one. So it's fairly clean out there yesterday. Yesterday we saw a lot of that happening. There was a lot of chatter on the face, but there, don't know, maybe just losing that inside edge.
Yeah, it's easy to kind of get the fins, when the fins disengage a little bit. It's easy to skid out. But no harm, no foul. She's already got that 5.25. It's looking good.
Yeah, Sarah needing that 6-point ride with 10.5 minutes to go. She's got priority now.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sure she'll be waiting for a larger set. We've seen her go big.
Yeah. Yeah, we know she goes big, and she's... Sarah, for me, is one of those competitors. She spent a lot of time in Hawaii, and maybe this is why that I'm referring to it, but she feels like a Coco Ho, a Japanese Coco Ho. She's so little, but her technique is perfect. You know, she's got that really great technique, which turns into power as well when she hits a lip. So let's see what she can do in this one.
Yeah, this is a nice wave here. Looks like it's going to have some sections down the line. Nice first turn, bit of a slash there. And that wave just crumbling in. Thought she might go for a foam climb and wheel it back around to the left-hand side, but deciding to opt out of that. So losing priority on that one.
Oh, that was a little bit frustrating for her. The first turn was nice, but just too late to that second one. Let's have a look. I think it was a good wave. She just pushed on the tail there. You could see just creating a moment, but it kind of killed the flow a little bit. And then that wave died out quite quickly as well, you could see. So for Sarah, she needs to be on, I think, one of those bigger ones. We were just talking about it yesterday, I think, Finn, is the bigger waves are actually the better ones.
100%. And today especially, that these smaller and medium waves, they go real fat because they get caught in those deep gutters and the waves just die down, whereas those bigger ones just proper stand up, and they're really impressive to see those big sections.
And are those, you know, here in Woolamai, is it normal to have that gutter?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So a lot of the time you'll have some gutters, and literally you'll be on this wave, the two first sections, you'll be like, wow, this is the sickest thing that's ever broken ever. And then it will just go into dead water and just go
You're like, I'm on a bomb here.
Literally.
I'm on a heat winner. And then it turns to nothing. That is so tough. you're almost looking for the closeouts, right?
You have to. Literally have to.
And we're going to go to a quick break. We've got about 10 minutes to go in this heat. We'll be right back with semi-final number 1 after this.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
And we're back after a little break there, so we haven't missed much action here. Lucy Darragh still holding on to the 5.25 and a 2.75. We saw Sarah get a bit of a small wave there. She's got a 2.2 and a 2-point ride. 7.5 minutes. And this heat has been a little bit slow here, hasn't it, True?
It has. We haven't seen a lot of waves being ridden. I think that 5.25 of Lucy's definitely the highlight. Of course, if you're looking at the scores in that way. But, yeah, it's tough. You know, Sarah, she needs to perform. Or Sarah, sorry, she needs to perform in this semi-final. She hasn't quite done that yet. 6.5 minutes to go. She's sitting 4th in that rankings for the Asian women. They only take 3 and a wild card, which is awesome, but it's not guaranteed that will be Sarah's wild card. So let's see what happens. But Lucy Darragh leading the Oz rankings. She's, I would think, solidified for the Challenger Series. She is going to be making an appearance in the Newcastle Challenger Series coming up next week as well. That starts on the 9th of March. So we'll see her down there. Lots of back-to-back events at the Gold Coast Open last week. Down here in Phillip Island now and off to Newcastle very soon.
Yeah, well, that tide is really starting to come into play. I've just had a look on the phone and it's pretty much high tide at 1:30. So we've got an hour left of a rising tide and it's kind of swallowed it all up. This morning we were getting pulses and heaps of waves, but now that tide's really swallowed it up.
Do we think that's going to be a factor for the next couple of heats as well? I think after this week there's 3 heats left, so is it going to make it even slower?
Hopefully not too much. We're pretty much at high tide now, so hopefully it's going to be pretty similar to this and not get worse. But when you look at the first couple of heats from this morning on the low tide, you can see there's heaps of waves coming through and a lot more hollower waves. And see, look at that one just coming in as a burger there as that deeper water. We were talking about those gutters just before, and 5 minutes remaining. She's definitely going to be looking for something to roll on through here. She needs something big. She needs a big wave and a big one-turner.
Absolutely. It's so tricky when it gets like this. It's hard to identify those good ones. You know, we saw some big surfing, but even hearing from Tully before saying it was quite slow in his semi-final as well, some slow moments. So it's it's definitely tough. It's tricky, particularly from yesterday when we had non-stop action. Lucy up and riding.
So the bloody language on that one pretty much explained how that wave went. Just a bit behind in that one, getting away from her. I don't think she'll be too stressed though. No. She would want to get rid of that 2.75. I mean, a 5.8, it's a mid-range score, but, you know, Sarah can definitely find that on one of these waves, especially one of these larger ones. We've seen her drop some big scores this event.
Yeah, we have. She's definitely, she knows what she needs to do, and she's one of those athletes that's very aware of what a 5.8 looks like and what needs to be done to get it. So she just needs opportunity.
So Lucy kind of just cruising there, finding one on the inside. I don't think she would have been looking to extend her lead on any of those waves, to be honest. Not not huge opportunity there for her. I'm more surprised that she's not out the back holding on to priority. 3 minutes remaining, that can go pretty quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially when you're coming up against someone like Sarah Wakita, and 5.8 isn't a big ask. It almost feels like, I don't know, maybe Lucy's like, I'm trying to just give her some space, but also try and defend the lead. Lucy is a really competitive surfer anyway, but I'm sure she would be, clued in to what's going on in those Asia rankings at the moment. So let's see what happens. But priority is with Sarah, and that's a big advantage for her right now, because she needs to make this heat to qualify, and she'd know that 100%. So 2.5 to go, and she needs to find a way to give her that a 6 at least opportunity to get in front of Lucy. But Lucy's been in form. She's been surfing in, the QS 4000 as well as the Pro Juniors. She made the final in the Pro Juniors too. So many heats out here at Cape Woolamai you'd think would give an extra edge.
Yeah, for sure. I was saying to Steve Robbo just before that, a lot of these younger surfers have spent a lot of time here recently with Grom Searchers, Pro Juniors, the Australian surfing titles, so they're kind of familiar with Cape Woolamai and Phillip Island. Whereas someone like Sarah, she's mentioned it was her first time coming here to me the other day after a heat. I was asking her how it was and all that kind of jazz and how she's finding the island. She said she's been loving it, and everyone's been loving the penguins. It's always a highlight for everyone is the penguins, I think.
Absolutely. They were so cute and fluffy and sweet rolling up the beach the other day. They came in way past my bedtime. 8:25 is around about when they came in. Yeah, I was like, you guys need to go to bed.
Yeah, me and James were talking about that. They're kind of just on their own schedule.
Yeah, they really are. They don't care. They're like, you guys, you come here for us, so you can wait.
You can wait for us. We don't run on anyone's watch.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, here we go.
There's Lucy. Yeah, the body language there. She kind of looks like she's just over it, as we see Sarah had a look at that for sure.
It's like she wasn't quite into that one. It's 45 seconds to go. That's a really stressful moment for Sarah. Doesn't even feel like Lucy's going to better that last wave. Let's see what happens. 30 seconds to go. I would be having whole body shakes right now. I'd be so stressed.
Yeah, this is very, very stressful times for Sarah. We said she has a lot to lose in this one. She needs to try and find something here with 20 seconds remaining.
Wow, the ocean's just gone a little bit quiet. 10 seconds to go. Heartbreak moments here for Sarah Wakita, because she doesn't look like she'll get an opportunity.
Yeah, it looks like this wave rolling through now is probably about 10 seconds too late. So that wraps up semi-final number 1 for the women. We'll be back very shortly.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Semi-final number 2 of the women. It's Mirai Ikeda and Anon Matsuoka. We saw a huge first semi-final. It was pretty slow, but still good surfing. Lucy Dara took that one out. Unfortunately, Sarah Wakita bowing out of the event. Who is going to meet Lucy? This is Anon Matsuoka. Big connection there for Anon. She's looking strong. She's surfing smooth. We saw some big turns from her in her quarterfinal as well with Ruby True. Right, Ikeda has been looking really strong. She's one of my favourites to watch. This is a good replay here, James Wilson-Brown.
Yeah, so up and riding here. Just a quick one on offer there, but getting the better of that opening exchange was Anon in the blue. We spoke to her after a quarterfinal win, says she's just having fun, and that is a great fun way to start your semi-final.
Absolutely. It's all about, I feel like the person that's having the most fun out there, I know this is going to sound so cliche, but whoever's having the most fun is definitely, the winner out there. But even when you think about it from a competitive point of view, you want to have that competitive outlook and approach, but you also want to have a little bit of fun while doing it.
Yeah, for sure. And definitely the one thing that'll take the fun away is losing. So
yes, absolutely.
You'll be wanting to avoid that at all costs, and a great way to be on the road to making the final is kicking off the semi with a 6-point ride. So great start here for Anon in the blue, and then Mirai in the red, just that 1.9 for that little carve. She'll be looking to head back out and get one of the set waves, and they're starting to roll through some of these sets in the lineup.
Yeah, I'm ready for it. Let's see a little bit more motion in the ocean. That last heat was really slow. There wasn't lots going on, so I think let's bring on the sets. Let's see it. They're all getting pumped by the sets right now, which just doesn't look fun, but Anon starting off with a 6 is a great way to start this semi, and I think she's been one of the most informed competitors in this event so far and throughout the year as well. But Mirai, she's been having some amazing heats. She won one of the Pro Juniors in the Crew Pro Junior, which was awesome to see that. And made it into the final as well, getting a 3rd there. So both of these women are very well decorated surfers. Big trophy cabinet back at home as well. So let's see what's going on. I know we had one of my favourite people in the world, Dai Wako. He's also a commentator. He was going all around the world commentating these events too. So I'm sure he's tuning in because these Japanese surfers, this is going to be a great heat, and I'm sure he's excited to see it.
Yeah, and hats off to you, Dai, if you're watching on at home or wherever you are in the world. And that should be a great battle we get to see between the fellow country women, and we just saw as that big set rolled through on days like this, Woolamai can be a great place to get your duck dive practice in if you get stuck on the inside, as we see Mirai getting another rep in.
Wow. I remember surfing a heat out here, and it was solid. It would have been like 6 foot plus, and we went out here, and I remember being like, okay, I'm going to go straight out, and then when I'm like 3/4 of the way out, dart that way and then go straight out, because that's what the boys had been doing and getting out super easy. And I was like, sweet, I've got this. Don't even worry about it. Go get all the way out 3/4, dart that way, and this rogue wide set came through, and I got absolutely pumped. Sucked all the way back into the beach and had to start again. It was the most heartbreaking and crazy experience, and these women hopefully don't have to experience it.
Yeah.
Definitely the duck dive practice was in fine form.
Yeah, for sure. And nothing like the ocean saying, let's just have a full reset on your session. Yeah.
Absolutely. It was crazy. It's never nice when you're surfing and it's a little bit bigger and you're trying to get out, and then you're like, yeah, I'm almost there. I'm almost past that line. And then the ocean's like, haha, just kidding. Sends you all the way back in. Yeah,
it's ridiculous. And sometimes you get lucky and shoot out the back, and other times the ocean lets you know just how much power it has. And it takes me back to a 50-year storm event where some guys were paddling out and paddling out at Bells and then, ending up down near the button out at Winky, which is a great distance away. And then Adam Robinson rocked up and he got out the back with dry hair.
No, he didn't.
It was ridiculous. It looked so easy. So who knows what Robbo was doing to manifest that. Maybe some sneaky meditation on the beach.
Fully.
A bit of extra counting and
paid his dues.
Cater, yeah. Here we go, up and riding one big section, late to it. Did well to get even a chance to be riding out of that thing, but going incomplete is Mariah. So Anon Matsuoka in control here, early stages, second of the women's semi-final. 17 minutes 45 seconds remaining.
Let's see it. This last one of Mariah's, that was a pretty big paddle there, up and into it. Wow, that would have been a big score if she had made that turn. I feel like she's just not scared. She goes after it no matter what for Mariah, and I love that approach. She's always looking for those bigger, more angry-looking sections. So let's see what she can do. She definitely would have been challenging for a 6+ on that single score. But 17 minutes to go. One of these female surfers are going to be matching up with Lucy Darragh, and coming up next, we do have the men's final. It's going to be Alistair Reginato taking on Tully Wiley. That is such an awesome final as well. Alistair just locked off the last spot in the men's, which is pretty crazy. So all of the men's Australia Oceania spots are locked away for the Challenger Series. We've got taking it out was Reef Hazelwood, Lennox Smith, second on those rankings, Caleb Tancred third. So we didn't see those top 3 surfers in this event. We did, however, see Dane Henry, Harley Walters just got knocked out. So this is huge. We are seeing these spots be updated. On the app, it isn't live, but we do have the live rankings coming up throughout this event, and this is Anon Matsuoka up and riding. Oh, big turn there for Anon.
And riding out, that'll complement her 6 really nicely here. 16 minutes remaining. Currently it's Mariah chasing 4.61, but that number's going up through the roof as we see Anon patient off the bottom, timing it, and then really putting a lot of power into that little oncoming lip there.
So much power. She's small by stature, big in nature, and you can see that really start to shine through in her surfing. 7 points locked in for Anon Matsuoka and that last wave. So she's just put Mariah in combo. And this is we were talking about yesterday, the rivalries. This is the rivalry that we're seeing between these 2 Japanese surfers.
Yeah, great to see it. And you can tell Anon having a lot of fun and feeling really good after dropping that 7. The little happy feet kicking out. And no better place to do it. Happy feet, that makes you think of the Penguins, and we have them aplenty down here at Phillip Island. Bit of a weird little link up there, but 7 and a 6 for Anon Matsuoka.
I love it.
She's
Happy Feet is one of the best movies ever.
Oh, absolutely. What a cracker, and incredibly factual about Penguins too, of course.
Yeah, always. I love it. Honestly, James, seeing the Penguins the other night, I was like, I could see myself hanging out with these guys forever. They're such cute little things.
Yeah.
The little penguins.
Absolutely. Those watching on at home, book yourself a surf trip, come down here, surf your brains out all day, and then go and see the Penguins at night. Couldn't ask for a better day, really.
Robbo was saying there's over 20 spots, at least 20 different surf breaks around the island, which is huge. I mean, it's 101 kilometres of wonder, and there's about 20 odd plus surf breaks. It's huge.
Yeah, absolutely. I reckon that number would be pushing to the 30s and 40s if you're splitting a few different locations across. So there's waves.
Secret spots.
Couple of secret spots for sure, but we're up one end of the ocean-facing side here at Cape Willamite, and there are waves that stretch all the way down, and believe it or not, that last location on this ocean-facing side is the Summerland Peninsula, and it's the Penguin Parade Beach.
Yeah.
And we have run there. We've run this comp there a few times. There's a point there on the high tide, and the centre crack breaks as that tide drains out. So, yeah, plenty of good spots to surf. Blue having a look there under priority. 7 and a 6. Mariah needing 2 new waves here, 13-point total.
Yeah, she does, and I actually remember surfing a couple of events here at Penguin Parade, and it was really fun. It kind of felt like a little Bell's Bowley sort of wave. It was super fun. There was some really great sections, and we didn't get to make it over there for this event because Woolamai has just been stealing all the fun from everywhere else. But then we've had some great waves and some great moments out here as well. 13 minutes to go. Hopefully Mariah can find herself a good one to break out of at least that combination. She is, looking for a Challenger Series spot, but we're just confirming those numbers, seeing if she will be able to qualify even with a win here. Lots going into it. There's lots of numbers. I'm not the mathematician, and I definitely couldn't be. I'm better with words, I think.
That for sure. Strengths all sides around numbers and words, true. So been a great event, been a pleasure commentating alongside you. And we are waiting here for Surfer in Red, Mariah, to get her first number on the board. And this zoomed out view looks like there's still plenty of waves rolling through the lineup. Whether those are hitting the bank, we'll wait and see. But we are going to go to a quick break, so stay tuned. We will be right back with the Phillip Island Pro.
Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Welcome back. Quick little break from the action. And while we were away, we saw Mariah get a quick little one-turner in, looking to get out of combo currently. So anything better than a 3 will do that. And has she done that here, True?
I reckon she has. That was a big, strong connection there for Mirai. Really, it's a bigger looking wave as well. It's feeling like the swell might be starting to come through, hopefully just a little bit. So 4.75, she breaks combination. Now needing, it's a decent score still, an 8.25, but Mirai is, she's looking strong. She's fighting her way back up into that, hopefully finals appearance. But yeah, those sets that rolled through, they were the bigger ones that we've seen so far, I thought.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see the whitewater aplenty in the lineup at the moment, and our competitors might have yet another chance to get some of that all too valuable duck diving practice in. Some big sets starting to roll through. So 4.75 locked in for Mariah. Now chasing an 8.25. If she can get her hands on a nice big section on one of these set waves and connect like she did on that last one, a really good chance of getting close, or if not the number that she needs. Just under 10 minutes remaining though. It's going to be crunch time with our sort of inconsistent it's been in the last heat or so.
Absolutely. It's been really tricky, and I think, looking at it and you think you're seeing these big scores, a 7 and a 6, but they were kind of done pretty back-to-back, honestly, 2 waves back-to-back for Anon. And I think, for Mariah, she's probably questioning a little bit why she wasn't on at least one of those, because she would have put herself in a way better position and taken one of those scores off Anon. So it's a tough one, but she's slowly climbing back into this heat. 9 minutes. She's, as we mentioned before, getting that duck dive practice, absolutely. But we love it. We love a little bit of a challenge. We like to see the women out there in challenging, tricky conditions, because more often than not, they do start to shine.
Yeah, and that battle to get out the back, relentless duck diving, it's going to take a little bit out of you, and then you're going to have to get your breath back to make sure you make that good decision and don't rush and pull the trigger with an empty tank of lungs. And it's going to take a decent wave for sure for Mariah Cater to get back in this one.
Absolutely. You can see she's still stuck in that impact zone, just fighting her way back out to the takeoff zone. It's sometimes can be so hard if you get stuck in those kind of weird rippy sections. It just doesn't let you out. I remember surfing here once and being like almost crying because I was like, I am trying to get out the back. It's 2 foot and it's not letting me move.
yeah. And you're like, oh, I am paddling. I've definitely moved.
Yeah.
And then you have a look in and you go, oh, have I gone backwards?
Yeah, literally. How am I like basically on the shore?
Yeah. Yeah, it's brutal and just speaks to the power that can roll through here at Woolamai and the island in the ocean.
Yeah. 8 minutes. It's one of these places where you go and you're thinking, yeah, I had a good couple of surfs here last year. I've got this dialed. Don't even worry about it. And then you come back out and you're like, oh, actually, no, I don't have this dialed at all. It's a tough one. So 7.5 minutes to go. Mirai needing that 8.25. Battling the rip and the waves here at Cape Woolamai. Oh, here we go.
Here we go, live action, and on. Bang, taking that first section, and then unable to get back around. Looked like that one might have ran off a little bit. Had you timed it well, but clicked that first section well nonetheless. Probably won't go into her top 2. 7 and a 6. Pretty...
It was a good wave, but yeah, she tagged it there, just got a little hung up, and yeah, feeling like that won't go into the top 2. Agreed, James. It was decent surfing. Let's see. Oh, belt to that though. Anon is just looking so strong. Great connections. Smooth surfing. These are the last few waves that we've seen of her, the 7 and 6. That was her first wave. And she's got her 2 best scores just off the back of 1 turn, which is huge.
Can someone run to...
Yeah, that's very impressive backhand surfing there. And yeah, you see the little mini ejection out there, knowing that one's not going to change the situation. But Anon's still having fun out there, well and truly in the lead. And this is the second semi-finals.
There's no power there.
And...
all right, well, we are going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the last couple minutes of this semi-final.
Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
And we are back. We've got power and we're ready to rock and roll for the last 5 minutes of this women's semi-final. Anna Matsuoka still out in front, a 7 and a 6. Mirai Ikeda in second. She's got that 4.75. Not much else though. She's looking for an 8.25. And this beautiful place here in Cape Woolamai has really turned on for finals day here at the Phillip Island Pro QS 4000. Big points on the line. Big results needed for that qualification. 4 minutes to go. And the women are sitting pretty right now. The men's final coming up next. Alistair Reginato taking on Tully Wiley. Your pick, James, Tully, to take out this event. Still backing it?
Yeah, I think so. And as you spoke, power, the most important thing here at Cape Woolamai. We're seeing the power of the ocean, making Mariah paddling out absolutely a relentless effort. The power, even to the camera, is so crucial for you guys watching in the broadcast at home. And we definitely know Tully Wiley has power aplenty to match the situation. And He's been in the finals the last 2 years running, so he's looking to take that trophy this time. And
yeah, let's see it. I mean, getting second is an amazing result, but also it hurts a heart a little bit, hurts a soul. Wanting to, going home with a second place trophy, you're like, okay, cool, but I want to take that winner's trophy home. And they're actually pretty cool. Steve Parker did our trophies this year, and here we go, Anon. Oh, great first turn for Anon Matsuoka, surfing with a lot of speed. But unfortunately that one fades out once again. 3 minutes to go. She's looking to better a 6, so let's see what happens. Let's take a look at these replay, James.
Yeah, here we go. Anon using priority well, picking off a great looking wave that first section. Plenty of spray, slapping that first section, and then looking to set up the inside track, just getting a little caught in the white water there. So I think those other sections for the 7 and the 6 a bit more steeper, a bit more critical, but we'll wait to see if the judges help her with a nice number to improve her heat total. Currently Mariah chasing an 8.25 and going into the finals to battle out for one of those Steve Parker trophies. That'd be absolutely epic. Steve Parker, such an important figure down here for Victorians, and Victorian Indigenous surfing was heavily involved in that program multiple years back. So shout out to you, Steve, and hopefully we see some Victorian with his hands on one of those winning trophies.
Absolutely. I'm sure, he's got a 50% chance of making that happen, so let's see it. We're ready for it. Just under 2 minutes, and we'll see which Japanese surfer, though, makes her way into the final alongside Lucy Dara, which will be her third final on the QS, I believe, this year. There might even be a couple more in there. She's been such a consistent surfer, and with just under 2 minutes to go, Mariah having a good strong look at this one. She's up and riding. Nice wall in front of her, absolutely belts it. That's the kind of surfing you want to see, to be getting into that excellent score, but completion just letting Mariah down there. Unfortunately, that was such a good turn, and really, I think would have challenged for the 8.25, James.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, going unstuck. We'll see what went wrong here. Just that nose digging into the face as she brought the board around. So she'll have time to sneak back out in the lineup. 1 minute remaining. See how much energy she's got left in those arms. She's done a lot of paddling. Doesn't seem phased at all, though, looking at the body language here. So hopefully a set rolls out through for Mariah Ikeda. 50 seconds remaining here. Would be great to see her get one more chance at throwing down another big turn.
Yeah, agreed. Would love to see Mariah get one more opportunity at least to move up into first place. 40 seconds, though. Time is ticking away. She's one of those, she's one of those competitors where she's so fun and happy on the land, but she's pretty lethal out in the water. So is this woman right here, Anon Matsuoka, deep off the bottom. Good, strong first turn. A quick second one. Just doesn't get that completion for Anon Matsuoka. With 15 seconds to go, will Mariah get the opportunity? She's up and riding. Quick in and out there for Mariah. You can see a bit of texture in the ocean, and with 5 seconds to go, it feels like Mariah won't get another opportunity, unfortunately, in this semi-final. So it's going to be Anon Matsuoka meeting Lucy Dara in the women's final here at the Phillip Island Pro. We've got the men's final coming up next. It's going to be Alistair Reginato and Tully Wiley. It's a big one. Don't go anywhere.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
And welcome in to the finals of the men's side of the draw. We've got Tully Wiley up against Alistair Regignado. And we just saw Anon Matsuoka take out the second of the girls' semi, so she's into the finals. But men's action in the water now. Welcome to the booth, Finney Murphy.
Oh, thanks for having me, James. Exciting times right now. We're crowning some champions. This is very, very exciting. Tully Wiley up against Alistair Regignado. I'm pretty fired up for this one.
Yeah, should be super exciting. And looking out the back, a little bit of a ripple here, so maybe a slight bit of change in the wind direction. Things not as nice and clean as groomed as they were before, but still way cleaner than yesterday's unruly nature of Cape Willamai. So the boys sitting in position out the back, ready to kick things off. We're expecting to see some big numbers dropping, and maybe with that wind feathering out a little bit, conducive to a few of those airs. Alistair Regignado went absolutely insane to start off his semi-final. Versus Tully just getting it done on the backhand power.
Yeah, we'll be keen to see the first exchange. We know Alistair he can really show us what's going on in the air, and like you said, Tully, massive backhand attack from him. But yeah, it's not as clean as what it was. It's wind's starting to really get on it now, and it's blowing pretty stiff onshore. So it's just going to be a bit more tricky for these lads. But look at these sets. It's kind of picked up in size, like over the past two heats, which is kind of weird, but good to see. Makes it more exciting for us.
Yeah, that's it. And the boys just paddling around, getting in position at the moment. We're still on hold, transitioning between. And then not too far off getting started here for the men's final. But that zoomed out view gives you a great idea of just how wide a playing field it is, and it looks like a pretty clear strategy decided early on for each of these two competitors.
Yeah, it's exciting, but like you said, it's such a wide lineup. You know, there's waves breaking all over the joint, and it's kind of risky if you want to sit by yourself, and then you could be having a bit of a shocker while someone's having a hell time, and then sit together and sit on each other.
And yeah, we're still on hold here, so we'll break down a bit of those strategies. But whilst we're on hold, we're going to go to a break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back shortly. Thank you very much. And we are back, and we are up and running right on cue. Alistair Regignado getting his final campaign up and running, pacing down the line, waiting for a section to stand up, nice and patient, and opens the shoulders up here, Finney, and he'll be looking for an inside finish. Will he take to the air? He's lining it up, tail high, and rides out clean. Oh my goodness.
Wow, Alistair Regignado, what a start to that heat. This is what we love to see. You know, Alistair has been standing on business all event. You spoke to him earlier on and he said, mate, I've come here to win, and literally he's doing this right now. Beautiful first turn on this one. Finds another section, bit of a smaller wave, but this thing just opened up with so much opportunity, and look at that wrap. Just rounding it all the way back. Gets plenty of speed here and pops this one up for a nice air to finish this off. that's a great start to the final for Alistair Reginato.
Yeah, unreal there, opening up the shoulders and just going, rah! And you see Alistair staying up in the top half of the wave where all the speed is, not getting bogged down in the bottom, and, you know, really carrying that speed through that inside section, which allowed him to fly through the air and land that last punt. And that's going to be a great source, so we'll have those numbers for you shortly once that locks in with the panel. And Tully will know what he has to do here. He's got to be on a big set wave now.
Yeah, Tully's going to be pretty worried now. I could imagine that's going to be a sizable score for Reginato. So Wiz, he knows that he needs something real big. So a 5.75 to lock in for Alistair. Pretty comfortable spot to be in at the start of this one.
Yeah, and then that first turn, bit more of a setup turn for Alistair, a bit more of a smaller inside wave, so dampening the score a little bit, but a really nice finish nonetheless, and will be a great confidence builder to go into the final. So it's a 30-minute final here, and Alistair kicking things off with a 5.75. And down here in the Bass Coast region, Phillip Island Pro, and it is the Victorian local out the back with priority, Tully Wiley.
Yeah, Tully, Victorian local. He's got plenty of his mates down here supporting him. He's with his coach, Cale Balwarren, alongside best mate Xavier Huxtable and Talia and Bella. The Rip Curl team managers, and those guys are all a really close-knit community, all from Torquay. So it's always great to have a couple people in your corner at an event, and that's kind of the home ground advantage here for Tully. He served here for the past 15 years of his life.
Yeah, and we heard from his post-heat interview, he's fired up to go and take out the final after making it 2 years in a row out here. But then, you know, Alistair Reginato, he's probably got the shackles off a little bit, knowing that he's qualified for the Challenger Series, nabbing that last spot. And he sounds like he's all systems go in attack mode. And you saw that from his first wave already. The wheels are turning, the engine is burning, and we are waiting for Tully to do the same here, try and match blow for blow with Alistair Reginato.
Yeah, Alistair, like you said, taking the shackles off. And I reckon he's going to be super fired up for this. Yeah, he knows he's qualified, so he can kind of, I reckon we might see him just go big. But he said he's came here to win. He wants to take home this trophy. This has been, I think, his third time surfing this event. Been coming down for a little while now. Remember the first time I kind of bumped into Alistair Reginato was at Urban Surf in Melbourne. We had a QS there a couple of years back, and I think he made it to the semi-finals. And yeah, he was on fire.
Yeah, he was just laying down some absolute power turns down there, and he was just unfortunate that he was being compared to Jarvis Earl there, who just had those backhand full rotes absolutely unlocked. I think he went 15 or 16 landed out in a row. Just the strike weight was incredible. The projection and how quickly Jarvis was whipping those around was pretty special to see.
Yeah, you put Jarvis Earl in wave pool when it's just the same wave every time. You know he's going to be stomping airs left, right and centre.
Yeah, just an insane, freakish ability above the lip. And then you got Tully. He's got almost an unlimited amount of power to unload into these lips. So he's looking around the lineup at the moment. And we've got 24 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. So still early days. No waves ridden yet for Tully, though.
Yeah, Tully just waiting for something here. Can just tell he's going to just wait for these bigger waves to roll on through and just unload his backhand hangers. Just drop hangers. But Alistair getting those first wave nerves out of there with a 5.75. that wave just surfed absolutely beautifully. Two really nice carves. One, that middle turn, here's a replay here. So this first turn, kind of just cruising, taking it easy, cutting back to the power source. And then this is where I really started to get excited. Just reefing that rail right around. And here we go, finishing it off with a nice little air. Just the cherry on top there for Alistair Reginato. And that's got to make him confident going into the next 20 minutes of this heat.
Yeah, absolutely. So smaller inside wave, but surfing it really, really well. And a 5.75 to start, not a bad place to be at all. And he's having a look here too, so he might be trying to back that one up. And here we go, Alistair Reginato paddling in hard, looking direction-wise. Yep, he's opting for the right. And then drawing back here. And just pacing with the wave nicely. No too much damage done. A bit of setup work. And, yeah, look, you can tell he's in form, just landing everything at the moment. And cheeky little reverse spin there.
Yeah, nice and playful through that foamy section there. And, you know, he's looking really primed through this final. Just heaps of control through these turns. Nice little gouge to set himself up there. And then, yeah, the face just crumbles down, so he decides to spin it around and just getting that second wave in. I reckon he's just trying to stay busy, not get too cold out there. Was Tully, seasoned Victorian, so I don't think he's worrying about getting cold or anything. He's going to be on the wave selection program, the Savo.
Yeah, so 4-point right. Second wave of Alistair Reginato, so no haymakers thrown just yet at Tully. He's taking a few jabs though, 5.75 and a 4, and he's going to need to start punching back pretty soon.
Yep, for sure. So Tully, 21 minutes, I mean there's still a lot of time on the clock, but just winding back to the semi-finals, we saw it did get really, really slow, and a couple of the surfers, time was not on their side. They needed some scores, and these waves just didn't want to come through. So the last thing we want is that happened to Tully Wiley. Of course, kind of got that bias, us being both Victorians in the booth here today. We've both known Tully for a number of years. He's a great fella, and we want to see our local Victorians do well, of course, as we see Alistair Reginato. Don't get me wrong, this guy's an absolute legend here. Nice first snap there. Another nice section. Comes off that thing beautifully. Heaps of speed and control through those two sections. What do you think of that one, James?
Yeah, just coming back to it, he's not falling off, is he? He's looking so solid over his board and timing the pace of the wave really well here. So clicks that one really nicely and then dropping down plenty of speed into that oncoming section, and then, you know, chest over knee, stomping that landing. As we see him, click there, spray out the back, and then all this speed straight into up and under. Critical finish there. He's really starting to build the house now. So Tully needs to get going. As you said, Finn, getting a bit slower as we're approaching that high tide, and 20 minutes remaining. So 10 minutes without a wave, probably definitely, as the saying goes, not the start Tully would be looking for, but, you know, with Cal Belwarren in his corner, they've got a strict game plan set up for success, and he'll be looking to follow that. But we do need the waves to roll through for him.
Yeah, he needs something here. So it's been an amazing event. James, just going to ask you, mate, what's been some of the highlights for you down here at Cape Woolamai for the past couple of days?
Just being down here, it's always amazing to see your home break absolutely ripped to shreds by some of the countries and the world's best out here, and definitely that corkscrewy sort of flip we saw from Kobe Clements. You don't really think that's possible out here, even mind surfing it really. So yeah, just the insane turns, the power, the progression, the innovation that they all have, how well they're reading the lineup. especially with all the water moving around. It's just been amazing to see. And then Alistair, he's staying busy here. Yeah, it looks like he's got a 5-point ride now, so 10.75 Tully in combo, and still no waves ridden.
Yeah, Tully's still just sticking fat out the back. But, yeah, that, I don't even know what you'd call it, corkscrew, corrupt flip kind of thing that Kobe Clements did. Didn't land it, but, man, if he had landed that, would have seen definitely some high scores on the panel. But it's just exciting to see, like you said, these surfers just absolutely tearing apart your home break.
Ready, 1, 2, 1.
Yeah, absolutely, and that potential 10-point ride was probably the peak of that excitement. We saw Dane Henry going pretty psycho above the lip, and a bunch of other surfers as well. Dylan Wilcoxon had a decent one to push through. Harley Walters was flying pretty high, but not riding out earlier on, and we
saw
have
Marzi Harrison get a couple barrels before. Didn't come out of that larger one, but we saw him get one. I can't remember if it was earlier this morning or late Arvo yesterday. I think it was early this morning. Yeah, Marzi finding a nice little tube to start off. I think it was the quarterfinals campaign.
Yeah, the waves were out there earlier this morning. That hollowness, probably going to have to say goodbye to it now that we've got that onshore feathering and texturing the lineup. And with 17 minutes remaining, it's gone a little sleepy here for Tully.
It has, just like I was saying before, it's a high chance that the wave's going to turn off and our surfers are going to find themselves in a bit of a lull, and unfortunately looks like that's what's happening right now.
Yeah, there we go. The pan-out view showing you the full situation. And then that's probably what you want to be doing. Alistair Reginato staying busy. 3 waves ridden already. Hasn't fallen off once, and he's got a 5.75 and a 5. 10.75 finals total so far. And no doubt that Phillip Island's going to send the surfers a fair bit of action, and there's going to be some chance for some big numbers to be thrown down in this final, as we have a little over 16 minutes remaining. And you can see the big space between the competitors here, Finn.
Yeah, this isn't a new thing for Tully Wiley. I remember 2023, I want to say it was him versus Dave in a semi, or maybe even been a final. But yeah, Tully, he likes to tend to paddle away and go do his own thing. It can be kind of risky sometimes because Alistair could be having the time of his life, getting heaps of sick waves, and Tully's kind of in a bad spot, or the other way around. But it all comes down how you back yourself in at the start of the heat. You got to have that firm game plan and try not to chop it and change it halfway through the heat. I keep saying it. It's easy for alarm bells to go ringing when you're just sitting out the back and thinking and you're wondering. And I know the worst thing you can kind of do in a heat is going, oh, what if,
Yeah, that's it. And you got to have confidence in that game plan that you've established. And I know his coach, Cale Balwarren, will be sitting there anxiously watching, but he won't want Tully to go on any wave that's not going to offer him 6s or above. So Tully will be waiting for those ride opportunities. And just under 15 minutes remaining here. A long time to go without getting a wave in a final.
Yeah, well, half an hour finals, plenty of time for these guys. It's already been 15 and haven't seen anything from Tully. Look at Alistair Reginato. He's staying super busy. His side's not to go on that one. And, yeah, there's another shot of Wiz just hanging out. Hopefully there's going to be an opportunity for him very soon. I'm sure there's lots of crew back in Torquay watching. His family, of course, he's got a big family, 2 brothers and his sister. They all surf really well. His sister Jazz, I think, definitely a state champion and maybe even an Australian champion. Here's Alistair Reginato. Just couldn't get past that section there. And Jonty and Mac Wiley, both pretty good social surfers by their own rights.
Yeah, that's it. And they'd all be members of your local board riders club, the TBC, Torquay, Finn.
Yeah, Torquay Board Riders currently being, well, Tully Wiley's the president of Torquay Board Riders, and they've currently got the title of the best in the world after winning the Usher Cup. Tully, he was down at Bird Rock. We had a bit of a viewing party there, and of course, Will Stroomer, Xavier Huxtable, Ali Harrison, and Troy Brooks. Pretty stacked team for Torquay Board Riders surfing it, and they were lucky enough to take it out.
Yeah, up against some insanely good competitors, and we've got some action up and riding here. Alistair Regignato staying busy and looking lightning quick on that forehand. And then Tully, we saw him get the finish there, maybe. Oh, question mark finish there for Tully, but we'll wait to see what he got done on the outside.
Yeah, keen to see this replay for the Wizard. Alistair finding another one. And yeah, I reckon Tully's going, okay, that's it. It's been enough time. I need to start doing something here. So here he goes. Nice first turn. And just... oh, it's a bit of a grey area there. We'll leave that up to the judges. We saw Alistair get one as well.
Yeah, so score to come through for Tully was on his way to a decent number. And the score will tell us whether the judges deem that incomplete or not. This is Alistair's wave here. Surfing with plenty of speed through on these little inside ones. Nice two-turn combo. I don't know if that's going to go into his top two. And there you go. So the judges incomplete for Tully on that end turn. So just a 2 for Tully. Enough to get out of combination, but a big number looming, 8.75 to go to first.
Yeah, huge number he's chasing now. Just under 12 minutes remaining. Be interested to see if Tully decides to set up shop next to Alistair Reginato. He seems to be finding a lot of nice waves. Or if Tully's going to continue to stay on the lonesome.
Yeah, Alistair sort of almost grinding out his scores on those little inside ones versus Tully's approach of attacking those big sections when they do come through, but they're not coming through as frequently at the moment. So 11 minutes remaining. Tully's probably going to need 2 new waves, and he's going to have to get working versus Alistair. He's going to be looking to improve on those scores, so he's probably going to start making his way out the back a bit further and get on some of those bombs.
Yeah, for sure. So I reckon we're going to see a bit of action in the last 5 minutes of this one. I've just got a feeling. We just saw a set, and you know, it's really slowed up for the back half of finals day today. We started this morning with the men's quarters, and you know, Cape Willamette was kind of pulsing, super clean conditions all day. The winds just swung a little bit like we were kind of expecting, and yeah, it's really kind of hit pause on the ocean.
Yeah, that's it. And here we go. We can see a few little lumps coming through the lineup. Tully having a little look there. And he only really needs one big section. Get up and down, do one big backhand belt, and then fly back out in the lineup and do the same again, and he'll be in a really good position. But right now, Alistair Regignato, pocket fives, 5.75 and a 5-point ride in the lead. And it's the Phillip Island Pro QS 4000 men's final. Alistair Regignato in the lead. And what is Kate Willamette going to throw at us for the final 9 minutes, 15 seconds here?
Yeah, just waiting on something for Reggie and Wiley to work their magic on. You know, Alistair Reginato's locked in those 2 mid-ranges, and Tully Wiley's just got that single wave of a 2-point ride. Unfortunately, incomplete on his last turn.
Yeah, the boys looking around, and you see Tully jumping up on his board a little bit, trying to see what's going on out the back, how many of these are rolling through. And another quick look down the line. But he's got to pull the trigger pretty soon. 8.5 minutes remaining. And if you get one all the way through here, depending on your luck with the timing of the sets, it's going to be a decent amount of time to paddle out the back. So as that clock ticks further and further down, the chance for Tully to get 2 new waves, that window getting smaller and smaller. So time could be the enemy here, but Tully does have priority. But Alistair has surfed it really well so far for the opportunities that have come up.
Yeah, Tully, like I said, time is kind of his enemy at the moment. These are going to be the quickest 8 minutes ever for him. But, you know, he needs an 8.75. It is quite a large score, but he's definitely done things very similar to this. You know, he's got the home ground advantage, if you will. And Alistair, I reckon he's going to keep trying to better that 5-point ride and try and work his way away from Tully Wiley. But wow, this is the final for the Phillip Island Pro, brought to you by Victoria, the Bass Coast Shire. And of course, we're going to see Tully here taking off backhand. Big steep section, beautiful bottom turn to crack it, throwing a massive bucket out the back, spray everywhere. Another crack. Can he get a third one? Little bit of a foam climb there. Okay, Tully, that's just starting to get really started and get fired up. He's a little bit late to do it, but, you know, better late than never. That's what they reckon, James.
Yeah, and have a look at him patient off the bat. Big fan of spray. And that power Tully brings here. And up and he lit for a second. And look how aware he is of the heat situation. Complete turn, eject straight away out the back. Wasting no time.
Yeah, he knows, okay, I've got a nice score there. And I got a nice wave. I need to get out the back ASAP as soon as possible. Try and use that rip as a little escalator. And hope that another one comes through.
Yeah, that's it. So Tully putting in the big paddles, looking to get out the back ASAP Rocky. And 8.75 needed. He probably knows, gut feeling, that it's not there on that wave. It's going to be a decent number for sure. Strong backhand surfing, linking together 3 turns. But yeah, Alistair Reginato now with priority. 5 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. He'll be waiting for a set wave. He's already done a fair bit of damage on some little insiders, a 5.75 and a 5. But yeah, you can see he's asking the situation, how big do I need to go to really secure this win?
Yeah, and Tully Wiley's scores just drop it as a 7-point ride, so just 1.5 points under what he needed, but that just leaves him with a 3.75. Here's that replay once again. You can see just driving off the bottom and absolutely lights it up on the coping. Finds another section there. This is what Tully does best, is big, brute backhand surfing.
That's it, and confidence in the game plan and confidence in yourself to stick to that game plan for Tully. So big score in the context of this final, 7-point ride. Now only chasing a 3.75. Under priority though, still plenty of time on the clock. Small score, but we know Alistair Reginato more than capable of increasing his total and really putting the pressure on Tully to get push that requirement out.
Yeah, 4.5 minutes. I reckon we're going to see another option here for Tully Wiley. Still a little bit of time, and looks like he might be sticking fat to Alistair Reginato. Maybe you're going a bit deeper, because Alistair, of course, does have priority. You might see Tully try to sell him a lemon to get rid of Prio.
Yeah.
Only time will tell. It's getting right down to the wire here. 3.75 is not a big ask from Tully Wiley.
That's it, and tense, exciting scenes here to finish off the men's final. And what we're really hoping for is a nice two-wave exchange here to let both the boys show us what they can do and then let the surfing do the talking. And here we go, a little look here, and Alistair's going to let Tully go. Oh, and he catches rail.
So just catching an edge on that one. Very costly.
Yeah, no, that's all right. I think Alistair looked down the line and saw that one was closing out. It'll be good to see the replay if there was any intentionality to Tully falling off, but didn't look like it on the live action replay. And Tully starting to look now here. He's going to hunt around under priority. 3 minutes remaining.
Yeah, Tully, he's going to be scraping into probably the next 4-foot wave that rolls in. I could imagine he'd be pretty keen to find something. 3.75, he could definitely get it just off one turn.
Yeah, and it's been consistent enough to go and get yourself a 3.75 with one little section on offer. And we'll need to get going pretty shortly. 2 minutes 30 seconds remaining. Alistair with priority though. He's going to have the pick of the next set that rolls through, and the way he's been surfing, if he gets the wave that comes through, he's going to drop an 8-point rod for sure.
Yep, 100%.
So that clock going tick-tock all the way down. 2 minutes remaining now. And it's blue second, Tully Wiley chasing a 3.75. And Alistair Reginardo got his work done in the early stages of this final. Got busy on some little inside waves, 5.75 and a 5-point ride. And it looks like Tully, quick little look. Alistair letting him have a look at these, so maybe Tully not doing the best salesmanship job at the moment, but we really need some more waves to come through, and hopefully we have something out the back brewing for the final 1 minute and 20 seconds here.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if anything comes through, because who doesn't like, a bit of a buzzer beater. Sorry, just lost my tongue there for a second.
Yeah, we love a beezer butter. 1 minute remaining.
Yeah, so Tully's just going to be eyes on the horizon, waiting for something to pop up now.
And yeah, 45 seconds remaining. Tense scenes, but Alistair Reginardo in that post-heat interview was saying he's here to take names and take the whole thing out. That's what he came down to do. And final 30 seconds, we'll see if he can get there and stay true to his word. He's got priority, so he can keep Tully off the next wave. And there is a few lumps out the back. We don't know if we're going to have time to get two to roll through, though.
Yeah, okay, 15 seconds remaining. Priority is with Alistair Reginardo. He's unable to scrape into it. There's Tully Wiley, just unable to scrape in, and looks like we're going to be crowning Alistair Reginardo as our Phillip Island Pro winner. There you go, Tully Wiley just running up once again here. But nonetheless, these two lads had a great campaign for the whole event, and here's a bit of a victory lap for Alistair Reginardo, just cruising and making his way in there. So we're going to get stuck into the girls' final just after this one. Thanks heaps for joining me in the commentary booth, James. It's been a pleasure, mate.
It's been an absolute pleasure being in here the last few days, Finney, and thank you for all those listening, and well done once again. Phillip Island Pro QS champion in the men's side, Alistair Reginardo. We'll be right back with the women's.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Alrighty, the final of the Phillip Island Pro. It's been an amazing event. We just saw Alistair Reginato take out the men's side of the draw. I'm back in the commentary booth with True Starling. True, you must be pretty fired up.
Oh, yeah, that was a pretty interesting last heat for the men. Alistair, of course, taking the win, as you said, Finn. But Tully, making the final once again is another amazing result. And I'm sure he'd be feeling a little bit bummed with second, as you always would. But this women's final is going to be super exciting. Lucy and Anon, what a great matchup.
Yeah, this is an amazing matchup. Here's the young goofy footer, Lucy Dara, starting off her finals campaign now. Fighting a really nice wave, a bit of a smaller one, and just unable to hold on to the finish, but just wasting no time, getting stuck straight into it.
Yeah, that was a really smooth, clean wave ridden by Lucy Dara on that one. I'm loving the rail-to-rail connection. Just doesn't do too much to start. I love how she just carves back into that whitewash, and then she really starts to open up down the line. This last turn was huge. Unfortunately, she doesn't get that completion, but I tell you what, she's looking strong. She's surfing above her years, and this is going to be a really good matchup between Lucy and Anon. And 30-minute finals as well. Feel like, did that last 5 minutes or the extra 5 minutes in that last heat really add a little bit of extra kind of opportunity for the surfers?
To be brutally honest, not really. It went really slow in that last 5 to 10 minutes. We saw Tully Wiley get one with, I think it was 4 minutes remaining, and then after that he was just scraping around for something. He got one with 3 minutes to go, and he just unfortunately come unstuck and caught a rail. But that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes.
So that's 3 finals here and hasn't quite got a win yet.
Yeah, 3 finals for Tully Wiley. So hopefully he's going to come back next year and absolutely smoke the competition.
Yeah, let's see it. I mean, we just saw, of course, Alistair Reginato taking it out, but also solidifying that last spot in the QS rankings to get that Challenger Series appearance, and he's re-qualified for the Challengers. So Alistair, that's a big result, and it was definitely his aim, and we've been hearing him say all event he wants to win it here, and that's exactly what he did. Yeah,
it's awesome to hear somebody say, I've come here to win, I've come here to take home that trophy, and then to just go and do it is absolutely awesome.
He's an incredible surfer. He got a second place in the Tahara Pro not too long ago to Caleb Tancred, and was, pretty bummed on that second. Of course, he was proud of himself, but wanted that win, and to get that here is a big opportunity. And Tully back-to-back finals is also a really great testament to his consistency. So you can see Anon, she's sitting out there. It looks like maybe having a little minute. Paddling back out. She's got that first priority. She might have got a couple of sets on the head. It feels like, has it picked up a little bit? That's swell.
I was just saying to James, I feel like it's definitely picked up at least 1 to 2 foot since the women's semi-finals, and that wind's really shifted and started to blow onshore now, so it's a bit more rugged conditions. Still very manageable and very rippable, but it's just the conditions are starting to go back to what we were at yesterday.
Yeah, let's see it. I love when it gets a little bit bigger and more challenging. So the women to end the day here for the QS 4000 at the Phillip Island Pro is amazing. And we'll have the presentation after, some amazing trophies. The winners' trophies being made by Steve Parker look incredible as well. A real influential human down here.
Yeah, Steve Parker. He's been hanging around Inverloch and the Isle and the Bass Coast region all his life. He's an amazing Indigenous man, and he's such a good fellow. I'm not sure if you've had the pleasure of meeting him, True, but
no,
he's such a great guy, full down to earth, and been lucky enough to know him for quite some time. And I'll tell you one thing, he absolutely rips on a skateboard.
Sick.
Crazy.
Oh, wow, that's awesome. Yeah, I haven't had the pleasure of meeting him yet. This is the first year I've come back for a little while here at Phillip Island, so I'm looking forward to, hopefully meeting him, but his trophies look amazing, so I'm sure he's, the biggest legend and definitely a creative person. I could not do that, honestly. I'm definitely don't have that creative gene.
Jessie stole it all.
She did. She actually did. She stole all of the creativeness from me, or maybe I left it for her.
Yeah,
I was first, but yeah, she's got it all. She's definitely going to be spraying my next boards that are coming soon.
Last time you were down here, True, were we surfing at Penguin Parade for a lot of the time for the QS?
I think we might have been. Yeah.
I feel like I reckon it was the start. Maybe the first 2 days we were at the Penguin Parade.
Yeah, we were. That's correct. Yeah, that was a while ago.
Yeah, that was 23 maybe?
Easily.
I reckon, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
And here's Anon Matsuka trying to start off her campaign here. A bit of a rugged one there. But, yeah, well, that's... Penguin Parade is mainly the location we like to use when Kate Woolemire's about 8 to 10
Giganotosaurus.
foot. Yeah, so it's a bit more calmer over there, but if it's 10 foot here, it'll be 4 foot there. And Penguin Parade is actually quite a good wave. If you get it on its day, it's a sick wave and it's pretty special. You can look down in the water and see the penguins flying around and swimming around. It's a pretty special place.
It's so cool. Yeah, that's a really exciting moment. I remember having that one year and seeing one of the penguins go underneath me, and I was like, what was that? What was that? And then realizing it was a bunch of penguins was pretty special. Some great experiences for sure.
It's definitely one of my favourite places to have an event, because of course we got kind of that stadium seating there for the penguins.
That amphitheatre.
Yeah, that amphitheatre. It's great. It's a great viewing platform. Amazing facilities for us to use, and it's just such in a good spot.
Yeah, it really is. Agreed. The women right now are having a little bit of a hard go at it to start off this final 8 minutes in, and not a whole lot locked in. Feels like Lucy, she's been trying to get a couple on that paddle back out, but she hasn't really locked any good ones in. So, it's really up to anyone. It's in anyone's hands right now for the women. Hopefully we'll have a chat with Alistair Reginato soon as well, which will be super exciting. I'm sure he would have got the chair up off the beach. Maybe even up that little walkway as well. Who knows?
Oh, that'd be tough.
That would be
all the way
hard
back
on
to
the
the
legs.
car park.
Yeah.
And here we go. This is Anon Matsuka. She just got a little one to start off, and that wave just kind of crumbling down. You can see those conditions starting to become a bit more trickier.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it's becoming hard to navigate out there, and definitely feels like we've been saying, Finn, that one turn is definitely going to help the process here to take out the event. Realising that one wasn't going to do a whole lot. So wondering where they are in comparison to where the men were. It feels like they're sitting a little bit further inside.
Yeah, I reckon you're right there, because you can look at this one breaking through. It's kind of reforming, and that's where those gutters are, right in the middle of that rip. So it looks like they're sitting in a bit more inside. We're tending not to go out the back. You can get absolutely lit up if you cop one on the head here. It's a pretty powerful spot.
Yeah, Yeah, it definitely is. Even when it's small,
Yep.
there's a lot going on. You know, it's small and you're finding it tricky to get back out. I know that I surfed out here once when it was like 2 foot, and I was like, why am I not out the back yet? I literally am not moving.
Yeah, you can get stuck into that rip so easily, and you can get out the back and it can be
Oh.
knee height, as we see Lucy Dara. There's them big single turns we were just talking about, right on cue there from Lucy.
Wow.
Awesome to see that commitment. Love it.
That was a big belt from Lucy Dara. That was huge. Really, really good approach. I liked how you could see that frustration a little bit when she was paddling back out before, so really like how she used that to her advantage on this wave. Look at this turn, deep off the bottom, absolutely nails that section, gets a tweak at the tail, that little bit of a waft. Yeah, Lucy is putting on a show right now for the women's final, and adding that pressure to Anon Matsuoka as well, which is where she wants to be. 6.25 locks in for Lucy.
Yeah, not a bad score at all. So just putting the heat on Blue. Anon needs a 7.65 now. And hopefully we're going to see an opportunity for her. But Lucy Dara, we've been banging on about her all comp because she's just an absolute gun. She's so young. And watching someone do a turn like that at such a young age, just imagine when she's nearing her mid-20s, 23, 24, 25. She's been training for 5 years and she's going to be so much stronger.
Yeah.
You can only imagine.
Oh, absolutely. You can just see that level increasing, every time she puts a rashie on, every time she goes out for a surf. So I agree, by the time she, reaches her prime in that competitive arena, she's going to be a force to be reckoned with. And right now, putting together some amazing results this year, two QS 6000 wins already, potentially a 4000 win as well. That's just amazing and a really great testament to her and her ability to, stay consistent throughout the whole year. She's one to watch and definitely locked. All surfers are now locked as well for that Challenger Series campaign, and Lucy up and riding.
Yeah, Lucy just staying busy. She's been fairly busy in all of her heats. This is a nice little runner going all the way down the beach, sticking close to that power source, just laying heaps of rail and coming right onto the inside there. But like I said, Lucy is one to keep your eyes on, and whenever there's a Pro Junior or a QS, you make sure that you tune into her heats.
Absolutely. I mean, look at this. She's just surfing with a lot of speed, a lot of power, belts it there once again for Lucy. Staying close to that power source. She's reading this wave really, really well. Loving the approach. And yeah, as I was saying before, everyone is locked away for Challenger Series, which is awesome. Lucy taking out the Oz QS rankings and earning herself a spot on that Challenger Series for the 2026 season is just incredible.
Yeah, hats off to her. It's a massive congratulations. No matter how this final ends up, it's pretty impressive what she's been able to achieve this past year.
Absolutely. Anon as well, who's in this final too. She is going to be on the Challenger Series once again this year, I should say. So there's some incredible women. Lucy, this will be her debut on the Challenger Series too, so that's really exciting for her and the rest of the women as well. Big, good luck for that next season, but the finals right now, 4.5 for Lucy. She's locked in, so she's backing up the 6.5. And Anon, she needs a 9.05 at this stage to go to first, but she's definitely got some big, excellent scores in her, particularly off that backhand attack.
Yeah, 100%. She's just such a strong and powerful surfer. She's dropped a 6.25 and a 4.5, which now means Blue Anon Matsuoka needs a 9.05 to go to first. She's got a 1.7 and a 1.65. So I reckon she'll be campaigning to try get a pair of sixes.
Absolutely. It almost feels like, when you hear that score, you need a 9. It's a near perfect score. You do break it into 2.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, okay, Lucy's got a 6.5 and a 4.5, to just kind of break it up into that. I need to get around about that as well. And Anon's been dropping 6s and 7s this whole event. She dropped a 6 and a 7 in her semi against Mirai for Anon. So let's see. what happens.
Yeah, definitely capable of those two sixes. You know, we've seen her go for these larger sections, and you know, I can't wait to see a bit of some sets coming through, and Anon Matsuka getting an opportunity to show the judges what she's really made of and what she's all about.
She looks like she's just stuck in that rip right now.
Yeah, looks like she just needs to start paddling over to her right hand side, I think. Just getting caught. But it's definitely easy to get caught in the Cape Woolmire rip. I've definitely been in there one too many times, as we see Lucy Dara finding another small one on the inside. These ones are just running all the way down the beach here. Beautiful section popping up, and just rides out of that thing, no questions asked. Just traversing all the way onto the inside there. Lucy Dara surfing well beyond her years.
Yeah, she really is. That was smart surfing from Lucy, and you know, to be in the positioning that she's in right now. Let's take a look though. This one for Anon. This is the first real ride that we've seen from Anon Matsuoka. Unfortunately, goes down on that last turn, and then this one of Lucy. She's in a different position, maybe a little bit further down the beach. Nice first turn for Lucy. You can see these waves really looking strong and smooth. Belts it there for Lucy Dara. So, yeah, she's looking strong. She's got a couple of really good turns, so let's see what happens. But Anon needs to just get a wriggle on here, drop in a good score. That last one won't really factor in, you'd have to think.
No, I don't think so at all. So just a 1.7 and a 1.65. She's had a couple digs at it, trying to make something out of what she's being dealt with. But I think she might need to start hanging out and start getting a bit picky and going for those larger ones.
Absolutely. With 13 and a half minutes to go, we are going to take a little break, and we'll be right back with the women's final after this.
Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
And here we are, 12 minutes to go in the women's final here at the Phillip Island Pro QS 4000. This is the last heat of the day, 12 minutes left, and then we are done and dusted. At this point, Lucy Dara is out in front with a 6.25 and a 5.5. Anon Matsuoka, she's sitting in a combination situation, needs a combo of 11.75. And they're actually quite separated right now, the two of these surfers. Lucy sitting a little bit further on the inside, catching a couple of good waves. Anon a little bit further out. So there's a lot of separation out here, and it's quite easy to get sucked in some rips that can just sweep you out to sea fin.
Yeah, 100%. Lucy Dara, we've seen her on that inside, going for those inside reforms, and not going to lie, it looks like she's kind of having a lot of fun on the inside, and yeah, like you said, Anon looks like she's kind of been swept out. So she's paddling into this one, and yeah, you can just see how deep she is. Like, the wave's not even really starting to break out where she is. So I don't know, if I was in her position, I'd probably start looking at coming in and maybe hanging around the inside reform, because that's what seems to be working for Lucy Dara. And here she goes now, a little bit of a hook under the lip. A big section lining up. Nice hook under that one, and gets a third one. So really starting to get the ball rolling here for Anon Matsuoka. It's been 20 minutes in this heat, and yeah, here we go. This is the first kind of real wave she's had.
Yeah, this is nice, getting the feet in the wax. She's able to find a couple of connections here. That's a good bowly section for Anon, and she really had to make this one work. She had to put the numbers together to get herself out of combination. So scores to come through for Anon Matsuoka on that last one. With 10 minutes to go, she's slowly climbing her way back, but yeah, it's a tough one because Lucy, she's been sitting in that perfect spot. She's been sitting a little bit further in, but finding herself on some pretty decent waves, and maybe that's a good time for Anon to relocate and head to where Lucy is.
Yeah, this is an opportunity for her. She's made her way back into the shory section, if you want to call it that.
So 10 minutes to go. 4.85 locks in for Anon. She needs a 6.9 now to go to first, so she's lowering that requirement, but it's still a decent score. It has to be the best number of the heat, so she's got to go pretty big. And finals it's one of those moments where you don't want to leave anything in the tank.
Yeah, so me and James are speaking about that. It's the last thing you want to do is coming in from a final and going, I wish I did this, or what if I took off on that wave, or just having kind of regrets. You want to be going out there. It's literally the last heat you're going to surf for the competition, so you may as well put it all on the line.
Absolutely. And it's one of those moments where you look back and you go, I could have had another QS win under my belt if I had have just done that. So I completely agree. And for Anon, she's really good at clawing back. She's really good at fighting her way back into that top spot. So let's see what happens. I mean, Lucy, she's won 2 QSs this year already. Anon's won 1 as well. I'm pretty sure she took out the Crui Pro from memory. So let's see if she can add another QS to her scoreline. QS win, I should say, to her little trophy cabinet. Lots of trophies going around for these 2 women. But it's really all about the trophy here at the Phillip Island Pro.
Yeah, so both surfers, like you said, there are pretty tapped amount of surfers we've had in this lineup all throughout today, and there's kind of been an couple upsets. Harley Walters got knocked out. Dane Henry got knocked out.
Dave Huxtable
early on. He was an early departure. And here we go. This is red. Lucy Dara using her priority over Anon Matsuoka.
I think that was a bit of a mistake there, Finn.
100%. I was just about to say, Anon sold her a bit of a lemon there. So she's going to have priority because don't think she's going to be bettering her score off after that one.
No, they weren't even 2 amazing turns. They weren't 2 of 50% of the turns we're used to seeing from Lucy. So yeah, don't think that's going to go into that top 2 for Lucy at all. Anon still chasing that 6.9, and a really, really good, smart, competitive play there to sell Lucy onto that wave, because now she's got the priority and kind of the strength of the back of the heat against going with her right now.
Yeah, having priority for Anon is huge right now. She needs that 6.7, and she's going to have to pick off a really, really nice wave. One that's going to run, and that one that we saw Lucy take off. They all kind of look like that at the start, but it's a bit tricky out there to find the right one, especially on these reforms.
Absolutely. Important moments for Lucy and also for Anon. It's so tough because sometimes you can be sitting in that reform and then you just get sucked out of nowhere. You're like, oh, how am I out the back already? I swear I was just sitting where I've always been, and the ocean just continually changes here at Woolamai. So you got to have really good ocean knowledge.
100%. It's definitely a intermediate to advanced wave. If you're a beginner surfer, definitely wouldn't recommend paddling out at Cape Woolamai because you can end up in a lot of strife out here. And it's pretty gnarly, like where you kind of finish up on those reforms. It's about waist height, so if you cop one, then get smoked on the ocean bed. It's never fun, and you can get pretty knackered out there, and that's where people come unstuck.
I dare say that this wave would have more broken boards than maybe anywhere else.
In
Feels-
Victoria?
yeah.
Yeah, I reckon I'd back you up in saying that, to be honest. As we see, and on, here we go. Huge crack on that one. That's what
How's
we've been
that
waiting
little
for.
the little stand tall? She's like, "Yep, all right, I'm back."
Peek up at the judges going, there you go, there's
Yep.
something for you.
That's what you've been waiting for. This was a strong turn for Anon. She's found herself on a good wave. That end section was smooth, and she's like, "Yep, all right, I'm back. I'm back in the heat." It might not be the 6.9, but it's still a really good, strong turn. So, Anon, she's finding herself on some decent waves, and I think that was really good. She's sold Lucy on a lemon. She used her priority well, and that just shows the composure that Anon has, particularly in high-pressure moments.
Yeah, that was beautiful surfing there from Anon Matsuka. Let's keen to see what the score comes out as. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. It was definitely a nice ridden wave there. Sure, you were just saying, oh, here's Lucy Dara, just coming unstuck there. You're saying that you reckon this is the wave with the most amount of broken boards, and I agree with you. And then I thought of another island in Victoria, King Island, and I think that would probably take the cake for
Really?
broken boards for sure.
No way. I've never even heard of it.
Really?
No.
What rock have you been living under? Crazy.
Not living in Victoria,
I
Rock.
think you might have to do some research.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of like, is it Victoria or is it Tasmania? It's one of those, like, depends.
Really?
Yeah, it depends which side of the island you're on, I guess.
Okay.
But it's pretty gnarly wave, like, it's pretty psycho. I've never been there personally. Willis Droomer and his buddies are always going over. Mick Fanning spends a bit of time there.
No way.
I know Mason Ho was over there just recently as well.
Wow.
And a couple of years ago, John and Dave Rustovich teamed up and they did a really amazing surf movie over there.
No way, wow.
It's a pretty sick spot.
That's awesome.
Highly recommend checking it out, True.
Okay, I'm on. I'm ready to rock and roll.
It's
Let's
just not
do
the
it.
easiest place to get to.
Is it
So
like a
Can
boat?
you fly planes?
No.
Oh, okay, well, we might have to jet ski it.
Did you think I could fly a plane?
Oh, well, you never know.
That would be actually a really awesome.
It'd be a pretty good skill to have.
It
Just
would be
fly around.
sick.
Just go, oh, come on, crew, we're going to fly over to wherever. Imagine you could just fly to Bali, just like free will.
That would be sick. Knowing how to fly planes. Okay. Anon, she locked in a 5.35 on that last one. She needs a 6.4 on that wave. She's definitely climbing back into this heat. Let's see. She's got 2.5 minutes. Wow, this heat is just flying by. And Anon needs that 6.4. Lucy, she's holding onto the lead right now and needs to remain composed. What do you think of this last one, Finn? Are we thinking it's a 6.4?
Oh, I don't know. It was kind of a two-stage cutty on that one. She did really well to get the finish there, but it was a bit late, and this wave was real small and grovelly.
Yeah, I agree. It was a smaller wave. I think that might cap the score a little bit. So, let's see for Anon Matsuoka what that one comes through as. A 6.4 is what she is after. 2 minutes to go.
2 can go red, yeah.
Wondering if that's going to be it. I just don't see it being the score that she needs. And that's a bit of a letdown for Anon with just over 90 seconds. We did see Alistair Reginato take out the men's QS final. And for Anon Matsuoka, it's a 4.1, so it doesn't go into the top 2, unfortunately. She needs a 6.4. She's not able to take that one because Lucy Dara had priority and she was just a little bit deep on that wave. So Anon, she might just regain priority now. With just over 1 minute to go, 6.4. She needs to go to first place. This is really tight.
It's getting to an awkward spot here. Only 1 minute remaining, and this clock is just going to keep on ticking over, and 1 minute's just no time at all for Anon to try and find another wave here.
Wow. At least she's got that priority, but far out. This is going to be really, really close. Anon, she's got the ability to get the 6.4. Lucy is trying to just hold her back as much as she can. I'm sure Lucy's mum, Sally, on the beach is really, really stressing out right now. It's probably the most stressful 35 seconds. Anon, she's seen something.
Something here for her here. Anon Matsuga, this is a final opportunity. Nice first turn. Nice wall down the line. Another nice crack. Gets another one. And finds a little finish there. Oh, I'm going to say incomplete on that last one.
For sure. Yeah. It's definitely an incomplete there for Anon. She didn't quite get that kind of wave coming back at her, but a 6.4 is what this wave has to be. Let's take a look. It was a good, strong first turn. Gets a second one in. It's not the turns we've been seeing from Anon this whole event. I don't know. It's right there, but I'm just not quite convinced. Wow.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm convinced as well. This is a pretty tough decision that the judges have been put in.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're super lucky with our judging panel down here on the island.
Yeah.
This competition, we've got a pretty insane panel going. These guys know what they're doing. We've lucky enough to have replays for the past couple of days, and there we go. Lucy Darragh, our 2026 Phillip Island Pro champion.
Wow.
And she was runner-up in the Pro Junior here as well.
She got third in the Pro Junior. Yep, third in the Pro Junior here, and she's made it count in the QS 4000, taking it out, and Anon unfortunately not getting the score on that last wave. But what an incredible event. It's been a big one, but these last 2 days have been super fun, Finn.
Oh, it's been amazing, and it's been lovely to be back in the commentary booth with you, Drew.
Yeah, it's been so good. A big shout out to everyone. And it's been an awesome event. Lucy Darragh and Alistair Reginato both taking out the QS 4000. We'll send over to some highlights from today. It's been an amazing day of surfing. And we'll see you guys at the next one.